Okay, we're going to call the meeting to order. This is our June 14th meeting for the Lake County Board of Supervisors. Day 1, public hearing for recommended budget for fiscal year 2023-24. Call this meeting to order. Does anyone have a moment of silence?
Unfortunately, I do. Yesterday, I spoke about Ronnie Boyd and hoping to keep his wife, Dina Boyd, in our thoughts and prayers. Unfortunately, his wife succumbed to her injuries, and she also passed yesterday afternoon during our meeting. And so if we can, that family's going through a horrific time, and again, very impactful to the community if we could hold them in our hearts and prayers.
Okay. Yes. Sheriff, would you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, our first timed item the day, 4.1, public hearing, 9 a.m., consideration of recommended budget for fiscal year 2023-24 for the County of Lake and special districts governed by the Board of Supervisors. I will turn this over to our admin office.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Board. I'd like to introduce today the 2023-24 recommended budget for your consideration. In addition, before we start, and before I hand this off to Mr. Carter, I want to thank our staff and all the department staffs who worked very hard to put this item together for your consideration. And also, and I know we're going to have a very succinct and efficient day. Hopefully, we can end the day at 5 o'clock so that if we have to, we can come back tomorrow morning. Again, thank you very much for your time today. Thank you very much for your time today, and let's begin.
All right, good morning, Board. It's not working.
Oops, that worked.
Sam? Sam? Is it working? Right.
It is now.
A little bit. All right, never mind. Sorry about that. All right, good morning, Board. We're pleased to present, like CEO Parker stated, the recommended fiscal year 23-24 recommended budget. As you are aware, the board can make any changes you see fit during this hearing, and this allows departments to be funded through September 12th when final recommended budget is approved. That turns into the adopted budget, and that's the true budget for the county. So this is just a temporary budget until that time. Let me pull up my slides. Can you hit escape? Because I'm not sharing. All right. Sorry, working out a little kink here. Okay. So during the guiding principles in preparing any budget, in this case the recommended budget, is 1, to develop a responsible, sustainable budget that will enable the county to maintain its fiscal solvency for the short and long term, minimize and or completely avoid negative impacts on service levels provided to the public, improve services when possible, also to preserve the county's general reserves and increase reserve designations where possible to prepare for future budgetary needs and to avoid utilization of a large number of layoffs, work furloughs, or other forms of compensation reduction to balance the budget. So in this slide, you have to balance the structurally balanced budget, which fiscal year 23-24 recommended budget is structurally balanced, which means the ongoing revenue does match the ongoing expenses. The variation you see, so it's not a one-to-one in the overall budget or in general fund's budget. The difference there is one-time money, which is either the FBA, which is the carryover, or reserves being lowered to pay for those items. And on the other side, to balance it out, avoid layoffs and everything that I just said. So avoid the negatives, but still stay structurally sound. It worked. Sorry.
You got to lean forward to get the connection.
So for the county overall revenues, general fund is requesting $77,155,000 in revenue, and special funds, which is every other fund in the county, $220 million. The overall appropriations for the recommended budget, general fund is requesting $93.8 million, and special funds is requesting $287 million. And you will notice take general fund, for example, the difference between the $77 million in revenue and the $93 million in appropriations is being covered through our fund balance available, which has many sources, and currently it's still quite high due to our ARPA funding. 6 to 8 million is just ARPA carryover, and those funds need to be utilized by the end of 2024, or at least appropriated in a contract, and then we would have until the end of 2026 to spend. The county budget overview for all governmental funds, general fund, you saw previously. This is a little bit of a breakdown where special revenue funds last year was 161 million. This fiscal year we're asking for 182 million. Special capital projects going from 19 million actually down to 16 million, which means some projects were completed and we don't have as many this fiscal year. Internal service funds also going down only by about 300,000, 11 million down to 10 million. Enterprise funds, which we actually have one enterprise fund, it's 11.5 last year to 11.9 million this year, so pretty on par. The grand totals last year was 353 million, and this year request is 380 million. This recommended budget represents an increase of $27,606,070 when compared to fiscal year 22-23. The year-over-year increase can be attributed to additional appropriations in special revenue funds like Roads Department, $7,317,000 higher. Behavioral health / substance use disorder services, so two different budget units, an increase of $11,310,000. That's quite a bit. We'll explain that during the behavioral health presentation. Public health / health administration, which is Fund 170, is increasing appropriation requests by a little over 1.5 million. And library improvements budget unit is requesting an increase of 1.6 million for projects that are coming through. And then special districts and other agencies such as flood zone number 5 is requesting an increase of 5.8 million. So those are the main contributors to the increase overall. Now, if you look at the appropriations for the entire county by source, It's up on the screen now where salaries and appropriations, salaries and benefits, a little over 115 million. So 29% of our overall budget is salaries and benefits. Services and supplies is 138.5 million. Construction in progress, so capital projects, 55.9 million, 14%. And capital assets, vehicles, that kind of item, it's a little over 17 million. And other financing uses means it's being that's funding being transferred to another location. And then all revenues by source, taxes, property tax, sales tax, any other source of taxes, almost 41.5 million, which is 14%. State revenue sources overall, 146.7 million. And federal is 44.7 million, 15% of our overall expected revenue countywide. And then some of the smaller ones would be interest and rent, 4.6 million at 1.6%. Licenses and permits, 5.9 million. Utilities and services, 10.9 million. So there's quite a spread, but the bulk of our revenue comes from state, federal, and taxes as a county goes. The general fund specifically broken out appropriations. You can see salaries and benefits come in at a little over 52 million, which is 50.08%, so almost exactly 50% of our budget. Services and supplies come in at 31 million, which is 29.94%. And then capital assets, even though those are scrutinized pretty heavily, it's only 1.2 million of the general fund budget at this point in time. During recommended budget, we don't, any capital asset that requires one-time money from FBA or carryover funding, we generally wait until September when the carryover figure is actually known and quantifiable. Right now, during recommended budget before July 1, we try to keep it to the guaranteed what we know we have funding-wise. So either we have the finances already in-house for sure, or it's a contract, grant, etc. So September, that capital asset figure will potentially go up with your board's approval and projects being available. The general fund revenues, 46.87% is from taxes, mainly property taxes and sales tax. Interest, rents, and concessions, 2.47% or 1.9 million. Federal is 2.8 million or 3.64%. And the very small sliver that you can't actually see is miscellaneous other. We're projecting $34,000, so 0.04%. Moving on to our revenue sources, the general fund discretionary revenue. The property taxes are considered, the secured property taxes are the largest source of discretionary revenue. If you take a look at the slide here, the revenue is continually rising. It does rise between 2 and 5% generally annually. Even if you notice, even during times that aren't great, it does generally break even. Over the last 20 years, it's only gone down once or twice, and it was less than 1%. So it's a pretty stable source of funding. Next year, we're projecting just over $20 million in property taxes, and fiscal year 22-23, we're projecting to finish at right about 19.5 million.
I have a question.
Yep.
Should I wait till the presentation's over or ask while the slide's there?
I'm fine with that.
Is this utilizing like adding the backfill that we received, because I thought that there was always imagery to show a dip after the 14-15 year after the fires, or maybe it was back from '08 that I'm thinking. That's why it doesn't show up.
A little
on
further
that.
back.
Gotcha.
There was a dip, but what you're talking about, the backfill from the state, yes, this would include that because that covered secured property tax.
Thank you.
And here is how every resident's secured property tax is broken out by where the funding goes. So for every dollar received, 57.67% goes to schools of some kind. And I word it that way because there's about 10 to 15 different categories. But it is schools overall. The county agencies receive 26.41%. Fire districts receive 7.55% if you add them all together. Oh no, the cities is blocked. Cities receives 2.24%, and special districts receive, and not our special districts, just districts overall. It's lighting districts, it's all the way down to water districts, 6.13%. So of that 26.41%, the way it breaks down in county is roads receives 1.10. What I should say is this is based on the AB8 calculation done in the auditor's office, and the fiscal year 23-24 calculation I don't believe is complete yet. So this is based off of the 22-23 figures. So this is technically last year or what we are currently in percentages. They don't change it a lot, but they like the 23.04 for general fund might be 23.05. It doesn't change very much. So roads currently receives 1.19% of each property tax dollar. General fund receives 23.04. And to put that in perspective, 23.04 correlates to that $19.5 million that I said we were receiving in secured property taxes for fiscal year 22-23. So that's the magnitude of those percentages. Water receives 0.96%, and library improvements receives 1.22%.
Yeah, I would say.
Watershed?
Yes.
Watershed protection.
I just didn't have enough space to put it all in there. So I think that's 4 different flood zones and watershed protection district itself. So moving on to other revenue sources, the cannabis tax. Here is a graph of the history of cannabis tax. So in 17-18, you see it was about 267,000. No, you can't actually see that number. I know that one by heart. It stayed relatively low until fiscal year 2021, and that was the first year where we had quite a few cultivation sites. And then 21-22, it came down slightly because of the market, et cetera. And then you see 22-23, where adjustments were made to the taxes charged as well as the market not doing very well. It's all the way down. We have received so far about 1.7 million and don't necessarily expect to receive any more since we're already near mid-June. For fiscal year 23-24, we projected it to be about 1.45 million. For September, since this year, fiscal year 22-23 is the best example of the same kind of environment we're going to see in 23-24, I will increase the 1.4 expectation of cannabis tax to 1.7 like we have received this year. It's not much of a difference, but there are cannabis taxes. And I will say we'll go far deeper into cannabis tax in Budget Unit 1072 presentation, which will be on Thursday when admin is presenting. Sales tax, I'm including both Bradley Burns 1% and Prop 172 taxes. You can see since 14-15 until this year, there has been quite an increase, especially 19-20 to 21-22. Sales tax has been good in Lake County. Now, if you see the 22-23, yes.
Oh, go ahead. When you're finished, I have a question.
You can see to the 22-23 number is expected to be down closer to 8.4 million between the two. And the projection for 23-24 was done in March and April, so it was before it started going down as Prop 172 goes. So I will probably request in September to lower our estimates by a few $100,000 to come in line with this fiscal year. Bradley Burns has been coming in continually strong, including right now. The Prop 172 has not been. It is starting to go down by 20%-ish.
So local spending habits have
Bradley Burns.
stabilized with Bradley Burns since the pandemic, and state Prop 172 is fluctuating more.
That is what I am seeing currently. That doesn't mean it's going to continue.
Right.
That is always going to be watched, but as of the data coming in right now, yes.
Okay.
Do I expect that eventually Bradley Burns to rebound with the state, like go down? Yes, I do, but we're not seeing it yet. But when it does happen, we will take appropriate action. Moving on to one of our other funding sources, transient, if I can say it, occupancy tax has been fluctuating over the many years. The current treasurer tax collector identified the TOT vendors who have not been submitting their TOT funds, which is why you see fiscal year 17-18 increasing in 18-19, 19-20, and going forward. One of the main reasons is all of those vendors are now aware that they should be paying the occupancy tax. If you look at fiscal year 22-23, there's right now it's a pretty big dip, and that's all the way through June 9th. Now, I will say in the last two fiscal years, there has been, the lodging community has through July, I believe July 30th, or maybe into part of August, to remit items for the fourth quarter. So that would be accrued back. In the last couple of fiscal years, that amount has been around $250,000. So if that trend continues, that fiscal year 22-23 will jump up just over $800,000. So it will be up, not quite such a dip.
Just on an aside for admin, I don't know if you're aware, but I would definitely look at and pay attention to SB 584. That has the potential to automatically increase the TOT to 15% on all short-term rentals that are not hotels and things like that. And there's a potential impact that I'm not aware exactly what that would mean for Lake County, but just want to make sure it's on your radar.
And
SB
Patrick Sullivan's tracking that too. But that is a conversation we should bring back.
And part of the reason why I'm bringing everything up related to the dip in this one, as you can see, when we projected in March and April when budgets were created, I wasn't expecting a dip. So fiscal year 23-24 will be reevaluated and presented at September with probably a little bit more accurate of a figure. So moving on to contingencies and reserves, and these are general fund. We currently have contingencies, which is budget unit 7999. You always need funds in contingencies because it helps with cash flow, as well as if any funding, et cetera, does not come through like it should. We are proposing to keep it the same as last fiscal year at $4,548,360, and that figure was calculated based on our payroll increases during the beginning of the MOUs. Our general reserves, we're requesting to keep them stagnant at 15.5 million. And if you noticed in the slide, there's no proposed changes at this time because these go up if there's one-time monies available. And that would be one of those September changes because we know what our FBA is going to be. The building and infrastructure reserve, we're requesting to keep it the same at this point at a little over 8.4 million. That was increased last year by 6 million. And that goes along with the report that says we have quite a bit of work to do on our buildings. Technology modernization reserve is at a little over $2 million. I will put the caveat in there that little over 1.5 million of that is the LATCF funding, so that it wouldn't be constantly in our carryover funds and then get lost. This one, I'm going to recommend at September, if we have the FBA available, to increase quite a bit, because we are in dire need of a new accounting system, and a new accounting system costs between 6 and 10 million. So if you have one-time money available, it's the time to try to set that aside. The pension and stabilization, that was emptied and moved into PARs per your board's approved resolutions, so it is zeroed out. This reserve is the one that I would look into possibly renaming to create the Parks Reserve that the board was asking for in last year and I believe the prior year. Budget Stabilization Reserve is currently at a little under 3.5 million, and that can be utilized also for funding from the state, et cetera, not coming in.
If I can bring something up, I was going to bring up the technology modernization. Part of those conversations definitely need to prepare ourselves and slowly, incrementally work towards that. So I absolutely agree with that comment. Two other things. Is it a reserve but not officially a reserve within our cannabis taxes for salary stabilization? Or is that the budget stabilization right there?
None of this is cannabis at all.
Okay.
So
there's a reserve, but not officially reserved within the cannabis taxes to help with balancing.
That's why we don't call it a reserve when we will talk about Budget Unit 1072. It's a stabilization.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And then for general fund, obviously waiting till September. Mm-hmm. But I know that we're doing really, really well with our investments. And I'd like to look at potential policy of what is, let's say we got 5% interest rate on our investments. What's 5% of 15.5 million? And that should be kind of the base of starting to what we add into it on an annual basis. We can go more, or at least provide good, adequate reason why we should go less. But I think that we should utilize our investments to see what does 15.5 million bring back for us, and that would be a good way to increase our reserves by that at minimum base. Just a conversation to have later on. Just wanted to bring it up.
I will say that it is best practice to have those kinds of policies, and the admin office, myself, has been working on those for a couple years, and they need to be approved and partially written by the Auditor Controller's Office. And I just talked with Genevieve, and we will be working on that kind of policy. It's not just the reserves, but it's also how to handle if you have so much FBA that there's an auto where it goes, and that's where it would potentially go into a certain kind of reserve or what the board decides for that policy.
And just real quickly, I didn't quite catch where you said pension stabilization went. It went to a different type of reserve fund, so I just want to make sure I got the nomenclature right.
So it went out of county. There was a resolution approved by your board to send pension stabilization of $3 million to a company called PARS. It puts it in the market, and it can only be utilized for PERS. PARS and PERS. Do you know what? So you know PERS, right?
So we won't be coming back to PARS later in the budget discussions on a line item basis?
No.
Is there anything else in terms of reserve or any approach to unaccrued liability we'll be talking about during these hearings?
No.
Okay.
That's part of our percentage in every single budget. So account 0331 or 2? I'm going to have to look at it real quick. 0222. Retirement contribution PERS. That percent, each budget unit has that in for their payroll.
That's in the memo.
And that presentation, yeah, there is something in the memo about the UAL and where it's going. But the PERS is in each payroll's budget unit, and at the beginning, before everybody budgets, the auditor's office and the admin office calculates our UAL, and based on our payroll, what percentage we need to charge to cover both our UAL and our general fee for PERS.
All right. But if I dive down to the memo, I'll find some goodness on UAL.
Well, all you're going to find in the memo in the UAL is right at the very bottom. What I'm telling you is the actuarial's estimate for future years. It shows the actuarial versus the charged amount for fiscal year 17-18 all the way through fiscal year 24-25. So of our overall payroll, a certain percentage is charged and then sent off to PERS. And there's our payment that takes care of the UAL and the normal fee.
Okay, it may be outside the scope of what we're doing here for the next couple of days.
I can do a one-on-one with you related to this and show you actuarials, et cetera.
Appreciate that, thank you.
And just for clarification, what you just said is pension liability is covered within the budget summaries that are before us because they're embedded within each budget fund.
Absolutely.
So that's what matters to me. If that balances, then that means our pension liability is taken care of.
No problem at all, currently. Well, since we went there, I am going to go to the end of the memo real quick, which I don't have in my slides. So fiscal year 22-23, the actuarial figure for PERS was 25.26% to be charged to miscellaneous employees, which is everybody other than law enforcement. We actually only needed to charge 23.86%, which sounds like a lot, but that's less than the prior years. For safety, actuarial wanted 43.91% to be charged because it's based on how much your payroll ends up being, because UAL is a solid amount. So your percentage varies depending on what your actual payroll is because you have to cover that amount. We actually charged 41.94% in 22-23. So we haven't had to charge as much as the actuarial has estimated. For 23-24, we're charging 23.3%, and what that means is our expected payroll is higher, so a lower percentage covers the UAL. And for safety, 37.61%. Hopefully that semi-cleared that up, probably not. It's a tough subject. Moving on, capital asset projects. Here's a brief summary of some of the major projects going on this fiscal year. Various deferred maintenance and roof replacements. Budget unit 1778, that's where the major capital projects are for general fund, a little over 5.7 million. And once we get to that budget unit, I will call upon Lars to answer questions because they are generally, it's admin's budget unit, but Lars oversees those projects.
So I have a problem with the way this is shown to us because it doesn't help me understand enough. So there's $73 million that are captured within this list, I believe is what it totals to at the bottom.
Okay.
And I don't have a date of when this was brought to the list and a timeline of when we anticipate to actually accomplish these projects. I know that that timeline can easily be moved, but to know that this has been on there for 20 years or 2 years, I think makes a huge difference on the conversation of, is this going to get accomplished or is this money that's trapped that we need to move into another bucket? And so it makes it really difficult for me to know and manage what I believe should happen with this versus all it shows is fiscal year 23-24. I can go back through 20 years worth of documentation to figure it out, but I think it'd be so much easier to have a starting point of when it made it on the list with a potential timeline of when we anticipate to use these funds.
The reason why I'm hesitating on my response is that would be one heck of a slide. I do agree with the information you were requesting. I think that would be during the actual budget units for each department, and department heads may or may not have that knowledge off the top of their head, but maybe for September or future years, meaning next year, that is something a report specifically created for you. We would probe the departments to have that information. It's not something I can find out right now.
I'll bring one up that you and I talked about earlier. It's for the South Main water that's been there for 10 or 12 years. Is this something we're going to move forward with? Is this something that Lakeport's going to move forward? Like, I just need, some things seem to be on there for quite a while, and it's like $2-point-something million. Can that money be used for what it's signed up to be used for, or do we need to move it? There's a lot of money in here, and to understand better would really help me out.
Understood. So I think department heads should be prepared to present that.
And I think that if there's consensus for that, but that's just my personal opinion on better understanding this.
I agree.
Yeah, I just think on the long-term projects there, you know, I know the South Main, obviously a very complicated issue. For you to get a simple answer, that isn't going to happen because we've already gone through the process of annexation. It wasn't successful, so now there will be another conversation that will be happening. These are continuing conversations, so just say, well, this is going to get done on this date. There's a lot of things that have to come into play. I mean, we're even part of that on LAFCO, on the other boards that, you know, are all going to contribute to that. So that's just one project. So imagine they're all just as complicated. So just be prepared for that. It's not as we all know, sitting here on the board, it's not as simple. We have goals, we have opportunities and projects that need to get completed, but sometimes they get pushed out. So I'm just making that comment.
Yeah, but I think it would be helpful to have a best guess timeline, because we know they're not all happening this year. And what's going to be maybe happening in the next 2 to 3 years, 5 years, just some kind of timeline. I think that would be helpful. Do you have a comment? Yeah, Michael? Okay.
Okay. So during recommended budget, the board has to specifically approve capital projects that are allowed to be purchased, we'll say, or continue as of July 1. It has to be explicitly stated. And within the capital asset list, it'll say there's a column purchase authorized prior to adopted budget, yes or no. And if you go into that list, almost all, if not all of them, are yeses. And the reason for that is we tried to not include any that would be in danger of not having funding as of September. That's why September with, again, the FBA for general fund specific departments, those requests don't even show up here until then because it would be a no on this list. So these are the ones that funding is secured. The yeses means funding is secured and ready to go July 1. Whether the project goes July 1 is another story.
And just a clarification, at least for the public, just because it's a yes doesn't mean the project is happening. It still needs to come before the board to be approved for things like
Correct.
that. Yeah.
This just allows the department to start the process or continue the process. Sorry. So next up would be general fund position changes since the fiscal year 22-23 adopted budget. The reason why I didn't do this for the overall county is look how full that slide is just for general fund. But this has been, most of these items or positions were changed during the fiscal year. So the first few with the administration office, that isn't a request for recommended. That's just a recap of what happened during the fiscal year where we brought a resolution forward for the economic development deputy county administrative officer and the housing deputy and a new analyst that is covered by ARPA. So this is a culmination since adopted September 22-23. The overall adjustment is only 4.75 positions with all of those changes. And 2 of those positions are for a new department head where we allow them leeway to figure out how their department's running and where they need to make changes. And I don't know if you guys can read that or not, because I cannot from here.
Yeah, I got the slide.
Yeah, got the slide on here.
If I may add something to that, right now, currently, our authorized position, so we started last year with 1060, I believe. 1,060.6. We're asking for 1,095. 21 of those positions have already been approved, and there's an additional 15 that are being requested for outside, both in general fund and outside of general fund, just to at least make sure we're aware of the increases in the number of employees that we're requesting. And
Absolutely, and I would hope that comes out in the presentations from those department heads / fiscal staff.
I bring it up because I think that's a large increase. I have certain issues with that, but that'll be department by department.
Okay. So this year I included a slide on the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA funds. All of the awarded amounts from the committee and approved by the board are on here, and then the cost to date. And the cost to date section column is just what we have claimed, not necessarily what we have spent. So it's missing a couple months since we have not claimed it yet. But overall, of the 12.5 million, we have claimed a little over $944,000, which we have until December 31st, 2024 to either spend the funds or obligate it. Under, like the Armory is 3 million with 0 spent. We need to be under the construction contract before the end of 2024, and then we have through the end of 2026 to spend it. And it does look like there's a lot unspent. We are going to have an ARPA committee meeting in July to potentially reallocate some of these funds. But I know for a fact quite a few of these funds are going to be spent. They just haven't been spent yet. Example, again, I'll go with the Armory because it's an easy one. We are receiving an earmark or community project from Thompson for almost $1 million, $988,000. That needs to be spent first. So we're in the engineering phase, so it's being spent. It just hasn't gotten to the real quick construction where it costs a lot of funding. So the $3 million is going to be spent, as an example. And we have started most of the other projects like NCO. We've already sent $200,000 out. As soon as they have spent most of their first $200,000, we'll send another $200,000. So those ones are pretty much locked in, going to happen. It's just taking some time.
So I don't know if we put it on the calendar yet, but we requested our next ARPA committee meeting be in July. And we also requested timelines from all the departments on when they would be allocated or spent, so that we'll have an understanding on what might need to be shifted around.
I will have someone set up the meeting, and we will also, admin will reach out to all the departments to find what their time frame is currently.
Okay.
Because that's a big,
That'll help.
a big data point on our decision making.
Yep.
So since vacancies have come up a lot, I added a slide as of 6/9 of this year It's a snapshot out of our system for countywide vacancies by fund, and then general fund specifically broken out, so you know the different departments, because there's far more departments in general fund than any other fund. So if you're looking at general fund, authorized is the FTEs allowed, so it's your position allocation chart. So there's 445 positions in general fund available. So general fund budget units with greater than 25% vacancy, treasurer tax collector budget unit 1122, does not have 14 vacancies. They're authorized for 14 positions, and they have a 28.6% vacancy rate. Assessor, 31.3%. Public Works Admin, 46.2%. They have at least 2 unfunded positions, but they still technically show because it's an FTE. So it's not really quite that high if you look at all the data points. IT, 30%. Victim Witness, 33%, with only 6 positions total, so really only 2 positions missing. And then if you go near the bottom, Marine Patrol, they're a hefty 50% vacancy, but there's 2 positions, so that means there's 1 vacancy. Moving over to the non-general fund, the vet clinic stands out, Fund 190. It's 100% vacant, but that is just 2 positions. That's the veterinarian and the vet tech, and we don't have either position currently. Another health administration, Fund 170, that's public health, environmental health, and health administration. Fund 170 has 3 different budget units. It's at 38.5% vacant.
And do you
yes.
have a breakdown of each of those departments?
I do. What would you like to know?
Well, what's the vacancy in each of those?
Of the 170?
Under health services.
Under health services, environmental health is 21.4%, which is budget unit 4010. Public health, which is budget unit 4011, is 47.5%, which is 19 vacancies out of 40. Public health admin, which is budget unit 4012, has 3 vacancies, which is 27.3%.
Okay.
And since you asked it that way, one of the other large vacancies is social services admin, budget unit 5011 and 5012. Budget unit 5011 has 47 vacancies, but it's out of 258, is 18.2%. And then 5012, which has other staff, we'll call it AAA, and those kind of staff members. There's only 2 vacancies, but it's 20% because there's only 10 FTEs. So it's all in context. Disaster finance, budget unit 110, 50%, but again, it's only actually 1 vacancy. So that's child support has a 15% vacancy. I don't see a reason to read too many more. Is there any questions on this slide? Questions?
So I have a question. We're about to submit our application to Cal OES for tree removal, and we've already submitted our application to the federal government for the Inflation Reduction Act support, but we are going to have to front the money for tree removal, and so where is that coming from?
What dollar figure are you estimating?
Well, I don't know how the reimbursement process is going to work and how quickly it's going to turn around. We've been told it's fairly quickly, 6 weeks, is that what we were told, Scott? I think so.
So 2 months.
But we don't know. We don't really know. It could be much longer than that because the program hasn't really been managed. There's no active applicants. And so we'll have to get started, we'll have to front, and then we'll have to be reimbursed. And I don't know what that cycle's going to look like.
You eventually create a cycle, so when we know like it's 2 months, if fronting it for 2 months, let's say is $2 million, that's what we can front, and it keeps the engine rolling.
Right.
And so I would recommend at least 2 months worth of money, because 6 weeks is usually not what happens.
Right.
Do you know, is that in the range of 2 million? No idea.
I don't know. We're going to be looking at that application at our next meeting.
Will that be before September?
It'll be the 27th.
Okay. So what I would say is that if the board is agreeable, once that figure is known, that my office would look into possible funding sources, and it would basically be a loan, it sounds like, not an actual county match. Don't know.
We don't know if that 25% is going to be covered, so that might be something that we have to.
Okay, then our office will look at both possibilities for funding sources.
Okay, so if we submit the application in July, then we have to go out for bid, so probably in the fall it'll be a good time anyway. September, have that conversation. But be ready in case it happens sooner. Anyone else?
Can I get some nods from?
Yes, nods?
To have the conversation, yeah, you know, we're going to have those numbers as we're moving forward. So that's the main thing. I know, you know, it's a big lift. So, yeah, we need to have more information after the next meeting. So definitely agree with it, but.
No, we got to figure out where it's going to come from. So I have a question. Glad you showed us the vacancies. I'm going to reiterate something that I'm sure you're sick and tired of hearing from me, but we started with our raises. We were at 20%, and we've done a lot of effort to retain, but we haven't reduced our vacancy rates. Again, not to say that anything that we've done is incorrect, but we continue to have a approximately 20% vacancy rate. And I feel we should have some. I've tried having the discussion, and I know it's on your board, to look at either reducing our overall position allocation, but we keep increasing our position allocation, so that kind of goes in the reverse. But at the same time, we still have 20%. And so do we actually believe we're going to hire everybody? And if we don't, how can we maybe cut 5% out, not position allocations, but cut 5% out, knowing we're never going to get to a 5% vacancy rate, and reinvest those funds in a different way within the budget? I feel like we're inflating portions of our budget and trapping money in places that could be used to contract to get work done, to place in things like tree mortality or whatever it is that we can. It's annual money that's there, but annually all it does is end up getting rolled over. I feel like we have an inflated salary budget, knowing that for the last 5 years we've been stuck at 20%, but we continue to fill the entire 100% of salaries and benefits within our budgets. And I just think that there's, in my opinion, better ways to not put ourselves in a dangerous situation by saying, well, then let's take the 20% away. That would be dangerous. But maybe 5% of that. I know other counties do that. They actually budget for vacancies rather than not budget. And we're putting all our money in a bucket that ends up just rolling over rather than being able to utilize for services, for projects, or whatever that progresses our community towards the goals that we have. And so as I look through these numbers and I look at the actuals from the past, the numbers don't always exactly, it's not that they don't exactly match. Their numbers are quite varied and quite different versus what we budget and what we actually do. And I'd love for us to learn from that and looking at how much we actually do spend versus what we put in our budget, and maybe try to eliminate some of those trapped funds into purposes that end up helping us move the ball.
I agree. And to that, I don't know what else to say. On that note, yes, many counties do take right off the top 5 or 10% of salary because they know there's going to be a 5 or 10% vacancy, and reallocate that funding elsewhere. That is salary savings, and some departments do that internally. We just don't call it unfunded on the position allocation chart, but we do some of that, but not to the degree that we could. I have taught certain departments how to do that, and it is being minorly implemented.
But we don't have a policy.
No.
Is that something you want to bring back in September?
Policy?
Well, I'm asking
I'd love to see, I've been trying to look at position allocations, knowing that we never fill them anyways, to try to reduce that so that we can free up some of this money. I'm trying a different strategy and saying, can we just leave the positions, but try to look at a 5% reduction, knowing the vacancies will exist. I'm trying to figure out how to utilize our money to the best of our use. And so, yes, if that comes back in September, I'd be very happy to see what are our options.
Hi, we'll make every effort to research that and bring it back in September. We probably won't be able to implement it till the next fiscal year, but we'll explore those options and bring it back to the
Or
board.
potentially mid-year?
Or potentially mid-year.
Okay, nods?
I'm in agreement with it. Yeah.
Okay.
I would like a higher percentage. I mean, I heard him say 10%, but I understand that's, pretty high, but I think 7.5% might be.
Well, and any organization always has a vacancy rate no matter what you pay or how good the culture is. Life happens, and you need to be able to hire, let's say you have a 20% vacancy, which means you can hire 20 people. If you had a 30% vacancy, you can hire 30, and the reason why more stays, you have 30 chances at sticking versus 20. So that's why you don't necessarily unfund the position to where you can't go out to fill it. You just don't have the salary there. And if all positions are filled, then you transfer the money over to cover salaries. We can do something like that for September, but an actual policy, that is research, and don't know if that's even a possibility.
But it sounds like the board is okay with looking at it at the very least to see how that would function, and I appreciate that.
We will, yes.
And if I could just add on, I don't know, but just ideas, part of it would be, if they're not going to fill the positions, let's grab some of that money and budget it forward, but also maybe what would it take to pry an FTE or two out of a budget? And I can't channel my inner department head, but once you get those FTEs, you don't want to give them up. So, and it was kind of a curiosity when I went to Lakeport and watched their budget, but they have staffing issues, as you might guess. So they did something interesting with the police department, and it's like, I don't know how they're going to budget it, but it's just like, instead of going light item, you have so many sergeants and so many officers and all that. They just have 11 FTEs or whatever it is, and good luck filling them with whatever job classifications you can within that range. I don't know what that's going to do for their budgeting, but it's going to give some flexibility to the department. So I'm totally okay with what we just gave direction, that we want to look at ways to address any salary savings and bring them forward. But I'm also interested in creative techniques that we can give some flexibility to department heads in mixing and matching their FTEs without not this constant struggle, so they don't get locked into a position allocation that they think they absolutely need on paper. There may be ways in a policy, and again, maybe we don't do it in September and all that, but maybe part of the problem is not just figure out the way to get the salary savings, but figure out a way to shrink those FTEs a little bit without sending off alarm bells or somehow impeding the activities of the department. So, and all I can explain is what I saw. I can't explain how it's intended to work, but I do think there are other options we could look at to kind of goose constant examination of your FTE mix. And if you need to shrink it a little bit, if only because you can't fill them anyway, then how do we incentivize that self-examination without signaling department heads like we're kind of punishing them by shrinking their budgets or shrinking their ability to get worker bees where they need to get the work done? So I don't know if I've explained that adequately, but I would suggest that as an additional layer, whether we come back mid-year or something like that. Maybe we could examine something like that.
And yeah, I'll leave that alone.
we will come back with what we find.
Thank you.
Any other questions before we move on to department heads?
No?
All right, first up is Ag Commissioner, found on page D154. The requested appropriations are found on D156, $1,225,468. I will turn it over to Ms. Vanderwall.
Thank you. And before I start, do you want me to go through each budget unit? Okay.
Yeah, the board has to approve each budget unit.
They'll approve them separately, or?
They can approve them as a whole, but they need to know each one.
Okay.
Welcome to your first year of budget.
Good morning, Chair Pyska and board members. Catherine Vanderwall, Agricultural Commissioner, Sealer of Weights and Measures. Before I start this morning, I would like to thank my administrative assistant, Abella Cartero, for her help in preparing the budget, as well as the admin office for their support. So as Stephen Carter mentioned, Budget Unit 2601, this is the main budget for the Agriculture Department and Weights and Measures. So just an overview, the department is responsible for ensuring fairness and equity in the marketplace and protecting and promoting agriculture, the public, and the environment through the various programs that we administer. Some of these programs include our insect trapping program, which safeguards our local food supply and allows producers to export their commodities, whether it's out of state or out of country. Additional programs include safe pesticide use, monitoring certified farmers markets, to ensure program integrity, and testing all commercial weighing and measuring devices, which ensures that the consumer is getting what they're paying for. So this would be whether somebody's filling up at the gas station or buying groceries in the grocery store. So for fiscal year 23-24, there are no significant increases or decreases in our budget. So I am requesting to carry over funding for the capital asset listing to replace our 1982 International Weight Truck. And this was approved by your board last fiscal year. Classic. It is classic. So we currently have an open RFP out for that, which is set to close at the end of this month. So that is in the works.
How long does that take to get built?
I'm not sure.
We'll find out.
We'll find out.
Okay.
Yeah. So some of our accomplishments for this current year that we're in, the deputy position was successfully filled. Staff had recently received training to test electric vehicle charging stations. We hosted a Weighmaster training for the cannabis industry. And then next week, we are hosting a pesticide outreach session for the cannabis industry. And then goals going forward for 23-24 include increasing staff hours in the farmers market program to ensure program integrity and consumer protection, complete the 2022 crop report, and identify and catalog all the electric vehicle charging stations in the county, so that way when we're ready to start testing them on a regular basis, we can do that. Are there any questions for this budget unit?
I have a dumb question. What are you planning to do with the 1982 International?
What are we going to do with it?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Once it's done, because you're getting a new one, right? You're not
Correct.
fixing, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it would be great for ag, like parades or whatever. It's a classic vehicle.
Maybe we can donate it to an auto museum.
Safe.
Is it CARB compliant?
No, it's not. Hence the reason for the new one. Yeah. Okay, so moving on to Budget Unit 2701. So this is the Fish and Game Protection and Propagation Fund. So this budget supports projects that improve the habitat for wildlife and fisheries in the county and is funded by a percentage of state fish and wildlife fines, penalties, and forfeitures. So the Ag Department manages this budget for the Lake County Fish and Wildlife Advisory Committee. So the committee will either come up with their own projects, or they will receive project ideas from the community and then recommend them to your board for approval. So the only notable accomplishment I can think for this current fiscal year, because as I'm sure you're aware, the committee has been not fully seated, but I believe as of yesterday, the 13th committee member was appointed, so it's now full. They have met once this year, and then they have their next meeting on the 22nd. So we will see what goals come out of that committee, what they decide to go. Any questions for this budget unit?
Super simple.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, what were the, for the actuals for this last fiscal year? Since there wasn't a committee, what were the, under supplies and services, about 8,500? And adopted 18K. So what are you doing under that budget unit right now for supplies and services?
Let me see. I don't have that information with me. Is that on?
I can catch you afterwards. I'm just kind of curious.
Yeah. I don't believe any funds were spent out of that for this current fiscal year. So going forward, it'll be whatever the committee, the projects that are approved by your board. Yeah. So there's no spending that occurs until it goes through the board.
And if I may, Mr. Carter, in September, will we get estimates or actuals for 22-23?
It would be still technically estimated.
Okay.
The accrual period should be completed. It'll be very, very close to
Yeah, I
actuals.
think last year we got estimates in September, so just
It'll be within probably a few dollars of
yeah,
actuals.
just for Supervisor Green to know that we'll get more details on each one of these in September.
Any additional questions for that budget unit? No? Okay. And then final budget unit 2714 is the Biological Community Fund. So this budget unit funds the USDA Wildlife Services Program, which provides assistance to the public with nuisance wildlife. So this budget covers basically the USDA contract in which we have 1.5 wildlife specialists assigned to Lake County. And we, the half person, they spend half their time in Lake County and the other half in Napa. And then we have one person who's fully assigned to Lake County. So this program protects public health and safety, reduces livestock depredation, and mitigates property damage caused by wildlife. In fiscal year 22-23, as of April, a total of 313 people in Lake County were assisted with nuisance wildlife. This program is beneficial to the county residents, and I would ask that your board continue to support this program. Do you have any questions?
No?
And that completes my budget units.
Hey, thank you. Great job.
Is that it, Stephen?
Oh, yes. Public input? Or,
Yeah, public input, and then we generally do approve
yes,
their budget units.
okay. So I'm not in Zoom. Do we have any public input on
No.
budget units
I don't see any on Zoom here.
2601, 2701, and 2714? None in the chambers? None in Zoom? Okay, then we'll close it and bring it back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, I move to approve Budget Units 2601, 2701, and 2714 as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you.
Next up is,
Can we see the truck when we do get it? Park it out front so we can
We all want to ride.
Definitely.
In the bucket.
next up is air quality management, budget unit 8799, found on page D405. And their requested appropriations,
What?
I always thought we did air quality.
$1,648,000, and you do need to sit as the air quality.
8799.
Yeah, do you got to read 4 point? Then you got to read it out?
Okay. Sitting, 4.2905 item, sitting as the Lake County Air Quality Management District Board of Directors, LCA QMD fiscal year 23-24 draft budget hearing June 14th, 2023 at 9:05 a.m. Budget units 8799 and 8798. Director Gerhardt.
Good morning, Chair Pyska and board, and I will try and do as well as the last presentation, but I don't think I'll get there. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the time to present the Air District draft budget. This hearing is required by California Health and Safety Code to present the draft budget and take public comment prior to adoption of the final district budget. Any comments or concerns that are raised will be responded to, and any significant changes or issues will be brought back to the board at a later date for consideration based on any comments we receive. So the district is made up of, has two budget units, a primary operating budget, which is 8799, and the former district trust account budget, which is 8798. This is now the grant budget and a few other carryovers from that trust account from years ago. The district's budget is balanced, though we do rely on grant admin funds at the moment to stay balanced. The district's revenue is not keeping pace with the cost of operations, and that's why, as you know, we are working on a fee rule update. We haven't updated our fee schedule in well over 20 years, other than CPI adjustments. We've been pretty lucky to be fairly consistent in our fees, so no one has been surprised by drastic fee increases. So CPI just isn't keeping up anymore, so that's why we're finally working on a fee rule update. And we hope to have that. We were hoping to have that to you by this point, but with 4 staff, there are other higher priority issues and things to get taken care of, and so we are a few months behind what we scheduled. But we are getting there, and we should have it to you hopefully this summer sometime. So we're currently short 2 FTEs and from where we should be, and we hope to start filling those positions this coming year once we have our revenue stabilized. This process, the revenue stabilization is in the works. We're limited by time and short staffing. So with other priorities, we've had to, of course, set that aside. We anticipate having the update soon. There's no major changes to the district budget from previous years. We're stay fairly steady state. We have a pretty solid budgeting process, and I think admin likes the way we do it. So we try and keep things as simple and straightforward as possible. A few minor changes have occurred just because there's new categories and things get billed out of different categories, so we've had to shift things around a little bit. But other than that, we are consistent and with no major changes. Our capital asset requests, of course, we do have solar and building repairs and monitoring equipment specifically requested for expenditure. Solar project, of course, depends on as we move forward with solar, it's about timing, and if we do solar, we run into, okay, what do we have to get done before we can get solar installed? Because that will impact the ability to do roofing, to do other repairs. So we're trying to get all of those items taken care of prior to the installation of solar so that we don't have to expend a lot more to do other work in the future. So we keep coming into these things, and it's delayed the solar by a few years, but we are hoping to get that done in the coming year, or I will say we hope to have that done completely within 5 years. I'll give you that time frame. We would like to have it done in the coming year or two, but 5 years is probably more realistic. So, and then monitoring equipment, everything we buy is expensive. We're looking at $25,000 per piece of equipment, and the availability, if something fails, we have to replace it immediately because that is our attainment status. So if we don't get the equipment back up and running, we lose data, and when we lose data, we lose attainment. And when we lose attainment, then ag and everyone is impacted. That's why we continue to budget for equipment. We just because it has to be replaced immediately if something goes wrong. So our goal is that we keep what we have going and we don't have to spend that money, but occasionally it does happen. So now we can go through the details of each budget unit. We don't normally go that deep as a presentation, but with questions, if you have questions from the board, from admin, or from the public, we're happy to go into detail on any of the budget items or the requests. And like I said, our operating budget is one budget unit, and the grant budget is our second budget unit. The grant budget unit, I just got notified yesterday, we're receiving $150,000 in wood stove replacement funds for the coming year, so we will be doing more wood stove projects. And that should put us at, I'm hoping, around 50 stoves that will be replaced with newer, cleaner ones in the coming year. So we have 9 grant programs that we operate, and the funding for next year is really in flux with the state budget, so we won't know that. We probably won't know the exact dollars that we'll receive even by September, so we'll have to update you at a later date when we do know.
How many stoves did you replace this year?
This fiscal year, I believe we did a total of 50, but I believe we had, it's in our memo.
Sorry.
But some of those were finished during the fiscal year.
So I should want to make any guess.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah. So the funding was 2 years ago, so we've had 2 fiscal years that they've been being installed through. So, and really, we would have had them all done prior to this fiscal year, except there's only 2 installers, and getting the stoves can take up to 3 months. So once they order them, so it's been a little bit of a challenge, but the 2 installers are still on board and still working hard to do as many as they can. So, after public comment on the budget, then we have the standard request to approve the draft budget. And then also attached in our memo is our general policies update. We do this every year with our budget memo, and it's just the general direction to the district on how we proceed. Or we can bring that back at a later date if you wish to discuss it then, or go into any details. And then there's also a whole section on just general board updates, so that you have an idea of what other activities are going on and things that are impacting or potentially impacting the community. So, and we put this out so that everyone, the public, everyone gets this and plenty of time to review it before this meeting. So with that, if there's any questions.
Supervisor Green?
Yeah, and I apologize, there's not that much granular detail, but on, for 8799 on page D408, your capital, so is the solar project the 225K, and I'm seeing 225K listed twice, so I don't know if that's a transfer or if you have capital projects totaling 450 and change, or if the solar project is listed twice in there by mistake. So I'm just a little curious about the capital, just because I see 2 entries for 225 and I'm not sure what those are tapped to.
Are you talking about the capital asset list?
On D408 at the bottom. Yeah. I'm sorry, at D408 on the bottom. I'm not looking at the capital asset list. I'm just looking at the
there we go.
Requests.
The reason why I was asking is because on the capital asset list, it shows account 6169 is 225, but that's for solar installation. And account 6279 is also 225,000, but it's for air monitoring equipment, meteorological. Right. So they're the same amount, but different items, and 6279 means prior year.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
It's for something, I don't remember.
Supervisor Spatier?
Yeah, just a quick question. I don't think that I've ever seen a graph, and I don't know if there is one, but I feel like there's a line, a baseline for if we're above it, we're in attainment. If we're below it, we're not. what's it looking like? Are we going up and down? Are we steady? Are we slowly decreasing? I'm always curious because I think the worst thing that could ever happen to us as a board is if we have to start telling people they need to smog their vehicles, right? And so just kind of checking, where are we at? How are we doing?
Yeah, we are steady state, so I can bring that at a future date. I'll do another update with the board and provide kind of where we're at with everything. But yeah, we're staying pretty much steady state year after year. The only problem we have is that we're staying steady, but the standards keep getting tightened. So we are getting closer to the standard, but it's because the standard is coming down to where we are at. So,
Gotcha.
But we're still, statistically, we are not in danger anytime in the next 5 to 10 years. So.
That's great. And then the other thing, sorry, not necessarily related to budget, but I didn't see it on your list of goals. The burn ban policy, is that something that's still being worked on? Okay.
Yeah, that will come to you with the fee rule. So we'll do the public meetings and everything at the same time and that's a simple rule update. So yeah, we're planning for that one. It's just it'll be
the process attached to it.
Yes, the process is the long, slow process, but.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any questions from the public? Anyone in the Zoom room?
Just have a comment.
Oh, go ahead.
The agricultural diesel engine, the replacement, that started this year, or is that a grant you guys have had going on? Just a question.
That's a grant that's been going on for a few years. We've done, I think, 3 years of farmer grants. So we still have some farmer funding this year that we're waiting on equipment to show up. So I think the last one we have is a ag truck. So
Are they going to newer diesel engines, or is it hybrid, or just a question?
this one's a new diesel engine.
Okay.
It's the new cleanest diesel available. But there is funding to go to. You can get a lot more funding going to electric.
Yeah.
But right now we are funding an electric school bus. It's one of the microbuses, and that's a year and a half out. It was a year and a half out when they ordered it. We should have the bus is supposed to arrive sometime in the August or October time period. So,
Okay.
So hopefully October, November, we'll see an electric microbus driving around.
One other question on the solar also would be electric charging stations going in over there. Is that part of the solar installation or anything at the air quality offices there?
Yeah, when we do solar, we're going to do charging stations because we are going to be preparing for transition to electric vehicles. So,
Okay.
and then we do have grants that can be used for charging stations to help with the infrastructure to put charging stations in. So we just need people wanting to do the projects, and they have to be publicly available 24/7 charging stations. But yeah, we're looking for opportunities.
And I think
So,
there's a lot of electric vehicle charging station stuff that the state's rolling out right now, so.
yeah.
Excellent. That's it.
Which school district was that bus with again?
That's with Middletown.
That's right. Huh?
Yeah. I believe Lakeport is requesting one. We just haven't received an application yet.
Okay.
Follow-up question on that, LTA and APC, has LTA reached out, our transit authority locally?
They have, and we're waiting for details from them on what they're looking at and what they want to do, so that we can determine whether they can qualify for any of the funding programs.
Thank you, Doug.
But there are annual funding programs that they could fit into, so.
Okay. Is there anyone in the Zoom room? Did I already ask that?
Yeah, let me see. I see.
Public comment on these two budget units?
No hands up.
No? Okay. Then I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Madam,
We have a few things to approve.
My agenda won't open up, so.
we start with the budget units?
And I was just going to mention the policy updates. I think the last few years you've just done a consensus direction instead of actually doing a full vote, so.
Consensus given.
Yes,
Okay.
agree. So I'll make a motion to approve budget units. Man, I'm having trouble reading these today. 8798 and 8799.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you so much.
Great, thank you
All
very
right,
much.
I think we'll take a 5-minute break.
Oh, there we go. All right, I got it. Should have brought my glasses.
Come back at
A
10:31.
little bit bigger. Is that no coffee in the morning? Can't see.
Your eyes are still moving. I'm gonna have to rush and get more coffee. I got 5 minutes.
Okay, welcome back. Our next item will be treasurer tax collector, and I think we have him via Zoom, Patrick Sullivan.
He told me he was on Zoom.
Is he there?
Good morning. This
Yes.
is Patrick Sullivan, Treasurer Tax Collector. Sorry, I'm in a convention hall. I hope you can all hear me.
Thank you for joining us, Patrick.
All right, so I can give kind of a rundown of the news from the department here for the budget. A lot of the issues are those I think that your board's already familiar with. We've been going through a lot of different restructuring. We have been modernizing a lot of our systems over the last year or over the last several months. We're continuing to work on restructuring of our banking programs, continue to develop our investment programs. In the meantime, we're maintaining all of our other regular operations, both on tax and treasury side. Some of the other things we've done recently are the electronic check processing. We've fully implemented that now over the last few weeks. And the next steps over the year to come are to do the lockbox program, which we have previously received the approval from the board. These are all measures meant to increase our efficiency in our office and free up staff time to work on other matters. I would also highlight just that we're making changes to our tax software as well. We've been upgrading the megabyte system to help with tax sales and to help promote our staff's ability to manage those and streamline a lot of our other operations. So I think that's kind of the gist of it, is that we're continuing to maintain all of our essential daily operations at the same time that we're doing those. We're trying to modernize and upgrade a lot of our different programs. And I would also touch on collections. We're implementing new measures there. We're working through discharges, and that's going to help both in terms of court collections and other county departmental collections as well. Otherwise, I don't believe there are any significant changes to our budget. Most of the contracts that have come forward in the last year relate to those modernization efforts. So I'm happy to take any questions your board has about our budget.
Any questions? Supervisor Green?
Yeah, hi, Patrick. On insurance, public liability, I noticed a substantial increase. Can you explain that?
Yes, that stems out of claims that came from the last tax auction in the prior year. So that caused an enormous increase to our insurance. And I think it's because of the size of the claims involved, because they involve real property. There's a significant amount of money at stake, which triggered the increase in our cost share.
The way that's calculated is 70% exposure, 30% everything else. So 70% exposure means if you have claims, then you're getting a bigger chunk of the amount due. So if it goes up a great deal like this for any department, it's because they have exposure, which means there's been claims.
And I would say that puts
Supervisors?
us in a difficult position because most of our claims involve real property. They tend to be high dollar values. So when we're running auctions, generally speaking, most claims that we receive that ultimately get filed are going to be for these larger amounts, which is, the way we have it structured, it's always going to drive up our price. Even if the claims are ultimately dropped, usually we're able to resolve them another way. Most of these things are ultimately resolved more in bankruptcy proceedings and other legal venues. So, but in the meantime, they sit, and as Stephen pointed out, they just increase our cost.
Thank you. So nothing to do with the budget. The budget looks good to me. I do appreciate you not adding any position allocations, but what I do know is that you're doing a whole lot in efficiencies within your department, within the resources that you have. Appreciate the level of communication that has enhanced since you're taking on that department. Just wanted to share my appreciation for the work you're doing and looking forward to passing this one.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes, just had a question. I know that a couple years back we had discussions about point of sales. We usually collect by cash or check, and is this something that's included with the procurement for the electronic check situation, or is that something that's going to be looked at further down the line?
So in terms of for property tax, we have the ability to take electronic check and credit card payments right now.
Okay.
We have that ability in collections as well. But yes, we do ultimately want to get to the point that we have credit card acceptance and e-check countywide. And I've had discussions with the auditor controller about that. And I think that's something I'd like to get into in the next year. Right now, I think my office is pretty much at max capacity with the electronic check processing and the lockbox integration we're going to do. And we want to finish the banking restructuring because we really weren't properly equipped to go for it. Large scale credit card acceptance until we have essentially reformed our banking. So I think as we finish those projects over the next year, then we'll be able to really dive into that.
Thank you for that. And last question is in regard to payment plans and whatnot for folks that are paying their tax bills. I know that there's an agreement that needs to be paid, and then a percentage that needs to be paid initially, and then throughout the next years or so, or months, and there's an amount that's paid. Is there any restrictions in law that states that you can adjust that to a different format or something along those lines? Or are you looking at that as well, or is that something we can't do anything about?
In terms of payment plans, right now we only have payment plans for folks that are delinquent, and it's really restrictive. And a lot of that comes from the Revenue and Taxation Code at the state level. So we don't have a lot of discretion. It's the state laws that set the rules about, for instance, how many years delinquent someone can be and still be allowed to start a payment plan. We really aren't given a lot of discretion at the county level on these.
Thank you.
Okay, any questions from the public? Anyone in the Zoom room?
I don't see any Zoom room.
Okay, and I will bring it back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, I will motion to approve Budget Unit 1122.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you. Have a great morning.
Okay, next up, we have mental health.
Budget Unit 4014 found on page D233. And Budget Unit 4014 is requesting $23,413,365 in appropriations. So, as the interim behavioral health director, I know the overview of the budget, but I do want to have the presentation given by Elise, the Deputy Director of Behavioral Health Services, and Chrissy Andrus, Program Manager over Fiscal for behavioral health. So I will go ahead and turn it over to Elise, but I will be available for questions still.
Thank you, Director or Interim Director Carter. Do you have my slides? I do. Thank you. Okay. Might have to actually, Chrissy, can I switch you? Sorry, I wasn't thinking that one out. Okay.
Elise?
Yeah. On? Yes, all right. Well, thank you, Chair, Board Chair, Supervisors, to our budget overview. So this will cover the 3 budget units that belong to the Behavioral Health Department, 4014, 15, and 18. And first we'll cover significant changes for the department, and I term these as global changes, meaning that they impact all budget units. So we've talked a lot about CalAIM payment reform and what that means. At a high level, this means that we are switching from billing by service type by provider type. And so there's a huge switch to the way that services are billed, and that is for both the Specialty Mental Health Services program and for our Drug Medi-Cal program. If we were in ODS, it would be the same thing. The rates for Specialty Mental Health Services and Drug Medi-Cal are significantly higher than we've ever seen them before, along with every other county, but I will say it again, Lake County earned or demonstrated the need for the second highest rates in the state, and so we're very well positioned to generate a significant amount of patient revenue. And I want to plant a seed here as we move into our discussion around staffing and allocation requests, that we are gearing up along with all mental health and DMC plans for capitation. So as part of CalAIM payment reform, the first change essentially is the change to how we're billing. And over time, I believe by 2027 or 2028, it's going to move from billing by units to basically how a managed care plan operates, where they say, here's your bucket of funding, do with it as you wish, and you get to draw down that money. And so over the next 5 years of us billing, will determine our capitated ultimate bucket of money that we get to tap into. So it's really critical that we provide as many needed services to our community as we possibly can, so we can demonstrate our increased revenue that will generate our fully capitated rate in 2028. CalAIM payment reform also means that we're no longer going to be held to cost reporting as of the end of this fiscal year. I should note, though, that the state is only caught up to reviewing cost reports 15, 16?
Yeah, currently.
Yeah, so we are current. The state is not as current as us, and so we will continue to have to cost reporting activities for those prior fiscal years up through June 30th, but the whole methodology is changing, where it's no longer about costs incurred. It's actually parity with the medical system, right, which you're used to. You go to the clinic, the provider bills, and that's how it works, instead of looking at costs and trying to reconcile through a very arduous process at year end. And I just stated that. Oh, I guess we thought we were current through 13, 14. Okay. All right. Also, we are moving towards, along with all other mental health and DMC plans, an intergovernmental transfer process and electronic funds transfer, so no more paper. I think that's great news for everybody. The goal of this is to make payment happen faster, that the state is holding on to Medicaid revenue for the least amount of time possible as a pass-through and making sure that it gets to the counties quickly. And we have been working very closely with the Auditor Controller's Office, and I'm really appreciative of their efforts, because this is a joint effort. We have to be in collaboration and alignment with them to operationalize and implement the IGT and EFT process. So thank you to Genevieve and her crew. So essentially, our county federal financial participation, Medicaid is a matching dollars program. Again, we use local county dollars to match Medicaid dollars depending on patient's aid code. So we pull in our FFP, and then patient revenue is returned back to us.
We've also embarked on our semi-statewide electronic health record through the California Mental Health Services Authority. We are working along with, I believe, 28 other counties who have joined this new health record. We are a pilot county. We did go live on March 1st. It has not been without a significant amount of challenge, and we are still working through a lot. I would like to note that as of March 1st, the system has not been able to bill. And so we are working very closely. I've actually been in communication with Calumet HSA this morning about resolving that because we are presently missing patient revenue from March, April, May, and June. And so that's a really hot item for us that we need to resolve. But we do anticipate eventually the system and solution will be functional, and it will offer us a lot more reporting options than had ever been available to us through our previous EHR, which you all are painfully aware of. Oh. Like that thing. Okay. All right. So continued significant and global changes. So CalAIM also is part of everything is we're implementing the Behavioral Health Quality Improvement Program. The biggest change that we've implemented so far with regard to the BH QIP, as it's called, is a significant change to the eligibility criteria for specialty mental health services, which I have spoken about. But effective January 1, actually, of this year, the eligibility criteria changed and significantly changed for children. So it used to be that kids had to have signs and symptoms of an emotional disturbance. They had to have some behaviors that were concerning or some symptoms that were concerning in order to have eligibility. Now the law states that simply exposure to adverse childhood experiences because of what we know is enough. When you think about all the kids in Lake County that have exposure to right. So our burden of care has significantly increased, which is appropriate. We want to be able to provide services, especially in a preventative fashion to ameliorate future severe mental illness. We've also been working on various quality improvement measures. So these are all of the items that are associated with the Behavioral Health Quality Improvement Program. And all of these items are attached to payments, incentive payments. So all counties were eligible for a certain award amount just for opting into the BH QIP. Our award amount initially was $250,000. Since then, we have successfully drawn down, I want to say about $150,000 of incentive payments tied to our successful completion of CalAIM deliverables, such as our efforts to implement payment reform, implement the new eligibility criteria, implementing standardized screening and assessment tools. So every single mental health plan everywhere in California is looking at the same criteria. Revised documentation standards. So one big burden has been for clinicians is that documentation is arduous. And it honestly, having been a clinician, it gets in the way of client care, truly, because you spend a lot of time on that. And so they've reduced the burden of documentation for those services so clinicians can spend more time providing the services rather than documenting. There is also the implementation of a health information exchange. We did onboard with Sac Valley MedShare, which is an HIE in the Northern California region, and we're working very closely with the Calumet HSA team and our EHR team to make sure that we have that. That eventually, when we have it full force, will provide us dashboards where we can communicate instantaneously with like hospitals and FQHCs about our patients. So we have one global patient record across multiple levels of services so that we increase our resources. We also are implementing a couple of performance improvement plans along with all other mental health plans. One thing that the California Department of Healthcare Services identified across mental health plans is that the follow-up for people who are seen in the emergency department for a mental health or substance use issue is not that great. We could do better. And so along with every other mental health plan in California, we're implementing a performance improvement plan to shore up the gap to make sure that people don't fall through the cracks and they get the services that we need. The final submission for the Behavioral Health Quality Improvement Program will be this September, and that will conclude the project. And what that means is that essentially we'll have implemented all of our obligation under CalAIM reform. Not to say that more reform won't be coming, but that's pretty much the bulk of work. So we've been very busy the last year and a half working on this. And big shout out to everybody. A lot of blood, sweat, and tears in this project. All right, so I wanted to go over the significant changes for Budget Unit 4014, which is our mental health program. So last year, our total adopted budget, you can see, was about $21.3 million. Our expenses are projected to close around $19.1 million, and our revenue is anticipated to be about $18.1, and yes, there is a gap there. And we can talk about that a little bit more, and I may defer to Chrissy to get into those details. Presently, we're ending the fiscal year with 91 FTEs. And moving into the next fiscal year, our total proposed budget does go up by a couple $100,000 there. So we're looking at proposing $23 million. We project our expenses to be about $22.3 million and our revenue to sit at about $23 million as well. And we are proposing 15 new positions, and I am very cognizant of Supervisor Spatier's comments and concerns, as well as the board's concerns about the increase of FTEs. But let me say this, moving into capitation, as I stated, our ability to provide services that are reimbursable is going to be critical for setting our rate, not to mention the fact that we have a desperate need in our community. So the biggest increase that you see here is to mental health case managers. And rather than increasing positions for our clinicians and stuff, it's very hard to recruit those. We've had much greater success recruiting case managers who do all kinds of work. And so our goal here is to increase more of the case managers at that lower level, just to get services pushed out into the community and again to be able to bill. So that's the bulk of the positions. We're also looking at adding a staff services manager. The burden there is quite a lot to run both clinics, look out for all of our peer support centers, maintain our fleet, run front desk operations, and also our business software analysts are all under one program. And so it's a really heavy lift and we're needing some more support there. We are hopeful and we're adding 2 clinical specialists. I believe that at least one of these is tied to a grant funding source. And it's escaping right now. But I know for sure that the analyst is tied to Care Court. And so there were monies that came down to mental health plans to implement Care Court. And as part of that, we have proposed an analyst because there are rigorous tracking and reporting requirements associated with the implementation of Care Court. And that is very important. We are also adding 1 peer support specialist position. So that is wrapping up Budget Unit 4014 and the main changes.
We have a question, Supervisor Spatier.
Yeah, that was a little bit new information about the electronic payment issues that you guys are having. I have 2 questions. One is, does that include the New Life scenario that we've been fixing, or since that is dealing with more federal funds, that's a different avenue?
No, because all of our billing runs through our EHR, regardless of program provider, anything like that, it will affect New Life, but New Life isn't special or contributing. New Life is pretty much worked out in the IGT process, and you'll see that we will soon be bringing our contract for the 23-24 fiscal year for New Life. The biggest thing there to overcome was the IGT process and how we were going to, because the tribe is putting up the matching funds and how we were going to work that out. So we have that straightened out. It took a while to figure it out with DHCS. But unfortunately, because again, all billing has to go through our EHR, yeah, they're part of the pot there.
Okay. And the only reason I worry about that one is because it's one of our highest contracts. I think it's up to $10 million, and I believe you've spent probably, or you're looking for a reimbursement for maybe about $3 or $4 million or something like that.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And last I checked in, you had only received maybe 200 to 500. That might have changed since the last time, or maybe it's stagnant because of the electronic billing situation. But that's a concern to me in the idea of adding positions when right now you're not getting paid no matter what those positions are. So I guess my request from a personal board position is don't add positions until you resolve this payment issue, because that makes no sense to start hiring people and doing more services. You got to pay those people no matter what. And if you're not getting the reimbursement, then at one point, where's that tipping point where there's not enough liquidity to deal with that? Then my second thing is you have 14 vacant positions, and you just stated how difficult it is to hire those positions, not all 14 of them, but you were speaking about a specific position, hence the need for case managers. If those positions are difficult to fill, why not transfer those difficult to fill positions into case managers rather than adding 15 on top of the 14 that are currently vacant?
You mean the vacancies that exist, making them a different classification?
Yes.
Point taken. And also your other point about the concern about cash flow and the ability to add new positions, point well taken, and I will discuss that with Stephen. I do want to let your board know, though, we will be likely bringing forward a resolution to leverage our reserves to make up for some of the shortage, so that we're also working with admin office on that. Because we do see that coming down the line, and we have a meeting set up with Genevieve as well to talk about that, as well as the IG, just tying some things up with IGT. So I appreciate that point very much.
Right.
And I just wanted to add a little bit. This is completely, the funding is there and going to be paid. It's just being delayed. So by the time the September final budget comes around, we should see a lot of that funding already come in. Would you be okay if we just don't hire those new positions until September instead of removing them now, and then as soon as we get the funding, we'll put them right back in September, because those are fillable positions and claimable to the state?
I mean, me personally, I would say until this is resolved, adding any amount of expenses, especially on a salary basis, is concerning to me. Especially, I mean, I'm just going to average it out. It's got to be $1.2 million or something like that to hire all 15 individuals when it comes to salaries and benefits, and that's a lot for us to carry if we're not seeing the spillway being opened for reimbursement. Is there a way to even jump out of the electronic billing?
No.
I mean, it's supposed to be a pilot program, and obviously the pilot program has issues. I'm just nervous because there's a lot of money that flows through that department.
Me too. Not to interrupt you, it's a nerve-wracking situation. Our hope, and the hope is that we receive the reimbursement in time to accrual it all back, but we are contingency planning. And as to your question of whether we can pull out, not at this time, that would be a whole thing. I do have a lot of hope and belief and faith in the team that's implementing it. It's just an incredibly large project. And
I don't mean it feels like maybe I'm jumping in a lane that maybe I'm not supposed to be in. It feels like micromanaging of when you can and can't spend, but we are approving positions, and I feel like those positions, yes, they will be reimbursed, but I want to release those once we know that we're going to have the ability to get reimbursed. So I just kind of want to bring it back to the board level conversation rather than specifics of how and when your department gets to do things.
But it is guaranteed funding that's coming eventually.
I mean,
Yes.
we thought we were guaranteed for March too, but we've lost that guarantee at this moment until further notice.
Well, so what I'll say about prior to the new EHR, our claims, our Medicaid claims denial rate was about 0.5 to 1%, which is extremely good. And so our faith in our claims being processed appropriately, because we have such a good track record, we are very confident in our claims submission process and how we scrub our claims. So it's essentially guaranteed revenue. It's just stuck in the system because we're having an issue submitting those claims to DHCS. DHCS recognizes those. And so we're not the only one. We're one of two other pilot counties, so 3 pilot counties in total. And to my knowledge, none of us have been able to successfully submit claims. Actually, my staff is presently in Sacramento right now in person.
Along with my billing staff.
With Kelly Machese meeting to talk about these things. And so I hope to have an update by the end of this week, but I don't know what kind of an update that will be.
Stephen?
So I do understand and see that perspective. I would be willing from behavioral health to not hire any of these new positions until that spigot has been turned on.
And I would be comfortable with that.
So allocate.
Internally, not hire them until then.
Okay. But does that set you back program-wise?
We aren't any worse off than we are now. in terms of our ability to provide services and supports. So from a program implementation, I don't think it's going to make a huge difference. It's a matter of a couple of months. We'll be all right.
Okay. Well, I'm okay allocating them if you want to just wait on the hires.
Well, basically internally, theoretically unfund them until the funding source comes in.
Okay. And Supervisor Crandall, you got your pen up?
It was answered. I was just concerned that if we're implementing these positions now, is it helpful so that you can recruit? That's what my concern is.
Yes.
Right.
And so I know how hard it is. I don't want to miss an opportunity. These are specialty positions in some instances. So for me, I don't mind moving forward today. I am confident the funding will come through. I know how this type of funding works, and it's complicated, but.
It sure is. So interestingly, another aside to this is we always kind of have, it's always a bit interesting at the end of the fiscal year because DHCS actually stops all payments about May. Like they don't process, May 31st, they stop processing. And so we always go dark essentially financially for a couple of months. And then after they close up their fiscal year, then we have a lot of payments rolling back in that we then have to accrue. So this is actually not an unusual situation. It's just a different reason at this point. But we would have had all payments stopping May 31st anyways, until they finish up their fiscal year.
Okay. Supervisor Green?
Yeah, thank you. So I appreciate the analysts being dedicated for care court. And can you remind me when all counties go live? I know the first cohort is out there, but isn't the end first part of 2025?
Yeah,
Okay.
That sounds right.
So analyst good, but very complicated program, probably going to be some level of support in the court itself. That could involve a case manager, that could involve a clinician or some combination. So, and I don't know for a fact, just because I haven't asked before, what coordination is going on between departments on that, because it's not going to be all BH all the time in care court. There's probably going to be some intersection with the sheriff and some other departments. So I appreciate this initial shout out to care court, but I feel like we're on a pretty short leash and a pretty short timeline to full implementation. And I don't know for a fact that we've had a lot of those really granular discussions between departments. So I'm just mentioning that because I am also supportive. I get that there are concerns about the money coming in, but staffing up for some of these new directions we're headed, not just in terms of the analysts, but maybe some other things within the department. Yeah, we got to recruit and fill those positions. So have you, at least in your department, really sliced and diced what the additional overhead is going to be with care court? It's going to be more than an analyst.
Yeah, so I believe at least one of the case managers would be care court dedicated as well. And we are beginning to reach out to have discussions with sheriff, with court judges who may be involved. It's the courts, I believe, were also awarded some funding through care court to implement, and so we still need to work out the policies and procedures, although they're pretty proscribed according to the BHI and Welfare Institution Code. But we're beginning that process and those discussions.
And what's the lead agency for legal? Is it district attorney, county counsel, or some combination thereof?
I believe it would primarily be the district attorney, but I'm not 1,000% sure on that. Certainly all of them need to be involved. But not to mention there's care court and there's also mobile crisis outreach, which is another requirement that we must implement by 2024. So some of these staff are potentially also part of that. So there are a number of new initiatives that is also, as you astutely observed, driving some of the requests for FTEs here to staff up for program.
I will say for care court, we're expecting 2 case managers, 1 supervisor, and the analyst, all for care court. And it's, I believe, before the end of 2024 that we should be moving forward with that.
Supervisor Sabatier.
Yeah, I think I know the answer, but I just want to ask, new positions, workplace, I know there's still a lot of workforce that's working remotely, just kind of checking in on facility-wise. Are you looking for remote workers? Are you looking for a mixture? Or is there definitely spots in place in the facilities? Or are we going to have to figure things out as we expand?
That's a great question. So the workers who do best remote are analysts in our department. We are transitioning out of remote services for our frontline staff. Out of COVID, we believe in community-based services delivered in person as the best practice. But to the extent that we have space for them, we are working on it like a puzzle. It may become a very great problem for us here in the future if we're awarded funding to revitalize and expand our South Shore Clinic, and that will render it, we can't use it for about a year, we think, so that we're going to have to get creative about that. But for now, we do have enough space. We've actually just recently done a lot of reshuffling and moved essentially all of our admin to our Lucerne clinic, because most of our clientele are based out of Clear Lake, and really freed that up for clinicians. And we even have it like rotating schedules where we have hotel offices and people may work remote, so we're doing those kinds of creative things. But yeah, the space issue is an issue. Fortunately, the present designs that we're seeing for expansion, because we are working with Lars, and I want to thank Lars for his efforts and energy on the behavioral health improvement something, but this planning grant that we have some plans drawn up for the renovation that I think is going to add about like 20 more offices. So we have some hopes of expanding that's desperately needed, but right now it's still plug and play and very creative.
As just a quick idea, I do know that the ranch does potentially have some space, and maybe temporarily there could be a collaboration. Just putting it out there.
I can definitely work with.
And it keeps you close to the majority of your clientele.
Crystal.
About Anderson Ranch. We'll
Sure,
have conversations.
Thanks for the heads up. Appreciate it. Okay. Now moving on to Budget Unit 4015, which is Substance Use Disorder Treatment Services. So our proposed budget was $15.1 million. Our expenses were about 4.2, revenue 5.1. And the reason why the budget was so high was completely New Life, because we had a very generous $10 million contract there, which we did not fully expend, but we wanted to be able to if we needed to. So that's why we have that large discrepancy there. 22 permanent positions now moving into 23-24. We're looking at a $14.2 million budget with projected expenses exactly matching that. Our revenue coming in a little bit short, which Chrissy unpacked that a little bit. We do have okay. We'll have to dip into savings for that? No?
I don't know.
It would be fund balance available carryover.
Yeah, it'd be the carryover.
Can you speak into the microphone there?
Well, whatever. It will be the fund balance carryover is the difference. She just didn't, we didn't put in there.
Thank you. My apologies. We are proposing to add 2 new positions, the Substance Abuse Program Coordinator, and that's because of a grant that we have, which is the DUI MAT grant. Really cool program where now we're screening all DUI program participants for opioid issues. Duh. So that's the person that's going to really take the lead on that. And then a peer support specialist, because now in DMC, peer support specialist services are billable. So that's exciting. Any questions about SUDS? Pretty straightforward. Okay, I wanted to also give a quick status of our ARPA projects. So we got 2 ARPA funding sources. One was through our mental health program, and it funded 2 programs. One is general crisis stabilization of about $10,000, and that is funding that goes towards a contract we hold with Redwood Community Services for the Phoenix House, which is a short-term crisis residential stabilization facility in Ukiah, which is a really nice alternative to acute inpatient psychiatric hospitalization. So we're building partnership to have more resources. And then the other one is that we're using for both SABG and MABG ARPA funds, using those to sustain and implement the electronic health record. So that's what we got going on with ARPA. Thank you so much.
Supervisor Spatier?
So this is more of a whole conversation. appreciate seeing the two new positions for substance use, but also recognize the level of substance use that we have in our community and the need for help. And I know that New Life is part of that solution. Why not more added into the substance use versus into the behavioral health position allocations, or will those behavioral health allocations do work that substance use would do? I just feel like our community really needs help with substance use, and I'm not seeing the same interest and increase coming from the department for increasing substance use disorder services as far as having staff available. Like you said, in person is so much better. I guess it's just a question because I'm concerned that we are attempting to do things. Again, New Life is something that was brought to us and has a great access to a service that people need. But I guess I'm just curious because opioids and overdose, I mean, I think it's pretty much daily that we hear about these things. And it's very sad. And just, I guess, curious as to why 15 on one end and only 2 on the other when the need is so great and so tragic. So I guess I'm asking you, I'm asking the board, I'd love to see more on the substance use side.
I think one of the factors is sustainable growth. Speaking of difficulties recruiting, we probably have more difficulty recruiting for substance use actually than we do for mental health. And so the other aspect of this, and I don't disagree with you at all about how much the need is, I think we're also kind of looking forward very much to the work that's going to be done by the Opioid Settlement Committee, which is still being established, to look at how we can bring those services into county, because it's very expensive to open up MAT. And fortunately, New Life had the backing financially from the tribe to be able to do that, and it's a possibility. I wouldn't say, it'll be up to the committee as to how they want to do that. But it is definitely noted that we are aware that we need to and we want to expand services, and we're hoping to use, again, or the committee's recommendations, some of the opioid settlement funds to expand things like brick and mortar, like if we did open up MAT in county, or even another clinic.
And so I see here that you have 5 vacancies in substance use disorder. Would those be the types of positions that could help in the front line? Because adding positions when you have open positions, it makes no sense to me as well. I'm just kind of trying to see how we can help.
I definitely appreciate that. Yes, those will be frontline people. Absolutely, we need to push out more services, and the same consideration regarding capitated rates and the ability to bill pertains to SUDS. In fact, counties are now beginning to engage with the California Behavioral Health Directors Association and Department of Healthcare Services. In 2028, the goal is that all counties will actually have an integrated mental health and DMC contract, one contract. Presently, we have 2 different requirements. And so as much as they can align the requirements between both plans and decrease the administrative burden, so there's a lot of eyes on integrating the 2 programs because there is so much comorbidity for one.
And so those are unique positions to substance use disorder, or are they spread out across the county with the same classification?
They're specific. But I also wanted to bring up that the positions you're talking about they're hard to fill. They do need to stay that type of position and at the level they are. And if we ever could fill them, yes, they could cover our gap at, let's say, the front area. The positions we're requesting to be put into the budget are much easier to fill and can at least take up some of the slack while we're still trying to fill the positions we really need.
And I don't know how the board feels, but if the positions are unique, classification is unique to substance use disorder services, and we know the issue that we have in our community, I would request that you bring a proposal to our classification and compensation committee because if we're going to get reimbursed for it, let's help fill those positions because we need the services. We don't need to sit there and watch vacancies happen and stay there. And if it's not going to impact everyone else, then we have an opportunity to make that change and help fill those
Are
positions.
you already doing that?
Yeah, I'm really excited to hear you say that because that's exactly what we want to do.
We weren't going to bring it
And that's why
up,
we
but that's
can't
the
fill
plan.
those positions.
Yeah, exactly. So
No, I mean, if you're getting paid $17 an hour to save someone's life, what are we doing?
well, you could,
Yeah.
McDonald's starts at 20.
And one Adventist Health pays.
Not that they don't deserve 20, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
you know, so absolutely.
It's a competition is what it is.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
not a-
so we compete with the private sector, I could go on and on.
I'm sorry to take up so much time. I'd love to see us
Yeah.
do more.
Okay, looks like they're on it. Great. Supervisor Green.
Yeah, let's do more. Plenty of money coming in, but too many buckets of money. So on the SUDS budget, I see a major increase in the professional and specialized services. So I don't know if that's New Hope or some other thing. And I'm probably going to confuse things horribly. I want to do things more too. And I may be confusing DSS with you guys, but short-term residential treatment programs aren't really a SUDS thing, but can support SUDS issues if you can get people some psychiatric services that just by placement in an STRTP will help with their sobriety. You know, are you so limited in the buckets of money that you can't kill two birds with one funding stone? So I guess my first question is, we went from 1.2 up to $10 million in specialized services. Did you already address that in your presentation?
Yes, that increase was entirely due to the Life Clinic.
All right. And facilities that would, not facilities that the county would run or operate necessarily, but funding supports to encourage, like, you know, going back to care court, we can go to court here, but everything we're going to do with that right now is going to be telemedicine or sending them out of county. So where in SUDS or where in BH can we either talk about clinics that can be county run, or what type of funding partnerships can we make to encourage placement of psychiatric services, STRTPs, things that aren't in our county now. So we're getting a lot of money. How can we wave the money around so that if we can't staff up, if we can't hire people locally to provide these services, what's the master game plan between you guys and DSS? I don't want to put it all on BH, but to bring some service providers to Lake County.
Absolutely, I'd love to talk about that. So just to clarify, STRTP, short-term crisis resident, they're group homes, and so those are for kids. And what we look at with the SUD side is every different level of service is an ASAM level, and it's a number system. So right now, we contract with Hilltop Recovery Services for residential treatment services for, excuse me, the non-perinatal population. We also have a contract with Redwood Community Services Tooley House, which is a 3.1 residential placement for pregnant and parenting women. They can also take non-perinatal, but they specialize in perinatal. We also have a contract with Women's Recovery Services in Santa Rosa to provide perinatal residential treatment services. We are currently in negotiations and have an existing contract with Ford Street in Ukiah for withdrawal management services. And gosh, I can't remember if I'm forgetting any of our SUDS providers. So those are all contracted out types of residential placements. We have also worked with Hilltop Recovery in the provision of outpatient-based services, although Hilltop has paused their provision of that because they're doing some structuring and they're building back up as well. One kind of wrench in here, and I don't want to get too technical, so which is hard for me. So when they did the rate analysis, unfortunately, the residential providers for SUDS, it didn't go very well. And the state has came back and said, oops, you know what, guys, we think we missed the mark on that because it's certainly not the level of compensation that we would expect to see, especially given our outpatient rates. So what the state has said is, guess what, we'll allow you to unbundle your rates, which means that you can bill each service residentially separately at the rates that you have. So that is amazing. And that information will be used to generate the final residential rate, which will incentivize, this is what we're talking about, incentivize providers to want to do this work. Because up until this point, at rates that we had, it was very difficult to draw providers in to provide services. But for one example, on the mental health side that we have now, which is going to really be interesting, is our Mental Health Student Services Act grant with Lake County Office of Education. And because of that grant and because of the new rates that we have, I believe that they're able to hire a lot of their staff at 6 figures or better. And we have actually lost at least one staff to them, which who can blame them? But that will happen. So our contracted providers will get these rates and they'll be able to pay their staff a lot more money, and we won't. So that's why the class and comp proposal is so critical, because we will essentially not be able to compete with the private sector. Now, in terms of services being provided, it really doesn't, services are being provided, right? But looking at our county workforce share of the services versus our contracted providers, there's a lot of considerations there. So payment reform is essentially forcing the issue, though, and incentivizing. The whole goal is to incentivize people to provide these services.
Okay. Did we do 14, 18, or 40,
Yep,
80?
we did all of them.
We did all 3 of them. Okay, so let's open it up for public comment. Anyone in the Zoom room?
So not yet.
Okay, and we'll bring it back for action.
And just to check in, was there consensus or not consensus for the given to Director Carter or Interim Director Carter?
For hiring?
Yeah.
Well, I am concerned about the recruitment process. It seems like it's guaranteed funding. Supervisor Crandall brought up that it does take a long time to recruit, so.
And that's why I was just checking in, because we talked about it, then there was some.
Well, there were 10. What if we gave them 5?
Well, I think we just allocate them all, and it's only a short period of time, and it is going to take a long time to recruit them. So what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm prepared to move forward with the proposal as is. You know, what it was said was we'd look at the funding as it opens up, we'd have a better report in September, but allow the department to move forward with their proposal that was brought to us today. So those are my thoughts.
Then, Madam Chair, I move to approve 4015, 4014, and 4018.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Okay, so next we will have child support services. So I just want to talk about timing. We do have a hard stop for Vice Chair Simon. We'll try and push through to 1 o'clock and take lunch from 1 to 2. But as a reminder, we only have 2 days scheduled and we're not very far along. So let's try and move through these as efficiently as we can. Okay.
Child support is budget unit 2112, found on page D94, and the requested appropriations for this fiscal year 23-24 are $2,755,854, and I will turn it over to their new department head, Ms. Widener.
Yes, I am the new director for Child Support Services, Tammy Widener. I brought Cindy Van Lannen, our new deputy director. We do the budget together, so we're gonna, if I need her, she's here. Okay, I'm gonna start off with an overview of our department. The Department of Child Support Services was created in 1975 under Title 22, Division 13 of the Social Security Act. This was done by Congress to reduce public expenditures on welfare by establishing paternity and obtaining financial support from the person paying support and getting the person receiving support off of financial aid. This is a federally mandated program that is funded 66% by the federal government and 34% by the state. Assembly Bill 1058 is a legislatively mandated program implemented in 1996 to provide a cost-effective, expedited, and accessible process in the court for establishing and enforcing child support orders for cases maintained by local child support agencies. Assembly Bill 1058 also established the Child Support Commissioner position to oversee child support cases. The department is responsible for establishing paternity, child support, and medical support orders, enforcing those orders. As circumstances change, the department also modifies child support orders to get right-sized orders that are enforceable. Our accomplishments in 22-23 We implemented new technology by successfully upgrading our network connection to fiber and provided all of our staff with high-speed scanners for imaging child support documents. Thank you to Cindy. We streamlined our legal processes by successfully implementing DocuSign so our customers can electronically sign documents, and e-filing to electronically file legal documents with the court, which has definitely expedited our process to our customers and getting that turnaround time much shorter. Our goals for 23-24, this is just a few of them. Cindy and I have been working on quite a few other 23-24 goals we're going to be working on. But for now, we're going to try to increase the number of open cases and collections on current support, continue to implement other social media accounts and links to promote our services to the community, continue to work on staff development and succession training by utilizing multiple free online training platforms and training materials and sites provided by the State Department of Support Services. We're also going to be replacing all our workstations this November. This is no cost to us. It's all provided by the state-funded technology program, so that's good. And Cindy will be in charge of that. We also are going to be implementing new legislation this next spring on the full pass-through for formally assisted cases, which will send the dollars out to the families instead of recoupment on the welfare side of the dollars. So as far as an overview and our goals, that's what we're doing. The budget itself, we don't have any significant changes to the budget this year. With Gail Woodruff's retirement, Cindy and I will be making a slight reorganization change within the department by replacing the staff services manager position with a staff service analyst 1-2 position. So we're not adding any positions, we're just replacing a position. Explanation on our capital assets. We are getting a new network server. Our equipment is old, and it needs to be replaced. And Cindy manages that as well. We are going to request and purchase a new vehicle. We are surplusing our 2002 Ford Windstar because it's really old, and the paint is peeled off the roof and is starting to rust. So we need another car.
That's when it starts looking good, though.
Yeah. Yeah. We're available for questions. That's all we have. And I apologize for reading. It's my first time before you, so.
You did great.
You did great. Questions from the board? Okay. Any questions from the public? Anyone in Zoom? I keep opening it, even though I'm not logged in.
I wish all mandates were funded like yours
Yes.
are.
Yes. Okay, then I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, move to approve Budget Unit 2112.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you so
Thank
much. You
you.
did a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay, next we have buildings and grounds.
All right, good morning. Lars Ewing, Public Services Director. Get up here. Public Services Director, so we have a few budget units to go through. Buildings and grounds was mentioned, and we'll start there. I wanted to say thank you first to a few people, Katie Galvani in my office specifically, along with a few others, Dana, Sheila, and certainly the administrative office, Stephen and Sarah in particular, and Genevieve and her staff. So you guys are great to work with, so thank you very much. What I'll do is just go through in general staffing, revenue, services and supplies, and then a few highlights. Capital projects for most of the various budget units are actually housed in other budget units. So if it pleases the board, we can discuss those when those budget units are taken up. So facilities maintenance, 1671. Also called buildings and grounds. I'll start off by saying, and this is going to be a common theme across the board with all department budget units, is the vacancy rate is 0. So that's a success, and that is current and relatively normal that it's at a 0% vacancy rate. So staffing, we have $978,000, and that is up about $100,000 from last fiscal year. Main thing to comment here is that we are changing, proposing to change janitors from extra help to permanent. So that's one minor change there. Revenue is relatively steady state at about $500,000. The bulk of that comes from facility leases on the courthouse roof, also at Guard Street. Child support was just here. We have about $300,000 that comes from the courts as well for cost sharing on this building. Services and supplies is down slightly, but nothing significant. That's routine operations and maintenance of about $1.1 million. And then the remainder of that to go to $1.8 million is an ARPA project for HVAC, which was referenced earlier. And I think it's worth mentioning that a lot of projects that are capital in nature, you won't see expenses until they hit. So, for example, this project has $750,000. We just opened the proposals for the first phase of the design portion of that. So there have been no expenses because we're going through the process of scoping it out, putting out proposals, and moving ahead. Capital projects in this budget unit specifically, we do have a replacement of a work truck. That is to replace an enterprise leased truck. We've identified that work trucks are simply not a good fit for that lease program, so we're stepping away. Certainly maybe some daily use vehicles for other departments, but a construction type vehicle, the heavy use that it gets, turning it back in to the lease program in a certain condition, it limits what we can and can't do to those vehicles. So that's just one lesson learned from the enterprise lease. A variety of accomplishments, a lot of work going into buildings and grounds. I think people understand that. Hopefully you all understand that. Those buildings and grounds workers are amazing. They knock out work order requests in the thousands of numbers, doing HVAC upgrades, roofs, paint projects. This is all in-house work that we're talking about, not contract work. Variety of renovations and remodels at a handful of departments. Generators, and so I want to applaud them for their amazing work. Coming up this coming fiscal year, a few things to highlight. HVAC upgrades will continue, number of improvements, and the capital improvement projects that are in other budget units. I think we'll touch there. So that's a quick overview of facilities maintenance, and I want to just close with, again, other budget units, but the Fund 153 that has the Building and Infrastructure Reserve, certainly that will be solidified more as we progress with the capital improvement plan, so we can tap into those funds. That was the Building and Infrastructure Reserve in 153, so I wanted to highlight that. With that, I'll pause and answer any questions for buildings and grounds.
Questions on buildings and grounds?
I think you guys do a fabulous job.
Great.
All right. Then I will transition to solid waste. This is budget unit 4121. Are you usually doing this? I don't want to steal your thunder. All right, page D, I wrote down the wrong number. I think it's 247. Again, vacancy rate is 0. Staffing is a little under 2 million, which is a relatively steady state. This budget unit houses support staff for the entire department, so we have 7 permanent department support staff, myself, deputies, analysts, accounting technicians, that sort, as well as actual landfill staff of 11 permanent plus extra help staff as we need. Revenue, again, relatively steady state at about $4.8 million. The majority of that comes from landfill disposal fees, $3.5 million, at an estimated 56,000 tons of material coming to the landfill, which is relatively stable, and we certainly want to minimize that. Because that's the right thing to do, aside from what the state mandates us to do. The remainder of the revenue comes from franchise fees, CalRecycle grants, and other miscellaneous funds. Services and supplies, generally for ongoing landfill operations, is about $2.1 million, and that is relatively steady state. It's worth commenting now that you can, between the staffing and the services and supplies, gets us to about $4 million. We're bringing in $800,000 over that, so it begs the question: hey, are we charging more than we should? No, the next phase is, or the where that goes is into reserves for capital projects that we need to save for. Expansion is one. Landfill, as has been on the books for a while and will remain there for decades, is an expansion project that is ongoing and will be built in phases. We also have requirements for certain reserves. Closure and post-closure, we have to have money there for potential and future closure. Even if we're not planning to close, which we aren't, we have to have a certain amount of money in reserves for that, as well as environmental liability and unanticipated corrective action for unanticipated circumstances. So that's where that gap in revenue versus operations and staffing comes into play. A few things to just highlight on upcoming goals. Really, it's breaking it up between landfill and integrated waste management. At the landfill, it's the construction of phase 1, which should go out to bid in about a month or two, and then the design of phase 2. So while we're prior to going into construction for phase 1, we'll be going into design for phase 2. Other things to highlight on, aside from the landfill, is beverage recycling centers. There's an issue there that we're actively working on, working with Mendocino County, jumping on a grant that they have to add on, hopefully, add into what the state hasn't been able to do, and that is provide recycling centers. That is a state program that is broken, and they have a lot of money and aren't releasing it, is a simple way to put it. So we're trying to come up with solutions locally for that. So I'll end it there and just be willing to answer any questions.
Great. Questions? Oh, one question.
Just a quick comment. I appreciate the work that you've done for that recycling program. Some of us may have heard already from some of our local grocers that they're receiving letters saying you're going to be in violation or you are in violation. And so I just appreciate the work that's been done, because we're trying to rectify all of that. And everybody's in the same boat. Maybe Lakeport's not quite there, but I think that those letters will be coming soon for those same things. My only question I have is the franchise agreement we have with Waste Solutions, what's the current agreement till?
The current agreement is out until it's into the 2030s. It's a 20 plus year agreement, and it's with both Waste Solutions and South Lake Refuge, which now are owned by overarching one company, Waste Connections. To come back, just for other people who may not be aware, when Supervisor Sabatier references the letters to the grocery stores, that's not coming from the county. It's not us going after them. It's the state notification who runs the CRV, the buyback program, and there's just certain requirements there that it goes. So it's not us going after them. Here we are at the county trying to solve a problem that the state has put in place and can't come up with a solution there. That's the simple way for me to say it.
And a quick summary of what's happening is, if there's no buyback recycling centers, you can have a recycling center, but if it's not a buyback recycling center, the grocery stores, through the new law, are told that they have to collect and do the buyback themselves. And if they don't, then they will get fined $100 a day or something like that. And the grocery stores aren't set up to have that kind of service. Therefore, the conversations that are being had with Director Lars and trying to figure out how to work with our franchise agency to provide those services. So again, appreciate that we're working and trying to figure out how to expand the Mendocino program into the Lake County area, and looking forward to making that happen.
Okay, and with some of the quizzical looks, I'd be happy to come back at another time and talk about that in more detail.
That would be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Supervisor
Green?
I would like consensus to bring it back. This is a big thing. I'm glad that you're being proactive and working with Mendocino County, but there is a greater lift that actually the way the CRV law is intended to work does place a burden on large sellers of recyclable materials. So trying to navigate that, I guess, could be conceivably difficult for some of our large grocers, but they've done it before, because I've seen those recycling centers before and then they shut down. So I would definitely appreciate bringing a larger presentation at some future date.
Absolutely. Yep. Okay, so parks budget. We'll cover a couple of budget units here. This starts on page 296. Again, vacancy, I hate to be a broken record, but vacancy rate is 0. Staffing, 1.1 million. That is up just a little bit from last fiscal year, 1.0 million. And we are adding one staff there, one permanent staff, one parks maintenance worker. And the driver for that is additional parks that we anticipate, along with just the expectation of well-maintained parks. Department generated revenue. This is largely a general fund budget unit, but revenue external, a little over about $4.5 million, which is a pretty significant increase. The bulk of that comes from park grants, so we've been pretty successful. We have about $4 million in grants this year. We also get about $313,000 from telecommunications leases on Mount Konocti. We also have TOT and geothermal to touch on that, which isn't that revenue is counted externally, but it does come into the budget unit. Services and supplies is relatively steady state, just for operations and maintenance. Capital projects, these are actually housed in 7011, the bulk of these, not all of them, but we can talk about these as you see fit. But to touch on them, Cobb Area Community Park, trails and planning and acquisition. Lakeside Regional Park Improvements, that's a grant. We have the Clean California Parks Beautification Project, that's also a grant. Hammond Park Improvements, that's a new grant that we haven't come to the board to talk about, so it's a celebration of about $2.3 million grant that we received from the state through the Prop 68 statewide park improvement program. The second round of, the most recent second round of that. Kelseyville Community Park Fitness Court will be installed very soon. Also included on the capital list is Mary Down and Cabin Historic Restoration. That's on Mount Konocti Park, so the request for that. Not included in the budget, but I hope that it can be, and I think we coordinated with admin on this. It's a capital project that was on last year, and I hope to add in $100,000 for Upper Lake Park improvements. That project is underway. It's this fiscal year. It is underway. Material has been ordered, and work is about to start. So that is a minor change that I would request. So maybe I can pause at this point.
I was going to say, since you brought that up at this point, yes, this is the first request for an adjustment to the recommended budget, where in account 6312, a capital asset, in budget unit 7011, add $100,000 for Upper Lake Community Park improvement. It is part of carryover. It was budgeted last year. It was scheduled to go forward in September, but since it's already underway, it needs to be in for July 1.
All right, moving ahead, we can certainly answer any questions at the end of this. It's a good point to a good stopping point to remind about the need for the specific capital reserve fund. I did hear during the opening comments from Stephen about the pension fund potentially being used for that, so I'm encouraged at that, because that would allow for a specific reserve fund for parks, which we don't currently have. We go year to year, and it becomes a bit of a challenge. The capital improvement plan that will be a part of the Parks, Recreation, and Trails Master Plan will certainly feed into that and help, I should say, help inform that fund. A few other assets on capital, utility trailer and a riding mower and a replacement office trailer at the Upper Lake Parks shop, just the shop. Other budget units house other projects, again, which we'll talk about that during budget units 1781 and 7201, which is 7201 is the museum, so I'll go into that here in a minute. But Lucerne Harbor dredging, and I'm certain there are questions. If we can come to those during that budget unit, I'd appreciate it. So I will stop there, and because there are many things that we're doing, a lot of which have already been covered by talking about the capital projects and the work underway. So I'll stop now and be happy to answer any questions specific to 7011. And actually, it may be beneficial If I maybe wrap up with two other budget units, 7073. They're parks related. 7073 is Quimby. These are funds placed in reserves for subdivisions, essentially. There are certain subdivisions that trigger the need for development fees, park improvement fees. This is the location where those funds are housed. Typically, it's only about $7,000 a year. Last year, we actually, or this current fiscal year, just to point out, we did receive a pretty large chunk from the Collier Avenue project. So we have $135,000 that was received for that project that will go towards Hammond Avenue, which is quite literally a stone's throw from that development. So. The next budget unit and the last one in parks is a new budget unit, at least a new one for presenting for budget purposes, and that is 7074 John T. Klaus Park. That's a specific fund that was set aside as required by the trust, where the county received the funds and the property for John T. Klaus Park. We've received about $1.4 million to date, and that's what's shown in the budget. So we have the budget set up. We have the legal property transfer that's still in progress, and I appreciate Lloyd and his staff that are working through that challenging process. But essentially, I think that the deed should be recorded relatively soon, is what I understand, and we should be receiving another chunk of money for a property that was sold from the trust, not a park property, but a property in another county. So that will simply add on to that 1.4 million. So we'll have the deed recorded, property will be in our hands, we'll have the money, and we can start in on some significant work there, which would be starting with some grounds cleanup at the property, which has there's quite a lot out there to do, and then starting in on an interim use plan to allow for public use at the park, and then the development of a long-term master plan to guide the long-term use of that facility. Staffing is also worth pointing out. We have in the budget we have money for staffing, but we're putting that in as a placeholder. We need to determine what is that interim use plan and the long-term plan. So that wraps up those three budget units for parks.
Okay, any questions on parks?
And I know that you said if we can wait till the budget unit to talk about some of the other projects, I'll wait when it comes to the harbors.
Okay,
that way
great.
Okay. Go ahead.
Just on an aside, I'll speak to you about the Quimby District too, because I'm lost as to what or where that would be used.
Yeah.
And just wondering if it's money locked up in a place that will never get utilized, but that's a separate conversation. Just wanted to at least put out there for reserves, however we can get $1 million set aside into a parks reserve. It'll show the seriousness of what we're doing in the countywide JPA, that we're ready with some money to help fund some of these things, however that goes and however that moves forward. But I just think it's something that I'm hoping in September, and if not possible in September, maybe in February. We talked about that last year, but it never came to fruition, and we never were able to put some money to the side. And I'd really like to see us making that happen. I am going to quote Mike
Shellito.
Parks are economic development, and we need to make sure that we constantly have funding available to make those things happen, because it makes it attractive for people to want to stay and for people to move into.
I appreciate that, you validating the quote, and Stephen and I have been talking about the amount going in there would be a lot of it dependent upon between now and final. So I'm overstepping my bounds and certainly my knowledge. So Stephen, maybe you can touch on that.
It all depends on the fund balance available. True number that we get from the auditor's office near the end of August of what the actual FBA will be for that fiscal year 23-24, and what room we have to either do projects of all sizes and or reserves like the park reserves or reserves for an accounting system.
Yeah.
And should all be on the table at this point.
Great, but I do appreciate hearing about the money specifically for the recreation agency as a it's not a donation, but money that would go towards significant improvements for recreation facilities in the county, regardless of the jurisdiction in which that facility stands or sits. And we're talking about more than just two. Where there's a conversation to expand that, and I think there's some merit to that. Coming back very quickly to the Quimby fees, those are the funds were established. We broke them up by district simply so that we can try to spend the money in the region where the development occurred. Historically, Quimby fees, regardless of where the development occurred in the county, was put in one pot, and Quimby fees were used for park improvements countywide. About 6 or 7 years ago when I started, we attempted to identify where were the funds generated. And so we selected by supervisory district to be the way in which we broke it down. So rather than a subdivision in Middletown and putting those funds towards a park in Upper Lake, for example, or vice versa, we wanted to spend it where the need would have been generated. So that's the basis for that. Any other questions on parks? All right. Let's see. Lastly is museums. So again, museums is two budget units, 7201, 7202 on budget manual page D304. 0% vacancy. This one has 1 3/4 permanent positions. It's a permanent full-time curator and a 3/4 time assistant curator, along with 9, give or take 9 extra help staff and a number of volunteers on the nonprofit side. So staffing is, for the entirety of all of that, the extra help and the permanent staff, $300,000. That is up a bit, but that's in line with just standard increases for salaries. Services and supplies is up a good amount, which I appreciate. We're up to $189,000, up from about $117,000, and the bulk of that is marketing and economic development, coming from budget unit 1892. And so that will go towards a variety of things, just highlighting them here, and a lot of it is still in the works, but virtual exhibit improvements, enhanced out-of-area marketing, gallery improvements, and increased public activities at the museums. Capital, on the capital side, there is a $140,000 request for funding towards the Lake Pomo family sculpture here in the Courthouse Museum. We currently have about $60,000 in donations. Those are donations specifically for that project. So this request would help fully fund that project. And I will say that we currently have 2 separate grant applications in that we hope to fund that if this is approved by your board and those grants are approved, then it would free up that money. A few accomplishments this year. The museum staff is small but mighty. They've 4 new exhibits. They did receive a state grant for improvements at Courthouse Museum for a gallery in there, and that was in coordination with all the Lake County tribal nations. I'll be working on the Pomo gallery in the museum. So moving on to budget unit 7202. That is a museum improvement fund, so it's a repository for donations. Currently, we have about $75,000 in reserves. I mentioned earlier, $60,000 is specifically set aside for the Lake Pomo family sculpture, and the other $15,000 are donations that were intended for general exhibit improvements. So we hold those until we need to tap into them. So that closes out museums.
Any questions on museums?
Just very happy to see the recommended funding for the sculpture. I think that's an important project, and I'd be glad to see that move forward.
Okay, anyone in the Zoom room
I don't
have questions on any of the budget units presented by Public Services? Okay, we'll bring it back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, move to approve 1671, 4121, 7011, 7073, 7074, 7201, and 7202 as with the amendment to the capital asset list, I believe it was.
Budget unit 7011, capital asset account 6312 for $100,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
All right.
Thank you, Lars.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Register of Voters.
Could we take a break?
Yes, we'll take a 5-minute break, come back at 12:02.
Just kidding.
Sorry. 1451, Registrar of Voters.
Good afternoon now, Chair Pyska and Board. My name is Maria Valadez, Registrar of Voters, and I'd like to first thank Admin Stephen and Sarah for assisting with my budget, as well as my staff, Lourdes and Savannah, for assisting with putting together the budget with me. The Registrar of Voters Office conducts all federal, state, county, municipal, and local district elections in Lake County while following strict state and federal regulations. Our department is responsible for components of election administration and management, including but not limited to voter registration, poll worker recruitment and training, securing polling places locations which meet accessibility requirements, our ballot creation or voting system security, ballot processing, tallying, candidate services, which include the candidate and campaign finance filings, signature verification on all statewide initiatives and petitions, and we're working on promoting more voter education and community outreach. There are 2 scheduled elections this fiscal year. The November 2023 general district election, which focuses solely on Scotts Valley Water Conservation District, filling those candidate filings, and of course the March 2024 presidential primary election. Our budget has 4 full-time permanent employees, or 4.5 permanent time employees, and we're asking that our half-time position be increased to full-time. During peak elections, it is necessary to hire several extra help employees. We always hire about 7 to 10 extra help employees during the season. We must keep current on all applicable state, federal, and local ordinance, laws, rules, regulations, and legislation governing the conduct of our elections, filing of petitions, and the registration of voters. Our budget is primarily funded by general fund with very limited reimbursements from the state, and since there's no districts on the ballot other than just the filing for the November, we will not be seeing reimbursement from those districts. The reasons for some of our increases is we're requesting that the increase the half-time to the full-time position, and the salary is obviously due to the survey study implementation. There's additional costs associated with requirements for presidential primary, so we have to do extra mailings for that. And as I stated, there's a decrease in revenue just because there are no districts that will be on the ballot. At least none that I'm aware of now. We feel it's necessary that our half-time election specialists be promoted to a full-time position to cover various complex tasks that go beyond the half-time work week schedule, and in order to meet many of our mandates. As you're all aware, voting by mail has increased significantly in recent years, and we're now having to wait for ballots to come up to 7 days after election. We recently, one of our extra help employees had been with us for a lot of years recently moved out of state, so we'll have to fill that position. We ask a lot of our workers, both permanent and extra help, because we're required to work very long hours, evenings, weekends, and holidays, and I want to thank them for being able to continue doing that with us. By the time one election cycle is almost complete, we're working on the next election cycle. Currently, we're working on preparing calendars for the November and the March election. Accomplishments in 2022-23, just it's always an accomplishment when we can conduct a successful election, all while, verifying signatures on statewide initiatives and petitions that come our way. Our staff all attended our local organization's election administration classes, and we all were certified with that. We started attending public events to encourage voter registration and provide voter information. We attended both Yuba and Mendel College, their registration dates, and had a booth there. Currently, we're attending on Tuesdays to the, what's it called? The one at the park, Farmers Market, sorry. And as I said, we're preparing for the November 2023 and March 2024. Even though the November 2023 is a small election, we still have to prepare for candidate filing. Staff is also finishing up our office procedures this fiscal year, so I'm very happy with that. They hadn't been updated for a while, so anybody that comes in would be able to, work on a office project with the help of those procedures. Our goals is, like I said, is to try to encourage more voter participation through voter education and outreach. So we're looking at trying to probably in this next school year reach out to the high schools and try to see if they'll allow us to come and speak to the senior classes. Always continuing to conducting fair, transparent, and impartial elections, providing effective customer service and public communications on voting and election procedures, and attending any courses and utilizing any materials and resources offered by the state, our association, or any other meetings to help us with, promoting our department for better training. And, of course, the main goal is to conduct a successful presidential primary election. And that's all I have. Any questions?
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Supervisor Green?
Yeah, totally support the idea of going to full-time for that fifth worker. I'm just looking at the permanent wages and extra help wages and the adjustments made by admin. And I just want to make sure that's adequate to cover that extra half, because I think I only see it went up like 30K or something like that. So I'm just, maybe it's because it's split across the non-wage benefits and the wages themselves. But question for Stephen then, are the adjustments on the permanent and extra help wages that admin did on this is designed to accommodate the increase from a half-time to a full-time, and then but extra help didn't go down at all? Okay. All right, as long as you're all cool on that. I just didn't quite connect the dots on that.
Okay, do we have any public comment? Anybody in Zoom? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Nothing else. I'll move to approve budget unit 1451 for the registrar of voters.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hey, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we will move on to community development.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mireya Turner, Director of Community Development, and I have with me Gloria Martin. Okay. My totally valued fiscal person. Sorry. Okay. Community development consists of 3 divisions: building and safety, code enforcement, and planning. Each of these divisions are essential for economic development for both residential and commercial within the county. The vision of our department is a unified vision of providing superior public service by prioritizing 3 things: staff retention, professional development, and building fiscal sustainability for planning and code enforcement. As the board is well aware, we have historically been very dependent on the general fund to fund both of these, and that has led to a little bit to a lack of stability within the code enforcement division, as either the grants come and go or the general fund support swells and ebbs, and so a number of the changes that you may see in our budget all go to support those three priorities. I would also like to extend our thanks to Gloria for using probably multiple erasers on her pencil as we all sort of work together through this budget, as well as the management staff that I have upstairs, Bill Collins and Marcus Beltramo, and particularly from administrative office, Christine Hutt, whose advice is always incisive and very, very helpful. If we could go ahead and, if I could address, well, I'll go start through the budgets. 2602, this is our building and building and safety budget. A few highlights that are consistent with our top priorities that I just wanted to bring to the attention of the board and the public is the enhanced skills that they focused on this past year, with the building staff all the way from our front counter staff, our technicians, all the way up through our chief building official, have been working on certifications either through the International Construction Council or the CASP program. So we're building a better educated and knowledgeable team to not only assess applications as they come in, but to process the plans as they get plan checked, and then to identify the building compliance with all of our number of building and safety laws and rules out in the field. The division has also created a QR code, which is available to our developers. They can use it to request scheduling inspections. And there is also newly a page up now where if you did request an inspection, you can go and take a look and see where you are on the list for that day. We have it divided between our two inspectors, and it also goes in order. And so people can take a look and find it by budget number and see where they are on the schedule that day. I want to make sure I don't forget anything. That does it. A couple changes in our staffing. We did create a position for sort of a supervising technician, and this role is very helpful in supporting the chief building official in that the person in this position is very knowledgeable and experienced in building technician skills, and also helps to oversee some of the staffing coordination like breaks and things. We have 5 windows upstairs, 2 for building, 3 for building and 2 for planning. And so making sure that the counter is covered is part of providing the superior public service. And so she really helps a lot with that. Additionally, in the future, we will fund the deputy chief building official, and that is to help bring alongside staff resources that'll help with this department that is extremely busy. They issued they performed more than 4,000 inspections last year and issued over 1,600 building permits. So they're always on the go. I am ready for any questions you have for building and safety. If not, I'll move on to code enforcement.
Is the deputy going to be funded under this budget unit?
The deputy chief building official.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm going to get to the other one.
Okay. Any questions? All right, let's move on.
Code enforcement. Code enforcement consists of a code enforcement manager, code enforcement supervisor, and 5 officers, and a technician. This staff has achieved certifications through CASIO, which is the California Code Enforcement Officers Association. A couple highlights from last year. They cleaned up 90,833 pounds of debris, eradicated 25,000 pounds of illegal cannabis, and abated 54 unpermitted cannabis grows. So within our 5 code enforcement officers, we do have 2 that are dedicated to the Roadmap Task Force, 2 that are dedicated to cannabis, and we have 1 general position. A few things we're looking forward to is hiring a third-party administrator for collections of fines, and to further explore grant options to promote fiscal sustainability of this division. We were very excited that the board approved at their last meeting the acceptance of a $2.9 million illegal cannabis mitigation grant. So thank you very much. That is going to fund 2 positions for the next few years, as well as enhancing the tools that these code enforcement officers have available to them out in the field. We have frozen 1 code enforcement officer position. This is because we are focusing on staff retention and fiscal sustainability in light of a couple of our grants ending at the end of this next fiscal year, which would be Roadmap Task Force and our nuisance abatement funding. So in light of that, we thought we would be diligent and conservative and not bring on 1 more code enforcement officer as we continue to build up the revenue for that division. Questions on code enforcement?
Questions on code enforcement? Supervisor Crandall?
Just real quick, I see the staff trainings on code procedures and safety. Sorry. My question was about the training, basically, and I'm glad that they're taking as much training as needed. Is there any look for the other side of things, like let me see what I have written here. Let me see. Sorry. Management, supervisorial, or cultural sensitivity training. The reason I bring that up is staff retention, you mentioned, is important, and also working with the community in general at large when they go to sites. I think it might help. I know it's probably a lot more time spent training, but at the same time, I think it will help, especially with retention.
Thank you. We do actually have 2 positions scheduled for supervisorial training coming up. Cultural sensitivity is not on my radar, but it's a great idea. So we can definitely look for those opportunities. One of the things that's great about the code enforcement officers that we have right now is their approach generally in the community. When we first make contact with residents where we have complaints, the priority is to come alongside our property owners and our residents to help them understand the issues and help them or encourage them to self-abate. And so it does result in a large volume of our permits actually self-abating, or a large number of our cases self-abating, rather than us having to take the additional time to follow up with actual abatement. And so I know that that specialized training for cultural sensitivity will be something that they'll welcome.
A lot of good work done already. I'm just highlighting that.
Thank you.
Supervisor Green?
Yeah, a couple things. So I see you want to staff up so you can do some stuff on fine collection, but I see goose eggs budgeted for any fines you might collect. So is that those zeros reflect that you haven't been able to collect any fines up to that, and we would wait to a future budget year to budget for any fines collected?
Thank you. Actually, we're not intending to staff up as far as permanent positions for that. We're working with County Council on an agreement for outsourcing.
Okay. Second thing, I appreciate having kind of a nuanced approach on abatement of illegal cannabis. Of course, we do have a personal cultivation ordinance, and some people tend to, illegal is illegal, but some people are illegal in terms of their personal cultivation. Others are flaunting it on a much bigger scale and trying to do commercial things. So, and prevention is the best cure, right? So, is there any way to budget for or program for public outreach so that we can educate our personal cultivators what the code is, such that through that public outreach, we may reduce the number of calls so code enforcement doesn't even have to go out to nudge them to self-abate? For example, we just went over hoop houses and all that under our personal cultivation. Any hoop house is going to be a red flag. And I guarantee after years of dealing with various populations, nobody's going out to dig into the weeds of our personal cultivation ordinance. So I totally appreciate this as presented. And I don't know that a line item needs to be added for public outreach and education. I just want to highlight if it's possible under this budget, or if for a future budget round, you might actually do some line item budgeting for that.
Sure. I think it wouldn't be a challenge. We could definitely take on maybe development of some handouts or things to have available that would be easy for the code enforcement officers to carry with them. Additionally, as Gloria was pointing out, part of the cohort 3 $2.9 million grant, it does a lot, 500,000, hundreds of thousands of dollars that are going to go to LCOE. The purpose of that is for direct outreach to students who have been referred by the probation department as having issues with cannabis, either cannabis usage or the cannabis industry itself. They come alongside those students to help teach them a number of life skills so that they can get clear of that as well. So, but I will definitely make note of easy to understand outreach.
Thank you.
So I think a handout's fine. I don't know that we need a special line item for that. But looking at the board for consensus. Go ahead, Supervisor Spatier.
So now I have two things, but one is just, I think, code enforcement approaching anybody is part of the education, right? Hey, your fence doesn't look right. Hey, your property isn't built properly or something like that. It's not supposed to be a confrontational situation. If there's no self-abatement, at that point we have to elevate. But I think part of just doing any kind of code enforcement is just, it's always education as far as I'm concerned. So I see it as that's always the opportunity we just can't miss, is to make sure to give them the rules and the regulations rather than just wag a finger and tell them it's wrong. So I agree that if it's possible to do a pamphlet, but to actually do specific outreach, people know where to find you. People should be looking for you. If they're not, then they'll have to get that education through the code enforcement interaction. I just want to ask if you feel somewhat handcuffed on the task force, in the sense that if there's not as much to deal with within the task force footprint, that you have the flexibility to maybe move a code enforcement officer outside of the task force. Because I heard 2 for cannabis, 2 for the task force, and 1 for general. That's a lot in the general for one individual. We've been doing the the roadmap task force for not a while, but it's been active for at least a year, year and a half. I know that we saw a great presentation of some of the work that's been accomplished. If there's a reduced need, do you have that flexibility, or do we have to give you that flexibility?
I believe we do have that flexibility. Our code enforcement manager is actually attending on Zoom and can jump in if I make any mistakes. But when the need is urgent, we do actually route them elsewhere as well. In fact, I think they have been very helpful recently touring Double Eagle. And that was a combination of our cannabis as well as planning staff, as well as our other ones too. So yes, we have been very pleased with the effect that the roadmap task force focus has had on that particular neighborhood. And in fact, the benefits we have also seen have also sort of branched out into nearby neighborhoods as well.
Awesome. And I see that you and I went back and forth a couple of times on email. You say frozen, but the way that I see it is you've lost a position that has been allocated to code enforcement. So you went from 9 to 8 total. So I don't mind doing that for the fact that you only have 7 of the 9 anyways currently staffed, so that brings you to 7 out of the 8. But I hope that with the fines that will soon start to incur, that we can utilize those funds to bring back, because even now with the, I love how we've staffed up, but we need code enforcement in every district to the maximum possible so that we can make sure that we clean up our communities. So I appreciate the task force and being focused, but I worry about the one in general, and I want to make sure we keep adding.
I do appreciate that focus. Right now, we're sort of hunkered down to retain the staff that we do have as we're going through the changes in our revenue sources. I will have no problem coming to admin and then to come to the board to ask for additional staff resources as we feel that we can support them. I totally agree. I think the only thing better than 5 code enforcement officers would probably be 9 or 10 code enforcement officers.
If I can just follow up for my own education, how long is the roadmap task force original vision being? Because you're right, I don't want them locked into that either, but I'm curious as a board member outside that area, how long I'm going to be locked into not bringing a request forward.
I believe it was a matter of funding more so than a specific timeline. And then we've already discussed it in the idea of how can we continue and expand, and that's a further conversation to have.
We do have a follow-up update coming to the board regarding the roadmap task force as that 2-year initial period closes up, and I'm really looking forward to the discussion with the board to see, now that or that we'll be able to show you the effect that was achieved through your dedication of these 2 years, or this funding, both for Sheriff's Office and Code. Now you know what we can do. I'm hoping that perhaps we'll have rotating roadmap task force, or we'll focus on another area. Anyway, but I'll save that for a different day.
Yeah, no, I like the fact that with this pilot, we're able to determine the effects of the roadmap task force. And then I just appreciate what you said about, obtaining 5 code enforcement officers, but also having 9 would be more ideal. And the reason I say that is because we mentioned in the last subject matter for budgets was like parks for economic development, but without code enforcement officers, that's, I feel, more as important when it comes to economic development. And so any resources that we can give, in my opinion, to code enforcement is very important. And that's why I also highlighted the training, because if we can retain them, it just works 2 to 3 to 10 times fold, I think, if we can ensure that people are being held accountable for their dumping, for all of the code violations, et cetera. And so I just wanted to say that.
Thank you.
And it will be interesting to see how the collection of the administrative fines works out and how that can support this program.
Yes.
Vice Chair Simon.
Just one final comment. Obviously, enhancing the code enforcement is always something we just need to be doing. We're all constantly getting the calls, but I know we've talked about trash, we've talked about the blight, everything, but also our vegetation abatement ordinance as we're moving forward with the, risk reduction authority and our communities, our Firewise communities. I know they're always looking to make sure that letters are going out to bad actors, at least who aren't cutting their grass, aren't doing the things that they need to do under the vegetation abatement ordinance. So on top of everything else, it's a very important issue here because we know the damage and the destruction it can do. We've got that vegetation abatement ordinance, and we're hoping that the fines will just continue that growth. So I think I've heard it from everybody at this board. Building up that, the code enforcement officers is always going to be a goal of ours as we move through budgeting. And And ultimately, the task force, you know, for me, when supporting that is, all that does is put a focus on each one of our conversations from an overall budget for both Sheriff Department, code enforcement, how important it is to build that workforce for the entire county, because it affects all of us. And, you know, when that report comes back, it's going to be very eye-opening on where we need to focus our budget conversations for those departments to just continue building on that. So I'm excited to see that kind of pilot program be moved all around. But supporting code enforcement is huge for all the issues we're dealing with.
And we have code enforcement cases all over the county.
Yep.
Some of them are simple, and others are very, very complex. Like right now, we're trying to figure out a policy for what happens. Usually we go and we'll abate trash. We got that down. But it's a whole different ballgame when you're going to abate somebody's RV that they're living in, or somebody's personal property. That's a lot more complex because they have their rights to their property. And so we're sort of navigating through that as well. So having the additional staff resources would be helpful, not only because we'd have more boots on the ground, but additionally we'd have more processing internally of keeping these cases moving forward.
I'm going to ask to have a conversation between behavioral health and code enforcement when it comes to RVs and people living in it, just because there could be opportunities where it's more of a directing where to go. There's a lot of field space within the old juvenile hall. If we can look at a way to convert, I don't know. There's opportunities, I think, and if we don't have those conversations, then we're not helping our homeless situation by saying, sorry, but your RV needs to go, you can go somewhere else. It's one of those conversations I haven't had yet, but I think that we should see what's available for us.
We would appreciate those conversations. We do rely and do appreciate the support that we get from social services staff as well as behavioral health staff, because frequently when we are visiting these homeless encampments to clean them up, you know, we need to bring the services to be offered to these people at the same time, or the public guardian or adult protective services, things like that. Our code enforcement officers are encountering all kinds of needs as they're responding to complaints. And so we you know, we're not a county that's just like, hey, just drive over to that county, you know. We're bringing our resources to meet these needs. And so ongoing dialogue on how we can improve that support structure is a great idea. Thank you.
I hope no county does that.
Well,
I know.
Okay.
Sorry, I'll bring it back to what I'm supposed to be talking about.
Let's bring it back. Any further questions on code enforcement? If not, we'll move on to nuisance abatement.
Nuisance abatement, okay. Actually, I have nothing further to add for nuisance abatement because I was talking pretty much about both of them when I was discussing code. But
Supervisor Spatier.
I was waiting for nuisance abatement. So you and I, again, had some emails back and forth about the abatement. Last year, we had set $200,000 for abatement. This year, it's down to $100,000. So my request from you was, how much have we spent of the $200,000? Is that decrease going to show a decrease in effectiveness of code enforcement efforts this year? Or if we only spent $90,000, then it would be a repeat of what we did this year? And I apologize if my original question was not as clear where you requested clarification.
Okay. We figured it out. We did have, so in nuisance abatement, we've got illegal dumping. We have also nuisance abatement, and then we have AVA, the abandoned vehicle, whatever starts with A. And I think that we did do a little bit of budget transferring around to meet needs where they were. We had contracts that are getting used, but I also think I would attribute the balances that are still available, not having gotten spent this year, to just limited staff resources to be able to, you know, we can go out and tag a ton of cars, and then, but we still have to process them all through the AVA. So I think that as our staff resources sort of build up in experience and efficiency, that we're going to be able to do more. But we still only have so many code enforcement officers that are out there on the ground being able to tag and abate things at a time. So I think that you'll see, I think next year we'll be fine. But as we develop a more robust division, you're going to see that change as well.
And I know that everything is differently priced out as far as what the abatement looks like. I guess I'll just finish with reminding you that there is funding within the cannabis tax dedicated to environmental health, and code enforcement or abatement is on there. There is funding in there. I think last I checked, there was $460,000 in that bucket or something around that. And just if there's a need, there's always the ability to come by and request for that if you do run out. I just want to make sure you always have something available to you. I don't want to see less abatement. I want to see continued momentum and whatnot. So that's why I wanted to bring it up. So thank you.
Thank you. Occasionally we also, oh, I can hear clicking.
I can hear clicking. We have also worked with Water Resources on a couple of abatements, like an RV that gets stuck in a creek. And so these things are very challenging. And so we've also been able to use other departments' funding as we team up with them for these unique events. Okay, thank you.
Real quick, just important to follow SB 620. It has to do with private property and nuisance abatements as well, and it's sponsored by McGuire.
Giving us more or less capabilities?
Better capabilities, yes.
SB 620?
Yes.
Cool, thank you.
Okay. Planning.
I'm sorry, I had a comment on this. I concur with the thought. We want to have funds available. If you get to the point where it's time to rock and roll, it shouldn't be bringing in the accounts to do a budget shuffle. So this seemed light to me going in, if only because I have one property that could get pretty cray-cray. You're right, not all cleanups are created equal, and there's a big difference between a vehicle abatement and a property abatement that has many moving pieces on it. I forget, Mr. Carter, did you have any input on cannabis funding that could be used to supplement this?
This has, in the history, been general fund putting funds in here. And yeah, there's more than $400,000 available within that pot, because we didn't use any of the cannabis for salaries last year or this year. It's a pretty good pot, which you'll find out tomorrow night.
Okay.
My suggestion, if there's consensus, is like I would grab $100K out of that pot and put it in here in a minute, if there's consensus to at least explore that possibility.
Well, I think we'll wait and see. If there's a need.
As long as you know it's available is what matters, and if you run out, obviously there's a consensus that we want to see you having access to those funds.
There's actually $433,000 in Fund 188, which is 2604. So there is more available to budget that's already general fund there.
Okay.
How often does that get discussed? Like, this is awesome. You can have more money. Thank you. Planning. Back to me. Okay. This past year, planning took in 434 planning permit applications. We enriched the knowledge of our team in CEQA, so the California Environmental Quality Act, emergency management, planning in the wildlife urban interface, and legislative updates, among others. This is the first year, this past year, that the cannabis permits have all received the annual compliance monitoring. It was ramping up for a number of years, but we're really proud that this is the first year that we got everybody. And so we're already planning and sketching out our schedule for completing all of them again this year. The division created the opt-out and reduced canopy process or notifications, and that assisted our staff in that we were able to use the satellite imagery called Planet to check on the cultivation permits that opted out, or we actually measured the reduced canopy, but it saved hours and hours and hours of staff time driving to remote areas of the county. So we're very proud of that. We are looking forward to launching our 5-year plan for the general plan and associated document updates. The RFP is currently out right now. It should be, the deadline is July 5th. And that was bad. And we anticipate coming to the board for awarding a contract in August. Yes. Super excited. And additionally, very thankful that the board has allocated $1 million in ARPA funds. We will have no problem getting these encumbered in a timely manner as soon as we are able to secure a responsive candidate for that proposal. I put developing a grants program in planning just to discuss in a little more detail, although the funding is kind of broken up. And so the grants program, as I see it, is going to take probably a good 2 to 3 years to ramp up. So far, the current staff services analyst, which I think is actually funded through building, we're going to allocate 50% of her time to support grant management. Additionally, the new deputy administrator that starts on the 24th has great experience in grants, and so she'll be the one leading the team. We have frozen a number of unfilled positions in planning because I am asking for a new position that would be a grants writer and grants manager. At the level that of the funding and classification that we were able to secure, I'm expecting that we'll be able to get someone who is at a beginning stage. And so the experience of the deputy administrator and the extra support of the staff services analyst will be very helpful in bringing this person up and training them and getting them into hitting the ground running with management of the grants. We did inherit a couple of grants that the current treasurer tax collector was administering in admin prior to moving upstairs for his new position. So those were already in place. Additionally, we just were awarded that cohort 3, $2.9 million for cannabis. We also have the LEAP grant and REAP grants, which are dedicated towards housing, supportive housing, and so that's getting rolled into our general plan 5-year plan. And we are pursuing a couple other grants that we have to thank the Chief Climate Resiliency Officer for, because within her program mandates, she's reaching out to find and secure grants that will help community development to achieve a few of the requirements that we have in our local hazard mitigation plan. 2 of which, the countywide evacuation plan and a climate action plan, are perfect timing right now, because in our 5-year general plan update, the first item that's coming that needs to be accomplished is a climate vulnerability analysis that will inform the safety element. So the countywide evacuation plan is also a requirement in the safety element. So the timing around these things, there are a lot of moving parts, but they couldn't have happened at a better time. They're all just going to synchronize. So we're really excited about that. Yes. Right. We will continue to seek ways to streamline our permitting system. For cannabis, the work is actively moving forward now in our cannabis task force, and I should have the first batch of recommendations to bring to you regarding facilities, zoning and permitting requirements. We're still sort of working our way through that. We're also taking a look at e-permitting system. We've been trying to get Acela to work for years, and have been encountering no small amount of frustration on that part. So we're taking a look at those funding sources and looking for an e-permitting system that will work for code enforcement, building and safety, and planning, as well as securing a public portal that will help to answer a lot of planning counter questions or business restriction or regulation questions before they even need to call us. So we'll have more on that as we continue to move forward, but we do thank Matthew in the administrative office and Shane French, as well as the technology committee folks who have been offering their support throughout this whole process as well. Ready for questions?
Supervisor Spatier.
Yeah, I couldn't find the exact position allocations on the changes. You talked about a grant writer, and again, it looks overall like you had 22 within your planning department. Now it's going to go down to 16. Looks like you have 13 folks that are hired full-time at this point in time. That still gives you the capability of the grant writer and everything else? Okay. And last question, you brought up Acela, so that brought up a question in my mind. We signed a 3-year Acela extension, and we added, I don't know how many numbers of licenses for staff to access it. Is staff not utilizing it at all, or is some staff, I'm just wondering, can we reduce the cost of the license? Because it sounds like we're still struggling, and I know that we increased our cost of accessing Acela and having all the licenses. So if there's a way to reduce that, that gives you money to use for other things, I'd just love for that to be looked at, because I'd hate for us to pay for something we're not using like we have the last 6 years already with Acela.
Thank you. We have had staff review every single license to make sure it is still needed. The licenses are not just for our department, but we also have a couple other departments who it's very beneficial, particularly like the assessor recorder's office. They can access building plans, building things electronically a lot faster now than just, our historic process of them getting all the paper plans. So the licenses as they stand are still required, and we are definitely using Acela right now for building and a little bit for code enforcement, very minorly in planning. And if I could just voice one of my frustrations, our planning processes are similar to planning processes across California, but for some reason we have to actually create it like we're recreating the whole wheel. We can't just roll out, we can't just be like, okay, well, why don't you just take Napas or something and just roll it out and we'll tweak it. Can't do that. So we have one staff that's dedicated to making Acela work, and he spends a lot of time fixing, tweaking some glitches and helping systems to sort of speak to each other, and so that maximizes his time. So I've put him on that as a priority rather than building the planning module, because it's important that the ones that we already have that we're using are as glitch-free as possible, but that still continues to take a large amount of his time. So we are using it. We can't just stop because we don't have a backup yet. So the switching and the process of securing maybe a new system is going to be ongoing for a while.
Thank you.
Supervisor Green?
Yeah, I apologize. I'm going to have several questions. I'll make them quick. I know we don't commingle our cannabis funds and stuff like that with others. I've been told that, but I don't see them broken out in the budget breakout. So of anticipated income from new permits, whether development permits or zoning permits, I don't know which it would be. How many of those would be cannabis permits that you're projecting for the next year?
Due to the fluctuations in the market, our cannabis permit applications have slowed considerably. So out of the anticipated permits, taking into account that the board doesn't make any changes that would open, some new floodgates, we do not anticipate more than just maybe a handful of cultivation permits. However, as the board does can start considering the recommendations of the task force, and that then the board's recommendations then get translated into ordinance changes, that actually could affect it. But at this point, there's really no way for us to anticipate any large spike.
Is there any way to break it out in future budget breakdowns?
I would be happy to work with the administrative office to be able to do that. That brings up something that we have ongoing right now that we're working with the technology committee as well as the administrative staff to find funding for a department-specific finance software. We're really thankful to the auditor's office. They're going to help us with some hints and tricks with Navaline to reduce the frustration that we're experiencing. But just case in point, when I was in communication with Supervisor Spatier earlier this morning about specific budgeting questions, it was a little time consuming because we have a number of different programs all in the same budget line. So we're going to work to break that out as much as we can. But if we could bring on a finance software to assist us with that within our internal so that we understand, we can break numbers up a little better, that would be very helpful. And so we have been in discussion with the administrative office as well as the technology committee to sort of get that fixed.
Thank you. Depending on how frisky the task force gets and the recommended changes I may bring forward, it seems at least potentially possible, if not likely, that some form of environmental review would attend any ordinance changes that the task force recommended, up to and including a programmatic EIR. Do you have any inkling at this point whether the work done by the task force so far is leaning toward preparation of a PER, and if so, should that be budgeted?
Thank you. The task force has approved a number of additional zoning opportunities for multiple licenses. This will require robust environmental analysis. A PEIR has not been discussed particularly to those zoning amendments. However, we have spent more time talking about it at the Planning Commission level so that one of the benefits of a programmatic EIR is it would establish thresholds, particularly for water use, as well as other impacts that would need mitigation. This would be a very helpful tool for our Planning Commission as well as streamlining future and streamlining cannabis permit applications through their processing. Because if you have established thresholds, then hypothetically, possibly, an application could regulate itself or form itself to be developed in such a way that it would know that it would avoid all those impacts. So a programmatic EIR could be helpful in addressing a number of issues. I don't know if the modifications to the zoning ordinance that the task force is requiring would actually go to EIR level at this point. But I will have a much better idea once we get Planning Commission input and board input.
Okay.
Thank you. And there are some grant opportunities out there that we have sort of talked about should we need to perform that level of environmental review, or outsource that level of environmental review.
All right, last question, I swear. Has any type of fee study been done recently that addresses any pass-through costs to permittees for those annual inspections? So again, I am super proud annual inspections got done last year. I'm super concerned in the years prior and in reaching out to other counties. And again, I'm bugging people. We're taking a land use permitting ordinance and trying to create some level of compliance. But cost recovery and possibly some ability for more frequent inspections, such as Yolo County, which during the growing season managed to do monthly inspections under their ordinance. So to the initial question, at the time the annual monitoring fee was set, was a fee study done? Is a fee study possibly recommendable? And just based on this 1 year where you guys got out to all the farms?
Cost recovery is a flat fee. Annual monitoring is a flat fee that if there was a cost recovery analysis done on it, it was done before I came. So I think that that's a really good idea as we go into this year. We'll keep track of our time.
I would assume it's part of the fee schedule, and that fee schedule has the capability to be updated on an annual basis.
Oh, sure. Yeah, yeah. And a number of...
She's talking about doing the study, though, that allow you to change it.
Right. Yes, thank you. A number of the planning fees are fully cost recovery based. But this one is it's just a set fee. So, but definitely we could do a time fee study on that one. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know. I don't have anything to add about ramping up to monthly inspections.
And just as a remark on the comments made by Supervisor Green, I think the budget being vague and having a line item that covers all permit revenues is fine. Having a report to look at that as a separate request is a completely different thing. I think on the budget, we can't get into the nitty-gritty of each individual details. Those are questions that we can ask and get a report from. So I'm comfortable with as is.
We would be happy to bring a report after we go through this harvest season.
Okay, any other questions for planning? Anybody in Zoom? Oh, wait. No, I want to do that public after. Okay, let's do the,
CSA?
Yeah, we're going to do the benefit zone now.
I sent an email to you about some training for AB 52, but I'll leave it at that, and I won't belabor the discussion.
Super. Our staff has had training with County Council regarding AB 52 processes. Yeah. It is definitely a priority of our department to make sure that all tribal sovereign nations are consulted or have the opportunity for input.
Yeah, I just want to prevent, because a couple of years back before your service as the director, there was situations took place that put us in a position where it either slowed down or we had to go backwards. And so just want to prevent that in any controversy in the future. So just.
If I could make a request, Commissioner Brown, the Planning Commissioner, Botzelwin Brown, made this really great recommendation during this past Planning Commission meeting. He would like to see training or consultation with the biologist of a tribe, because we have the biological surveys that are done regarding sensitive species, but no assessments are done right now regarding medicinal or valuable plants to tribes. That would be great to add on. So perhaps we could follow up with your planning commissioner to see how we could bring that on and take it on.
Okay, I'll let him know.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Maria.
Okay, zone of benefit.
Zone of benefit. All right. We have been having regular meetings with our benefit assessment zones. We now have a scope of work. We've had great conversations with Chief Ciancio with the North Shore regarding using his teams. However, out of the process requires that we do go out for an RFP, so that was just posted today. We are looking to, notices have already gone out for all assessment zones besides Kelseyville Riviera. And so we're moving on that timeline right now so that the ones who don't self-abate will be ready to start assigning whatever fire crews we can get. Benefit assessment zones were created a few years ago specifically to the subdivisions within the Clear Lake Riviera areas. It followed the assessment districts that had previously been created for road improvements. And so the work that can be done is vegetation management that is specific to causing wildfire impacts on the county road areas within these assessment zones. It's gone on for a few years, and there have been a number of hiccups along the way that we're working on getting smoothed out. So this year, we have worked with County Council to get the notices standardized and ready and in compliance for collections, for liens, for recollecting this money that's going to be expended. The homeowners association, sorry, I'm backing up because Supervisor Green had a little questioning look. So I'm just giving you a brief run through on what it is. The homeowner associations gathered their list of requested parcels to be serviced. We have sent notices out there. There have also been sort of a windshield survey to verify that the parcels requested for servicing meet the criteria that is required. And so we are looking to award that grant. I think it's going to be out for a week or two, looking to get that awarded and get the crews scheduled late this month or early July. It'll be quick to do the three other than Kelseyville Riviera because there aren't as many parcels requested there. So we're looking to get through those three subdivisions, I think, within a 2-week period. And then during that time period, we're also going to then start sending out the notices to the parcels requested in Kelseyville Riviera area. And so we can get them moving too, so that we can have all the crews on a seamless schedule to get through before it becomes a little too dangerous to be out there mowing.
Do we have balances yet?
We are still working on the balances. We actually set that aside because of limited staff resources. We wanted to focus on getting all those notices out so that we could get those crews out. But we are working through our past cases to get a final budget. Final balance.
Okay. Supervisor Spatier.
Well, it would appear to me, based on the fund summary, that there was a carryover of $315,000. So at the very least, from when that was created, that was the anticipated fund balance at the end of the year. And I think this is one of the main reasons. I mean, there's so many more reasons that the fines and the other portions that go, the assessments and things like that that go along with code enforcement are important, because to me this is a zone of benefit that you want to reaccrue and continue to make sure that that work is not just done until the money is gone, but that it has a revolving door of revenues that come back in for the work that had to be accomplished. And so I just want to highlight the importance of the fines that go along with those who do not self-abate and do not follow the rules, because we want to make sure that these funds stay active and they can be used in perpetuity in the future.
It's just a little more complicated how things have been rolling out. So they are working on the fund balance and figuring out exactly where we stand. It's there's been some hiccups as that has been mentioned. Okay.
I do want to express appreciation for our code enforcement manager. Marcus Beltramo has spent hours and hours and hours working on not just getting clarity on the balance update, but creating a form that is streamlined and rock solid as far as enabling us to collect those funds efficiently.
Yep. Okay, so I'll open it up for public input on all of this CDD budget units, building and safety, code enforcement, nuisance abatement, planning, and the wildfire benefit zone. Is there anybody in Zoom with?
I don't see anybody.
Okay,
their hands
then I will bring it back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, I move to approve 1771, 4121, 7011, 77, oops, wrong ones, 2602, 2603, 2604, 2702, and 8475.
Second.
So much easier when my glasses are off.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so we'll take a break now, and we will come back at 2:05. Okay, welcome back from our lunch break. We are going to move ahead with our sheriff's items. There's a couple.
A few. Are we ready?
Yes.
All right, good afternoon. A couple quick thank yous for my staff, particularly Mary Beth Strong, my finance manager, who's here with us today. She loves to talk, so I'm going to hand her the mic pretty soon. Also, our accountants and analysts in our department, and of course, admin. Always a pleasure to work. I know this year we had Stephen and a lot of help from Sarah, and even though he didn't plan to be our budget analyst, appreciate him giving the time and helping us out. So I do have we have some 21 budget units. I'm going to go through them very quickly. Feel free to stop me at any time, trying to give just a few highlights. And I'll get right into it. So our first budget unit is 1785, Public Safety Facilities. And the only real highlight I'm going to talk about there is the National Guard Armory facility falls in that, which also happens to be the only ARPA funds involvement that we have in our department. To give you a little update, we're in phase one. We've completed a facility assessment report with an architect that we hired, I think it was in last March, Dewberry Designs. We completed a needs assessment with our SO divisions. We have an upcoming meeting, I think next week or the following, again with Dewberry for conceptual plan approval. And if that goes as planned and we like that, what would follow that is a cost analysis that would have to be approved by the board before we proceed. So that is 1785.
Okay.
2201, so this is our main patrol budget. This one I'll talk a little bit about. Under state law, the sheriff coroner is responsible for the delivery of law enforcement services to the unincorporated areas of Lake County, as well as countywide adult detention services. We conduct legally mandated investigations, and we also serve as the county's Office of Emergency Services. You can read a little bit more about that. I'll go straight into some accomplishments. We have several, and again, I'm trying to go fast today, but I don't want that to seem as if I'm not proud of the department for the accomplishments we have. You have those, you'll get to read them. A lot of good ones, but frankly, I could take up your day talking about accomplishments with this many budget units, so we're going to bypass that a little bit. I do want to talk about the Roadmap Task Force. 189 investigations, 94 arrests related to the work of the Roadmap Task Force, and that's good stuff. And I bring that up because it's a proactive law enforcement tool that we unfortunately don't get to use a lot in the county because of some staffing issues, and it's kind of near and dear to me, and it shows what a benefit those kind of programs are. Any questions in 2201?
I don't have a question. There is a fix in budget unit 2201 that can't wait until final budget, and they want to add a capital asset in account 6274 for $64,591. It's for gym equipment. It is officer wellness funding that what came in in last fiscal year. So it's FBA, but it was funding specifically for this, and they need it before July 1. So add $64,591 to account 6274 in budget unit 2201, please.
Okay.
And before I move on, I actually wanted to talk about a few of the goals, because the goals are kind of important to me here, and just a few of them. Providing baseline services in all areas continues to prove challenging given the struggle to attract, hire, and retain qualified employees. Staff will continue to use available tools such as social media and community outreach, as well as monetary incentives provided by the Board of Supervisors to fill the vacant positions. We want to increase retention of qualified employees and return deputy sheriffs from augmenting staffing levels in dispatching and corrections. Supervisor Sabatier brought up a good point earlier, talking about the philosophy of maybe getting rid of some positions that you can't fill anyway in favor of using that money to improve some maybe other salaries and benefits to fill positions. And we want to do exactly that. We're working on a plan right now. I can just tell you the goal for me for a couple divisions, basically patrol, corrections, and dispatch, is to get them to the median. HR was good enough to do a salary survey, updated one for just those positions, and give me an idea of where we would be. I know money doesn't solve all the problems, but I think the challenges facing law enforcement are pretty unique right now, and we have to kind of do some out-of-the-box thinking. I get it everywhere I go that the biggest concerns, I've attended a lot of town hall meetings, the Cobb Area Council and Lucerne, and the math in Middletown, and the Clear Lake Oaks, so and anybody who's attended those with me, I think you'd agree, 90% of the issues are staffing issues. People want that if they have complaints or concerns, it's response times and proactive patrol and just visibility and all those things. So I'm looking at those three areas as the most important for public safety: dispatch, corrections, and deputies. So again, that's not for today, but that will be a plan that'll be coming to the board soon.
So is that going to come this summer between now and the final budget, you think?
Kind of, maybe. Does
Hopefully.
that answer your question?
Yeah.
A lot of it we were looking at trying to get through preliminary budgets here to just kind of figure out where all the money's sat, and then it'll be meetings with everybody, of course. Admin before HR, hopefully before final budgets.
Okay. Supervisor Green?
Yeah, 3 super quick questions. So again, I'm all about cost recovery apparently this week. So charges for services, I see the budgeted amount went down a little bit. I don't know if that's all live scans all the time, but I'm just curious. That would be 66-80 on page D105 of the breakout. So I just want to make sure that we're collecting all the appropriate fees for all the services you're providing. And if we haven't done a fee study lately, maybe that would be something. I like to hear that you're all into the roadmap task force. That seems to be a good model that we'll be leaning toward extending at some point. And it's a good thing. The number went down quite a bit, but your liability insurance went down substantially. So how'd you pull that off?
We're just really, really good. No, to answer your first
vacancy rate. I don't know.
To answer your first question, reduction in cannabis permits is the biggest reduction we had in those fees. And the other question is, that's probably luck more than, I mean, we do our business the way we do our business. And I've gotten that figure from admin every year for decades, and it changes. And sometimes we're lucky, sometimes we're not.
Sometimes it makes sense, sometimes it doesn't.
Sometimes, yeah.
Supervisor Sabatier?
I'll just make my comments. I'll make my comments now, and they probably overlap some of the other ones that you're going to say. My number one most important that would help you, I think, is your dispatch. I would love to see that change so that we don't have our officers stuck in a room. We have our officers doing what they were hired to do, what they wanted to do, which is to serve our communities and be out in the field and doing what they're supposed to do. That, and of course, the issues you have in the county jail, where again, you have to bring officers inside to become correctional officers. I think those two things could help alleviate a whole lot more. I'm in full support of that. Appreciate what you guys do, because you are good at what you do.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. We're moving on to dispatch now, and I'll talk about a little bit of those numbers. And to go back to the vacancy rate thing, we're currently, I think, 33% vacant in patrol, and that moves us into dispatch because we're struggling there, of course. I'll go over our overview a little bit here real quick, but the Lake County Sheriff's Dispatch Center serves as Lake County's public safety access point. Emergency 911 calls for fire, law, and medical services are received here. The center is staffed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Goes into how many calls we handle, and I'd like to spend some time with that, but I really want to talk about what you're talking about. Our vacancy rate in dispatch right now is currently 40%. We have 10 allocated dispatcher and supervisor positions, and currently 5 are filled for 40% vacancy. In that mini salary survey HR did for me, they're 11.04% below the median, which is in itself a problem, but with dispatch, we have CPD, Mendocino County. We have a lot of very local competition that pay quite a bit more, and it's very difficult to staff that position. So yeah, we're looking to make an improvement there, and that would also improve patrol as well. Any other questions about central dispatch? So 2203 is sheriff marijuana suppression. We get these monies from USDEA grants. And per grant requirements, money received from the DEA and DSAP, Domestic Cannabis Eradication and Suppression Program. They're prohibited from being used for licensing or license compliance services. Several accomplishments there, but I'm not going to spend a lot of time. Did I lose? What's that?
You've been adjusted.
Okay, was I talking too loud? You can just tell me to quiet down. You never adjust. Okay, I'll move on from 2203 to 2204.
Oh, wait, sorry.
Go ahead.
Super. So again, you and I sat down. Yeah, it is hard to connect the dots, and I'm looking, this obviously can't be used for any compliance work, so this is all about illicit cultivation, but of course, in the Roadmap Task Force, we coordinate with code enforcement and stuff like that. And then there's so many task forces going around. I know you guys work with watershed enforcement, or what used to be called watershed enforcement. Now the state's spinning up a task force under a new name. I forget what it is. It starts with a U, like Unified Task Force. So I guess I'm just trying to connect the dots still. You know, clearly you go out and do what you're doing, and you can't spend any money on compliance work, and yet by virtue of your work you need to interact with community development. You need to interact with other agencies, presumably including in a more meaningful way moving ahead the Department of Cannabis Control and whatever their unified task force is, which is distinct from the advisory task force they're talking about spinning up. So just real quickly, can you just connect two dots? What's your current capacity as far as working with whatever the watershed enforcement team that used to be Fish and Wildlife and stuff like that, and how is that going to connect the dots with whatever new unified task force the state is spinning up?
I'm not sure of the unified task force. Right. As far as the relationship and working with code enforcement, our roadmap task force is obviously different than our marijuana suppression task force. And they do work specifically with code enforcement for compliance issues because it's funded through, funds you guys approved. The DEA is just different. They're typical, more traditional, just marijuana eradication operations.
DEA, as
DEA
in federal?
Stuff, yes, federal.
Okay. Is that camp/EPIC now?
Yeah, they don't call it that anymore, but that's what it used to be.
I'll take more questions offline. Thank you.
I think it's normal.
Excuse me?
I think it got changed to normal or anyways, it doesn't matter.
I don't have it here. I already said decent. Yeah. So if no other questions about 2303, 2204 is the Sheriff Court Security. The Sheriff's Office provides executive protection for the judges and court security. This function is performed with a combination of permanent full-time employees and retired annuitants, supervised by a full-time sergeant. No significant staffing or budget changes in that. 2205 is the Sheriff Marine Patrol. The Marine Patrol Division provides enforcement of California's Harbors and Navigation Code on the navigable waters of Lake County. The division is staffed by one full-time sergeant and augmented by seasonal deputy sheriffs, again, usually retired annuitants. The division also enforces the county's quagga mussel invasive species ordinance, and again, no significant changes to the budget or staffing. 2206 is the Sheriff's Rural Fund. The big item in the rural fund this year, I think Stephen has an addition with this one, but is the armory project that is partially funded. I think $1 million out is committed out of Sheriff's Rural Fund towards the armory project, and you had one other addition.
The addition before September is the Sheriff's Office needs to increase the capital asset for mobile radios in account 6279 by $5,500 for a new total of $20,000. And to offset it, account 2830 should be lowered by $5,500 in budget unit 2206.
We'll get back to you on that.
Thank you. Excuse me, next budget unit is 2207, Sheriff Civil. Fees for this budget are collected pursuant to Government Code 26746 and 26731 and 26746.1. The Civil Division is responsible for the service of civil papers. The Civil Division processed several hundred subpoenas, notices, summons, complaints, and restraining orders, earning withholdings, orders, claims, levies, actions, and other services. And again, we're not anticipating any big budget changes or changes of staffing in that division. Sheriff Blood Alcohol, unless you have a question, I'm not really going to waste much time on a lot of these, just funds.
Can I jump backwards real quick to Marine Patrol? Is there any vehicle abatement capacity right now? Not vehicle, but vessel. Dead boats. I know there's grant funds floating around, icy dead boats, but I don't know if that's a code enforcement thing or Marine Patrol or if you guys coordinate on that.
We haven't that I'm aware of. Water Resources might, but I don't know of involvement with us yet.
Thank you.
2210 is Sheriff's STC fund. These are funds we receive back for the state to somewhat augment required training. STC is standards and trainings and corrections. This is for our correction division. Again, unless you have a question, I'm not going to spend a lot of time. 2212, Sheriff Automated Warrant System. Again, any questions? 2213 is Sheriff DNA. It's just money budgeted to collect both for the courts and probation as set forth as a result of Proposition 69. Any questions about DNA collection fund? 2214 is Sheriff Asset Forfeiture. Monies in this budget are seized from property in accordance with the equitable sharing agreements between the County of Lake, the Department of Justice, and Treasury. Monies are also received from state and local forfeitures. We don't anticipate any changes or significant budget impacts. $22.15 is the Sheriff Inmate Welfare Fund. Services provided by these funds under Penal Code Section 4025 are used primarily for the benefit, education, welfare of the inmates confined within the jail facility. This budget unit also provides funding for a Deputy Sheriff Corrections assigned to coordinate inmate programs. No changes. $22.16 is the Sheriff Pool Vehicle Fund. As the board knows, the fund allows the department to purchase replacement unmarked pool vehicles, such as for our pool vehicles and detectives unmarks.
I apologize again if I can backtrack very quickly to asset forfeiture. There's $500,000 in there.
I don't see.
On page D130, appropriation 28-30, supplies and services, 508,458, from a previous actual of 13K. So that's not incoming revenue. So is that capital? No, it would be supplies and services. So what's the $500,000 for?
Narcotics Task Force, remodeling in the narcotics task force. We've had to do a lot of work with cutting trees and stuff down over at the
Microphone.
I don't want to talk. It's money basically that just sits in an account until we need it. We use our, the funding for the narcotics task force when we have to do projects over there, like all the eucalyptus trees that we had to cut down. That money came out of that account. We also use it for our canines, our canine schools, and that type of thing.
All right, thank you.
2217, sheriff pursuit vehicles, just like the other vehicles. This fund purchases vehicles and equipment to replace existing fleet of emergency vehicles and response vehicles. Any questions? Budget Unit 2218 is Sheriff Search and Rescue. This budget functions strictly on donations. Its main beneficiary was a donation from the Grace Muzakis Thompson Trust. Under the terms of the trust, 25% of the monies were designated to be made available to the Lake County Search and Rescue with the sheriff as the beneficiary. And in capital assets, you'll see that one of the items purchased was a quad for the search and rescue team that came out of this fund. Other than that, no changes. $2220, Sheriff Post. Post, much like STC, is the state reimbursing us for a portion of the training that's mandated by the state. Every public safety dispatcher has to receive 24 hours of training every 2 years. Every post peace officer the same. Question? I'm going too fast for you, too.
Yeah, I know.
2221 is just a fund for the local law JAG grant. Any questions? Okay, 2301 is the Sheriff Jail Facilities. This is one I do want to talk about a little bit. Staffing at the facility is made up of a captain, a correctional lieutenant, correctional sergeants, correctional deputies, correctional aides, staff services analysts, law enforcement records technicians, and maintenance workers. You will see in our position allocation a requested change in this. We would like to essentially unfund 2 deputy corrections officers in favor of 1 lieutenant position. In my experience, they're both from to operate properly and to look towards the future. 2 lieutenants is the ideal chain of command out there. When I was a jail commander, that was the system set up then, and I believe it's most effective. You have a lieutenant that's in charge of operations, transportation, most of those things, but the jail is a very large, complex facility to run. You have maintenance, medical, food services, and so we're looking for a lieutenant position. Again, that would put us back to what I think the Sheriff's Department has traditionally been for more often than not. Any questions about that?
Have you been able to hire any women?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we were for a while there, as you know, we were borrowing probation officers, and we have had a little bit of success there. We've actually hired 5.
Nice.
We have had some success in hiring. You know, I gave you the vacancy rate in patrol. That's it's a little worse than that actually, because 3 of those are trainees. We did have some luck and some success with our trainee program, but unfortunately for those men and women, we have to send them to the academy. They get out, they go through training, so we won't see a benefit of that for probably close to a year. And same with jail. We have 5 correctional officers starting, and we certainly hope they all make it. We'd have a kind of a vicious cycle. As we hire, we lose. In patrol right now, although we had a little success hiring, we're down to 14 people signing up for a shift. That's pretty low. That's what most people recognize as the deputies out there, our patrol men and women. It's been as high as 30 and as low as 10. In my time here and talking to past commanders, no one ever has known it to be below 10. And unfortunately, we're 14 right now with 5 in background at other departments. So we could be in a little bit of trouble there. I'm sorry I got a little far off the field, but we have had some success hiring some correctional officers.
$20,000 helps.
Yeah.
It sure does.
When was the tower finished?
It's been about 3 months ago, tower and control.
Are you doing tours?
I'd be happy to.
Okay, I'd like to come see it.
I think Supervisor Green wanted to take a tour as well. We'll do that. So the jail is rated to house 297 inmates. Just for information, right now we're currently at 225. And again, a lot of accomplishments, a lot of stuff, but I'll pass it if we're save a little time.
Just a quick comment, not a question. We brought up the Medicaid inmate exception policy a while back and submitted a letter of support to make that change. Approximately 70% up and down, give or take, on the day of your population in the jail are pretrial.
Pre-sentence, yeah.
And I was told during one of my visits to Arizona that there is a bill that is starting to be drafted and passed around. I'm having Congressman Thompson's office try to track that bill down if it can help save some money. I know it's not direct to this specific budget, but it would help in reducing some funding that is used for jail medical, and maybe we can redirect some of those funds.
And that's
to other
a contract that continues to go up, so that'd be helpful.
Absolutely.
Can I make one clarifying comment?
Sure.
Where the sheriff said that there were 2 Deputy Sheriff 1-2 corrections unfunded to pay for this new lieutenant, it was actually 2 removed and lieutenant added.
Yes.
Well, they're slightly different. So,
yeah, no, I noticed that.
Our final budget unit, 2704, is Office of Emergency Services. The Lake County Sheriff's Office of Emergency Services is the lead agency for local emergency management of the County of Lake as defined by the Lake County Board of Supervisors in Chapter 6, Article 1 of the Lake County Code. Emergency management is necessary to coordinate resources, maintain government operations, and respond to the needs of Lake County when an emergency becomes a disaster. Of course, here in Lake County, we use our OES and our EOC quite a bit, and we're hoping not to as much, but not anticipating a bunch of changes there. Done a wonderful job, a lot of outreach going on, and we'll continue that towards fire season. Anybody have any questions about OES?
Did you have a question, Supervisor Green?
Not the OES. When you're done with all the units, though, I was going to ask about care court and where that might fit in. Thank you.
If you want to finish up, that is my final budget unit. So care court, I know there was some discussion earlier about care court and CalAIM, I think. Going to be a big effect to a lot of county departments. Not so much the sheriff's department. It'll affect us in a lot of ways, but I think it's going to be a big hit to behavioral health, public health, DSS. For us, as mentioned from behavioral health, those discussions are just starting to take place to see where everybody fits in. And a lot of it depends on how the judges interpret it and what they want to do. What they consider, if they consider sentencing people and technically forcing treatment, then there'll be a lot of questions. Who provides it? We try to provide treatment now in coordination with behavioral health and DSS, and it's already difficult because of staffing, so it's just going to make it more difficult. It is a state program that is going to be completely reliant on county resources to make it happen.
How can you predict? So the meetings have to happen, but then for budget purposes, I can just think there's probably some unanticipated expenses in there. And, when we pick up a 5150 in transport, are we going to different places? Do we have to assign officers in a different way?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. We don't really know what is going to be assigned of us. We've had a little bit of this kind of happen with a judge ordering some quasi placements, but they've really left us out a little bit. They've requested we do some transportation, but not sit with the person. If it comes to that, then that changes a lot of dynamics. So it's got a potential to have a big impact, which I don't really know what it's going to be yet.
Okay, do we have any public input on any of these public safety items? Anyone in Zoom?
I'm not
No? Okay.
No, I'm not on it, sorry.
Oh.
I thought I was, but
Kim, are you in Zoom?
Yes, I am.
Can you see if we have any hands up? Okay. So then I will bring it back for action.
And before I read it out, really appreciate the numbers coming out of the Roadmap Task Force. I think all of those numbers are really useful in understanding how do we move forward, how we expand, and where we go next. So really appreciate the partnership that you've created with code enforcement and others to make those things happen.
Thank you.
And with that, I move to approve budget units 1785, 2201, 2202, all the way down to 2208, 2210, 2212 through 2218, 2220, 2221, 2301, 2704, and I also would like to amend the appropriate budget units as stated by Mr. Carter earlier.
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Sorry, I had to check to make sure that that was appropriate. So
Thank
much
you,
easier
Sheriff.
that way.
Thank you.
Next, we have Public Works.
You're going to let me get away with just unfunding those positions.
It's a good try.
I'll take that. Yeah. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Scott DeLeon. I'm the Public Works and Water Resources Director. I'm joined today by Alicia Ayala, who is the Deputy Director of Public Works in charge of administration, and Marina Delagianis, who is the Deputy Director of Water Resources. We're excited to bring our presentation to you today. I'll attempt to be brief and hit some of the highlights, and I'm not going to talk about all 18 primary budgets that we are responsible for or the 34 secondary budget units that we're responsible for, but I do want to hit some of the highlights. And before I get started, I just wanted to make just a very brief comment about vacancies, and there was a bit of discussion about that this morning, and Supervisor Green kind of hit the nail on the head. As department heads, it's been historically very difficult to get position allocations, new ones. And so whenever you have one, you don't want to get rid of it. And so in a number of budgets, and two of the budgets that were on the screen that were shown were Budget Unit 1903, DPW Admin, and 1908, Engineering and Inspection. And it showed, 40, 50% or close to 50% vacancy. In DPW Admin, for example, we have 13 total positions. 3 of those are unfunded. So really we only have 10, but those 13 are included in the calculation for your vacancy rate. We have 2 vacancies in that position, and while that might not seem like a big deal, our vacancy rate goes from 20% to 38, almost 40% when you add in those other positions that are unfunded. It's the same with engineering and inspection. We have 12 total positions, position allocations in the budget unit. 9 of them are funded, and we actually only have 3 vacancies in that division. So again, as a department head, you don't want to give up that position allocation. And so, you were talking about, Supervisor Sabatier, you were talking about looking to the future, and perhaps if position allocations aren't as difficult to get in the future, then we might be willing to let go of them if they're unfunded. Or let go of them as opposed to unfunding them and having them included in the calculation. Just a little wrinkle to the whole discussion, because I did hear what you said about perhaps taking some of that funding that's set aside for those positions that you're never going to fill and do something with that. And I think that's, an excellent idea. This just creates a bit of a wrinkle for it.
If I may respond to that,
Please.
I think unfunded is just as good as what we were talking about earlier, because you can have a board today that's easy to put positions back in when there's a request and there's a good reason to say yes, but then you may have a board within the next 2 years or 4 years that may not have that same behavior or mindset. But to me, unfunded allows that money to be freed up, and it gives me the same outcome than what you've been doing with these unfunded positions that you have.
Great. So with that, let's jump into some of our budget units. I'm going to start with 1908, and I'm going to focus a little bit on that. Engineering and inspection, that's the unit that's responsible for all the engineering and inspection tasks within the department. The majority of the work that we do, or the engineering work that we have done, is through consultants. So our staff oversees a lot of contracts and administers a lot of contracts and coordinates with Caltrans and others on reimbursements and expenditures. I bring this item up, or this particular budget unit up, because I wanted to focus on the general fund contribution, and just make a note that the county general fund contributes. This year we have budgeted $259,000 for county surveyor costs. Other than that, all the other positions in the division they generate their own revenue, but we do get a general fund contribution for the county surveyor. And I'll just kind of jump through these, and please stop me if you have questions. Budget Unit 3011 is the road department. We have 34 full-time positions, and I wrote down here 1 or 2 vacancies. We had an interview today, and so depending on the outcome of today's interview, we may only have 1 vacancy after today. There are HEO, heavy equipment operator positions that are open. I do have to put a bit of an asterisk next to our vacancies, in that a number of the heavy equipment operator positions we've underfilled with maintenance workers. It's extremely difficult to recruit folks that have Class A driver's licenses and equipment operation experience. And so what we're doing is we're underfilling these positions with maintenance workers and then training them, and with the hopes that we can kind of groom these folks into future heavy equipment operators. So again, a bit of an asterisk on our vacancy rate.
So they've been promoted from entry-level positions, basically?
Yes.
Cool. That's pretty cool.
The road department's responsible for 613 centerline miles of public roads, 125 bridges, and thousands of culverts. If you look at all of our budgets, that is the largest individual budget unit in the department. However, the majority of the funding and the appropriations are specific projects, specific funding. They're non-discretionary funds, so they're for specific projects and programs. Last year, using some one-time funding provided by your board, we completed approximately 15 miles of asphalt overlay and chip seal on roads that were impacted by the sulfur fire and others in that region. We also utilized some federal funding to purchase a new chip cart for our chip seal program. And one of our goals for this summer is to complete about 20 miles of road rehabilitation here in the Lakeport area, and the guys are working diligently on that right now. So excited to use the new cart, and looking forward to getting some roads completed at this end of the lake. And then once again, and we've had a number of conversations about this, one of the primary goals for the budget unit is the implementation of our pavement rehabilitation plan. And we are planning on delivering a large rehab project for next summer. So look for me coming to the board very soon with a consultant to do the plans and specs, and then we'll get that project out to bid for construction next year.
I have a question. And the right-of-way clearing, the vegetation right-of-way clearing, is that in this budget unit? Or
Yes.
Is that okay, and so how is that done? Just staff hours, because we purchased that equipment?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
And on pavement rehabilitation, the plan we just approved was a chunky monkey, and I believe identified projects well in excess of revenues. So how is that addressed in this budget then? What level of funding for the pavement rehabilitation plan is actually projected with this budget versus, I forget what the plan was, but I think we kind of doubled it to more than 10 million or something like that. So
Right.
what level of actual rehabilitation is in this year's budget?
So we're anticipating somewhere in the $10 to $12 million range for the project that will start next summer. It'll begin in this coming up fiscal year.
And we identified revenues?
Well, we have existing revenues from savings of SB1 and SB1 revenues over the last several years. We've been putting that in reserves, and we'll be using that as the revenue for year one.
Supervisor Spatier?
Yeah, just two questions. One, I'm sorry to bring it up. Love the double chip seal you did in the sulfur fire area. So unfortunate that we lost another piece of the Sulphur Bank Road during the heavy rains. Is there any plan in the near future to, just because to me that's always, and you and I have had this discussion before, it was repaired, which was greatly appreciated, but it's one of those, if there's a fire in the area, that's one of the main evacuation routes, and I just want to make sure there's the egress and the ingress. Just kind of curious if it's on the radar for a certain time frame for getting resolved, or if it's kind of stuck within the 10-year plan somewhere.
No, it's not stuck within the 10-year plan, and if we can get that repair done this summer, and it'll be towards the end of the construction season, that's our hope to do that.
It was looking great up until that point. That was too bad. And then my second one is with the contractor that you're working with to prepare for all of these projects that will be coming through for the 10-year plan, are they able to help us get grants for those projects as well, whether that's through HUD, CDBG, or some other form of grant funding?
Yes.
Okay, good, because I know they're a pain in the butt, and if we could have someone else do it for us, that'd be awesome.
Right. Now, they have the company I'm going to be bringing you as experience with that, so yes.
I just have a quick question. Was that road slip out as a result of the storms that were under the declaration?
Yes.
And so is that...
And it has been written up through the ER program.
Okay.
Yep. As a storm damage repair site.
Okay, thanks.
And just for public's information, Elk Mountain will be looked at through a different funding source?
No, it's through the same.
It's through the same? Okay.
Okay, so we'll move on to Budget Unit 3122, Lamson Airport. This budget unit is basically operation of Lamson. Last year, we separated the airport operations coordinator from the right-of-way agent and created an extra help position. Unfortunately, we have not been able to recruit that position yet. However, I understand I have an application in by a qualified individual, so we're, fingers crossed, we're going to be bringing someone who has a lot of experience actually doing that work back on board here shortly. I bring this budget unit up because, again, it's a general fund contribution of $66,741 has been requested as part of our budget. Budget Unit 3123, which is the Lamson Airport capital projects. We continue to work on our capital improvement projects with our consultant. They will be doing the design work of the taxiway and, the parking area rehab, which should get constructed not next year, but the following year due to funding.
They also are working on the development of a hangar facility on the south side of the taxiway, which your board provided some one-time funding for last year, which we greatly appreciate. There is a general fund contribution in this budget unit to complete that hangar project design work. It's $35,324. So appreciate very much admin's continued support of the airport. 9911 ISF Central Garage. You might ask, well, why are we going to talk about Central Garage? And for the first time in as long as I've been the Public Works Director, I'm proud to announce that we have 0 vacancies in that budget unit. That's, again, first time since 2011 that we haven't had any vacancies. So very excited. We've got a great crew down there. They're doing wonderful work. They have 132 vehicles in the fleet, and between the passenger vehicles and the trucks, and they have to know how to repair new, old, heavy equipment, trailers. They are truly incredibly talented folks down there, and I have to thank your board for your continued support of our request to bring their salaries into something that was commensurate with the skill level and the requirement for that job. And I think that your support of those raises and their salary increases is certainly a major contributing factor to 0 vacancies in that department, because we really struggled recruiting qualified applicants, and the changes that have been made to the salary have greatly changed that. So thank you.
Just a quick question on that. I know the heavy machine operator was kind of the last one to really try to get you the attraction you needed in order to fill in that position. So I'm glad that was finally accomplished. Huge applause for that. I'm going to say something general that I'm not quite sure where it fits within the whole fleet thing. So in our capital assets list, I think I counted like 22 vehicles that we're buying, and none of them are either hybrid or electric. And I don't know who to ask or when to bring it up, but I'll bring it up now. I really would like to see what's our plan? Because by 2035, the state has already basically told us what our plan is, but what's our transition plan to reach 2035? We have to be better prepared. It doesn't mean we can't have those vehicles, but we need to be prepared with the infrastructure and to purchase new vehicles. And I don't know if that's you, if that's admin, if that's public services, or a mix, but I thought I'd bring it up during the fleet conversation to say I would really like to see a plan, or maybe even Terry Logsdon with the climate change resiliency. It's all kind of mixed in together, but I would love to see that plan at least be started this year. It may not get completed, but it would be really nice to know as we continue to pursue new vehicles that we have a plan on what it is that we're supposed to get and who's eligible, who's not.
We have one plan for one, right?
Right. So you stole a bit of my thunder here, but that's all right. That's fine.
Tends to do that.
Because I was going to talk about, at the end, I was going to talk about fixed asset purchases. We have 8 vehicles that we plan to purchase through the central garage. I'm guessing you've added up the vehicles from all the other departments. And so while I can't speak to those, I can tell you that we have a big interest in central garage to look towards hybrid and electric vehicles. I've challenged Chris Hamill, the superintendent down at ISF, to start working on that and start electrifying our fleet. I know Lars has got a project he plans to do to bring solar and a charging station to the back parking lot, and we'd like to take advantage of that and put a pool vehicle out there. Infrastructure has always been the challenge. And so we're going to kind of piggyback on what Lars is doing. I also listened to Doug Gearhart's presentation this morning, and he talked about that they have grant funds available for such things. So we will be moving in that direction.
Sorry to steal it.
Oh, no problem.
I was teasing.
They used tape a lot when I was a kid.
And just I wrote electric vehicle next to my comments here, just to show you that I had planned on talking about it. I think that's going to about cover it for Public Works, unless you had any specific questions related to the Public Works side of the counter. I'm going to move to Water Resources next, and unless anyone has any questions.
Well, we just talked about briefly about the tree mortality project, and it is going to come back in a couple weeks here, but there's nothing in the budget because this is all going to be contracted out, and so I just was hoping you could share a little bit of that we've been working on with the rest of the board so they're aware.
Okay. Well, I've been kind of quietly in the background managing things, and your board's going to see a contract with Clerk, I believe on the 27th, for the tree removal portion of the Soda Bay corridor grant that's in place. We also brought to your board the contract with Headway Transportation, and they're actively, and I believe I heard you talk about that earlier today too, about the meetings that are occurring for the development of the evacuation plan. And I've also been a little bit involved with the project with MGE and the application to Cal OES for that. I'm ready and available to assist with that in any way that I'm needed.
Okay, I just wanted to see if there had any questions, because you and I have been talking about it for over a year, so. Okay, there's nothing new in the budget, but there are grants, there are applications, there's a lot of other things moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll move on
Just real
to.
quick.
Yeah.
Sorry, with roads, we talked about the 10-year plan briefly, recently too. But I remember you explaining each year we had to come up with a specific amount to fund the road projects. And I just for the public's purpose, I wanted to make sure we talked about how that was anticipated to be funded each year. Yeah.
Well, we're going to, like I mentioned, the department and thanks to Alicia has been salting away some funds over the years, anticipating a big project, and we're going to deliver that first big project and hopefully show the community what can be done, the types of projects, the type of work, and the scope of work that can get done with appropriate funding. We will continue to have some level of funding through Public Works, through our gas tax and other funding sources. And if grants become available for this type of work, we'll continue to try to pursue that. But there are a number of other options and things that we'll need to bring to your board to make some tough decisions on, frankly, sales tax measures, and other types of funding options that bonds and other types of things. And so I guess the answer, I'll just be a little more direct.
Yeah.
We don't have a confirmed funding source for the following years.
Right.
We just don't. We can make it scalable.
Mm-hmm.
We can only put out to bid what we have in available funding. We can certainly do that. Won't get the job done in 10 years. It'll take a lot longer, unfortunately, without any additional revenue streams. So
thank you.
That answered the question.
You did. I really needed that to be said, because in one of my recent meetings with the town hall, there's an assumption that there is a funding source for it and that their taxes are somewhere stored away that we can just do this work. And I wanted that to be explained, that it's not necessarily, I mean, I wish it was that way. I think Stephen wishes it was too, but it's, you know, and you, of course, but I just wanted to see if we can get that out there. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll jump into Water Resources, Budget Unit 8105. I wanted to start with that one.
Should we just approve all the public works ones?
We can wait.
It's up to Lloyd, or, I mean, you, sorry.
They're all part of the same overall department.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay.
And before you get started, there's so much expectations on Public Works, and I just want to make sure and highlight the gratitude for winter storms, all the rain that we received. That stops work. And I apologize for bringing it up, but your staff, the fact that you have almost 100% filled capacity in your road crew, when your road crew had to deal with some really emotional times this year. And to show that shares the camaraderie that they have, the strength and resiliency that they have to continue to do what they've been doing without trying to walk away so that they don't have to remember. So I want to highlight that, not just for you and the team here, but for your entire staff, that it's appreciated that they're still out there serving their communities.
I appreciate that. We have, and I'll just, one last point on that. I apologize, and Lori's going to be upset with me because she told me the number, and maybe you heard her. It's a large percentage of our staff. Over half, I'll just go with over half of our road crew have less than 1 year experience.
Wow.
Yeah. All right. So a third of our folks have less than 1 year experience. So not only are we challenged with recovering from the winter and the enormous amount of rainfall and the damage that was done to the roads as a result, we're also training a lot of folks and teaching a lot of folks how to do stuff. So it's a challenge, but they're up for it. They're doing good work.
Yes, they are.
Yeah. I appreciate the comment. I really do. All right, so Water Resources Budget Unit 8105. I bring that up because this is the budget unit that covers the Big Valley area, and it was brought up this morning in Stephen's presentation about a $5 million expenditure, and be perfectly honest with you, that kind of caught my attention, and I thought, what? I don't recall that, but anyway, went and checked on it, and basically that was a placeholder for a state grant that we had applied for through our Big Valley Groundwater Basin. Since we submitted the budget, we've learned that unfortunately we were not selected for that grant. And it's going to create some issues because we have a Big Valley groundwater sustainability plan that requires implementation, but we don't have the funding for the implementation. That was what one of the grant was, one of the purposes of that grant. So we're going to need to be working with the state and with admin and of course your board sitting as the board of the Groundwater Sustainability Agency to figure out how we're going to fund the implementation of the plan. So I don't have any really more detail than that. I don't know if Marina has anything else she'd like to add, but we were unsuccessful at that grant, but we will continue to work with the state and others to try to figure out how to make that happen. Okay? There is a general fund contribution in this budget unit for $25,000 for flow monitoring equipment that we requested. Budget unit 8107 is
you have
the...
a question?
Yes.
Sorry, just had a question. I know that we just got approved by the state. Was that us that received it, or was it Big Valley that received it for the $500,000 for the stream gauge? I know we either wrote a letter of support or it was us that did the grant. I just wasn't quite certain because it said Lake County received it.
Yeah, so that is in reference to the governor's announcement on June 8th. I believe the $500,000 that was allocated for groundwater and surface water monitoring as focus on efforts of the Clear Lake Hitch. I'm working with a few folks to identify where that money is being funneled to. I had friends from DWR, the California Department of Water Resources, inquire to see if that came to us. I'm unaware of that money coming through our department. We've also reached out to our friends at Big Valley to see where that money has landed. So stay tuned, but to our knowledge, that is not coming through our department.
It almost sounds like we don't know where it's going.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
So Budget Unit 8107 is Water Resources. This one's a little unique. There are 10 full-time positions in this budget unit. However, at your board's request, we presented two budgets for this budget unit, one status quo and the other with two positions, two additional position allocations to work on hitch-related projects and programs. In order to have those two additional positions, we requested a general fund contribution of $200,000 for the positions and associated services and supplies, and that has been reflected in the budget. So there are now 12. We have 12 full-time positions with a general fund contribution. We have 3 vacancies in the department. If this budget is approved as presented, we will have 2 positions that we'll need to recruit, and then we have 1 vacancy currently. So just say thank you for that if that gets approved, and happy to answer any questions.
And you said it's general fund.
Stephen?
Yeah, the request is for general fund, so if it is approved, it would come straight out of general fund for 1 program coordinator and water resources technician, and then associated expenses up to $200,000. That's what's in the budget for you.
Okay. If you don't think that there's a problem with it coming from general fund, there's other potential pockets of funds. That's why I was kind of, that's what I was thinking through. I know cannabis, again, has that bucket of 30% that we just said had more than 400,000.
The issue is this is an ongoing expense because it's positions, so that's not something you want to generally take out of a one-time type funding source.
Right. Okay.
So preference, not really, but ongoing.
And if you had more vacancies, I'd have more issues with adding more, but you're already 9 out of 10 at this moment in time, so it's what the board was looking for, and if we can make it, let's make it happen, especially if we have potentially some funding, whether our partners or us coming through to help us out with that, and I'm sure that we've gotten enough attention that more funding will be made available. So.
Okay.
Supervisor Green.
Yeah, and I just want to thank the board for their support and their consideration of that. If there was anything I would want to enhance, just some understanding of workflow, my limited exposure to the very hard work that's done by this department. You have so many balls in the air, and if it's all grants all the time, grant management, compliance, writing reports, and I know you do share staff with Public Works. So I applaud you for the Band-Aids you have put together so far. I don't want to disrupt any internal workflow. I anticipate that if these positions are funded, you will find plenty of work for them. Going back, though, to the budget unit for Kelseyville, and again, I'm haunted by about 50 years of funding battles for water projects around this county, just because I was stupid enough to go research some of this. it can't be all assessments all the time. If one lesson we learned from 50 years ago, it's like people kind of have an expectation of services. And although in the old days when water projects were all tied to development of irrigation water and the benefit was easier.
Are you talking about special districts versus what water resources? Because you mentioned Kelseyville and I'm lost.
Big Valley?
Big Valley.
The GSP?
Yes.
Oh, gotcha.
Is that what you're referring to in Kelseyville?
Yeah, but I think it was a different budget unit, wasn't it? I'm sorry.
It's 8105,
Yeah.
the flood zone 5.
The 5 million?
That's the GSP?
Yes.
Okay, but that's different from the flood, well, no, it's tied to the flood benefit zone, right? Or is it not?
It's flood zone number 5.
I will withdraw my question because we're all looking confused, including myself. I will back away.
Okay, well, I think adding those 2 positions backs up everything that we've set in motion and is a response to our commitment. So thank you for adding those.
Okay. 8109 is the Watershed Protection District. This budget unit has our top priority projects, the Quagga Mussel Prevention Program, Middle Creek Restoration, stormwater and water quality programs, the National Flood Insurance Program, and the Big Valley Groundwater Sustainability. Some of the highlights, again, we were successful obtaining state and federal grant funds to continue our Quagga Mussel Prevention Program and expand that. I kind of chuckle when I think about when I became the Water Resources Director in 2010. We handed out stickers for free, and there was no monitoring. There was very little outreach. There was very little boater education, and to look at where we're at today is frankly remarkable, and it's largely due to the efforts of staff and going after funds. I own a couple watercraft. I don't like paying for stickers, and I certainly don't like paying for the state sticker, which I think is a money grab. But by the same token, my department benefits greatly from those state programs, and so happy to send that check in. I hope they don't double it, but anyway, we're doing wonderful things with that program. Let's see, we continue to purchase properties for the Middle Creek project. We made some progress this last year. I hope to see that improve next year. It's been a challenge for us, and we're really trying to get some things put into place to help us be more efficient with that. We have a new grant manager that appears to be very enthusiastic. And so while we're excited about that, he's also learning. So we're having some growing pains there, but I think it is working out well, and I think it will work out well.
Just to clarify, that's a grant manager through California Department of Water Resources. I got really excited for a second. I was like, we have a new grant manager with our department? That's through DWR, who oversees the grant for the Middle Creek project.
My comment was clarified. Yes, state DWR grant manager.
The work is still there, though, and it's getting done.
Yes.
Yes.
We successfully did the flood insurance community rating system recertification, and we completed several lakebed structure abatements with a variety of grant funds, and so we appreciate that. Yes, I appreciate your recognition of a lot of projects, a lot of balls in the air. We're doing a lot of things up there on the 3rd floor.
Is there vessel abatement money available?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I got a dead boat calling your name. No.
So we have some general fund contributions for budget unit 8109. I'll go through those quickly. General fund contribution for flow monitoring equipment of $25,000, and then we have transfers from budget unit 1072 for lakebed structure abatement of $100,000. match for Blue Ribbon Committee grants of $100,000, and match for the Army Corps design of Middle Creek of $800,000. So that's coming through our budget unit. So we appreciate that very much. Any questions about water resources? Okay.
So the, is it budget unit 1672 that has the lake bed leases?
Yes.
Is that,
Yes, so 1673, is it?
oh, is it 1673?
Right.
73 has
So
the revenue.
73 is the revenue. And the revenue from that is generated by the payment of leases for docks and piers and their encroachments into the lake. And while we made some inroads to getting folks to pay, we still have some outstanding and very large balances due.
Can I add something to that? And we have made recent efforts and we are in recent communications with the State Lands Commission. We are the ones to collect these funds by means of State Lands Commission, and they are helping us with some of these outreach and engagement and coordinating and contact some of these delinquent accounts, as we call them, with the substantial fees. We're looking at accounts with over $5,000. Those are our priority accounts, and we have some well over $5,000 with delinquent fees, and then working our way down to some of these low, still fees that we are waiting on collection of, but not as high as $5,000.
So how much total outstanding do we have?
I don't have the answer to that. But we can get it for you.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not reflected.
And that's a difficult question to answer, because for some of these accounts, they haven't paid over a number of years. So it's been a compounding amount.
I can say confidently over 100,000 with that, but as Director De Leon said, we do have some accounts that have been delinquent for well over, 3 to 4 years.
Okay, and so if they were paying regularly, they would be in 2160, and right now we're seeing just $25,000. Or would they be somewhere else?
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Oh, the 79? Okay, so it's the other ones. Okay.
And speaking of bouncing balls, so as we want to signal consistently, the county itself and the flood protection district itself are taking a series of voluntary actions to really support this response. This is not time or place to break that out on a hitch thing, but just to make sure we're not losing sight of all the balls. For example, we recently pitched you a request to develop a work program for Scotts Valley. Adobe Creek Conjunctive Use project is still bouncing around somewhere in here. Are you doing time tracking within your department just so you can keep a handle on this is Hitch and this is some of our other more established programs? And would we be able to get a report on that somewhere down the road?
Absolutely. So we have been, especially the past few months, 6 months or so, we've been diligently tracking. We have a specific code in our time management system, CAMS, of Hitch related, and our staff members do go in there and provide specific comments on the work that they're doing, whether it be field related, participating in meetings, project planning. We do track that time so we can easily get that information to you all.
I appreciate that. If only because we get the occasional press release, oh, Fishing Wildlife dumped $1 million here, and other stuff coming in from other things. So we would like to signal that good news that we're part of the solution.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, I can't find the flood control project, not the restoration project. This is in here, right? The one we're dealing with in
feasibility?
The feasibility, yeah, all of that, yeah. Yeah, it's I just didn't see it in here. I must have just missed it, but yeah. trying to figure
Usually it's in 8109 that you find the Middle Creek stuff. At least that's where their land acquisition.
You were asking about the study
Yeah.
for the Upper Lake?
For that area. I know it's flood area.
It's going to be
8.
8108.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you're talking about like
Yeah.
Clover?
They're often confused, and so that's, people, there it is.
It's in 8108.
It was right there. Okay, thanks. Everything's listed there, so I just wanted to, I don't need to ask it now because it's all listed there. Thank you.
So just to recap for a minute, Vice Chair Simon came in. We have some general fund requests, including the 2 positions. And would you mind recapping that for him?
Sure. Just for 8109, or would you like to hear all of the general fund?
All the general fund, just so he's aware.
Okay.
He knows what he's voting on.
Okay. So we'll go back I'll just go through the budget units that have that. 1908 is engineering and inspection. And we have a general fund contribution of $259,000 for the county surveyor costs. In budget unit 3122, which is Lamson Airport, there's a general fund contribution of $66,741. In budget unit 3123, which is Lamson Airport capital projects. And let me back up, 3122 is just the operation of the airport. 3123 is capital projects. There's a general fund contribution of $35,324 for the hangar project. In budget unit 8105, which is the flood zone for the Big Valley area, there's a general fund contribution of $25,000 for flow monitoring equipment. And in budget unit 8107, which is the budget unit in water resources where all of the personnel costs are held. There are 2 new positions to provide work on hitch-related projects and programs. It's a water resources program coordinator position and a water resources technician and services and supplies to support those for a general fund contribution of $200,000 for those 2 positions. 8109 is the one we're discussing right now, and there is a general fund contribution for flow monitoring equipment of $25,000, and then transfers from budget unit 1072 for lake bed structure abatement of $100,000. Match for the Blue Ribbon Committee grants of $100,000, and match for the Corps of Engineers design of Middle Creek of $800,000. Those are all going through budget unit 8109.
Thank you very much.
I did remember one of the things I wanted to mention on that, but I just wanted to note that on 8108, there is an item on 66-40, the revenue. The amount that's collected each year from the assessment and tax. I just wanted to, I know that we've brought that up before in the meetings with the public, but I just wanted to make sure that in this, if anyone's following along in Zoom or online, that they see that that's the amount of taxes that are collected each year for this. And I know that when looking at some of the goals each year ongoing, a lot of the gravel repairs and things of that nature, I think it's been said before that basically covers that.
And I appreciate you bringing that and bringing attention to that. And I think more or equally important is the next line below that is the contribution from budget unit 8109 to cover the unpaid Zone 8 billings and the shortfall that we have in Zone 8 from the amount of money that's collected.
Yes, so I just wanted to make sure that some of these things were said.
I appreciate that. And that's not new. We've been spending more money in Zone 8 than we collect over many years.
And with the Caltrans project helping with some of that, that's going to be a big deal.
Absolutely.
So, right.
Yep. The last thing I wanted to bring up was our fixed assets, and I just wanted to highlight those that we respectfully request approval for advanced purchases of those, and I'll go through the budget units on those. As budget unit 3011, the road division, we have HVAC improvements to one of our yards, a truck-mounted snow plow, and a Fecon brush cutter are the fixed assets that we would like to purchase. I should note that we have been so impressed with that Fecon unit that we received through the Soda Bay Corridor project that we're buying another one. That piece of equipment is very, very good, and our operator has really figured out how to use that. So it's an excellent piece of equipment. So we'd like to buy another one. In budget unit 9905, 8 pool vehicles. Budget unit 9908, we have 2 tilt deck trailers and a Ford F-250 4x4 truck. In budget unit 9911, more HVAC improvements. And in budget unit 8109, our properties in the Middle Creek project, Ford F-250 4x4 truck. That truck is on order. It's actually a carryover from this year, but we won't receive it in time, and so it's being carried over to this fiscal year. And a utility trailer and a utility vehicle and trailer that is being grant funded, and some water sampling equipment. So with that, that concludes my presentation. If you have any questions of me or Marina or Alicia, we'll be happy to try to answer those.
Supervisor Green?
I just want to backtrack on, and I don't know if it's 81 or not. Again, I can't read budgets very good in my first year, but Adobe Creek Conjunctive Use Project would be kind of a feasibility study or a planning study. I don't see it under 8101, so I assume that would be carried under a bigger umbrella as part of the Watershed Protection District or something, at least in the early planning. And then we got dinged for a couple of reporting violations, so I want to make sure we have any flow meters we need to make sure that it's either already been addressed, that we can report with our existing technology out of Kelsey and Adobe Creeks, or if there's any additional stream flow monitoring or equipment needed to ensure compliance with that. Are we where we need to be on that?
Yep.
Okay, I'll open it up for the public. Kim, do we have anybody in Zoom?
No.
Okay, then I will bring it back, and we have Public Works and Water Resources.
Madam Chair, I move to approve, and I don't believe we had any amendments or any changes. Budget units 1903, 1908, 3011, 3062 through 3081, and 3081?
Through.
It's through. 3122, 3123, 8463, 8464 through 8472, 8483 through 8492, 9905, 9907 through 9909, 9911, and then moving on, approving budget units 1672 through 1674, 8101, 8104, 8105, 8107 through 8109.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I'd just like to thank your board for your attention this afternoon, and also to thank administration for all of their help this year, and like to thank Marina and my fiscal staff, who are absolutely spectacular. Alicia Ayala, Lindsay Nolan, Sylvia Valadez, and Jacqueline Stores, all just great folks, and they do a fantastic job. So thank you very much.
We have a great team. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
All right, next up we have County Library.
Warm out for you.
It's so good to see you, Christopher.
So thank you.
All right.
Let's get my at the microphone. So I'm Christopher Veach, County Librarian, and I just want to thank you for considering this recommended budget and for the admin office for all their work in putting this together. My budget units start on page D279 or page 329 of the PDF. And I'm going to cover both of my units at the same time. They're closely related. So I have two units, 6022 and 6023, and those both support the operations of the library to promote reading, literacy, and lifelong learning in Lake County. The main library fund, 125 Unit 6022, is primarily funded with a dedicated property tax approved by the voters in 1974, and those property taxes make up the majority of all revenue. There are also various grants that fund specific programs, as well as a contribution from the general fund for staff positions and to partially cover county overhead. And then Budget Unit 6023, Fund 71, historically, this was funded entirely by community donations and helped support our library collection and events. But this year, it also contains $1.6 million for our capital projects, which are primarily grant funded, and that's the majority of revenue seen in this unit for the upcoming year. For the community donation piece, though, the library will still continue to partner with community nonprofits, the Friends of the Lake County Library and the Lake County Literacy Coalition, who are the main sources of donations for the library from the community. So a little bit of our accomplishments over this past year. So we have increased use of the library in the main metrics we track. Circulation of library materials has increased about 8%, combining print and digital. And digital checkouts continue to make up about 25% of our total circulation. Use of our public computers and Wi-Fi has also increased about 25%. And usage of our Wi-Fi hotspots for checkouts have also increased, which is to be expected since that's a new program we have. The number of programs we present and attendance at our programs and events has more than doubled from the past year. And more than half of those programs are targeted at children. So there's a greater increase in the attendance at our library events this last year. This spring, we also hosted a community-wide reading event that I wanted to call out, The Big Read, featuring poetry of Natalie Diaz, with a grant from the National Endowment of the Arts. And The Big Read was incredibly successful, despite the snowstorm in the center of our planned program of events. So in this upcoming budget year, we plan to continue building up our library collections. This will let us continue to provide digital resources as well as continue improvements on our print collection. We are close to reaching our goal of 25% of our print collection being published within the last 5 years. And at some of our branches, such as our smaller branch in Upper Lake, we have already reached that goal. This year, in regards to the events the library hosts, we'll focus on promoting and maintaining our interest-based clubs. So those ongoing events that meet monthly or more often, like our book clubs and makerspace clubs, really allow people to come together and form strong community ties. A goal from last year that we're still working on is we're on the verge of launching the library bookmobile for service, as well as our library app. So the bookmobile is partially an ARPA-funded project, as well as being funded by a state grant, and it has been held up due to some of the laminate countertops being delayed and extra inspections for the vehicle's solar battery system. However, the vehicle is in the final stages and should be delivered soon, maybe as early as July, so it will be carried forward into this next budget year. There is $200,000 that was added by the admin office that should cover this purchase unless we need to do something to carry it forward in the capital projects.
We need to do it right now.
Account code. So yeah, it would need to be 196,658 would need to be then included in the
196 what?
196,658.
Okay, I had 34, so thank you.
And that's
okay, so
D23 or
in
6272.
It's 62. So it's budget unit 6022, a capital asset added in account 62-72 for $196,658 for the bookmobile. $96,000 is already covered under the grant. $100,000 will be added when we get to budget unit for the ARPA funding, so it'll be 1120 transfer.
Okay. Are we having some kind of party when we get that thing?
Yes,
I'm so excited.
when it finally arrives. It's been delayed a couple of times.
Yeah.
But I'm happy to report we are in the grant cohort of people who received a state library grant. We're going to be one of the first to receive our bookmobile, so it's very exciting.
Okay, we're going on a District 5 tour because District 5 has been without a library, and I'm so excited.
So the biggest change from our previous year budgets are the capital improvement projects from the Building Forward Library Infrastructure Grant Program from the State Library, and that's reflected in Budget Unit 6023. There are capital improvements at all of our library branches focusing on safety as required by the grant, and the biggest addition will be solar backup generation at our 3 largest branches. This work will be mainly done by public services, but may have impacts on use of the library by the public, so we will do our best to remain open to the public as much as possible throughout any kind of construction that might impact use. I also wanted to touch on our position allocation. Some of our positions are funded by the general fund through the CAN grant, and those positions are what enable us to run more events for the public, extend our hours in Clear Lake and Middletown, and do more outreach in the community. This year, we are also asking to move our literacy program coordinator position from 1/2 time to 3/4 time. Before the pandemic, the literacy program relied heavily on extra help. Increasing the hours on this position will give more time for the coordinator to complete some of that work, as well as perform additional outreach for adult literacy without the reliance on extra help. The literacy program is funded in part by a state grant. And then we do have one unfunded position, a branch library coordinator, that the library does not plan to fill at this time. So that concludes my overview of the library budget, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Biggest question was bookmobile. I got that answered.
I've yet to see it in a parade, so that's what I'm waiting for.
We hoped it would be here for July for the parade, but it doesn't look like it.
Oh, I cannot wait.
Hybrid or full electric?
It is a fossil fuel powered vehicle, but it is
hybrid.
But the systems on board are powered by solar.
All right.
So hybrid.
Yeah, hybrid.
Yeah.
That way when you stop, it uses the battery.
Yes.
Can you break out where the CAN grant comes in your revenues? I don't see it broken out, and maybe I'm misreading it again.
Are you clicking on, Stephen?
Click back off to see what.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so the CAN grant is received in, I believe it's 81?
81, 22, and 23.
81, 22.
Okay, yeah, 81, 22, and 81, 23. And not all of that is CAN grant, only a portion of it is.
So where does it end up in 6022 then?
It's in 125, 6022.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And there will be 100,000 added to that figure from 1120 due to the change in the extra 100 grand for the bookmobile.
Which was in this year's budget, but it's just being carried forward.
On that note, that's a change that I didn't mention. So, 1 second, I'll come back to that one.
Okay, I'll open up for public comment. Do we have anybody in Zoom? Okay. Do you want to, do we need to discuss it, Stephen, before we approve?
All right, I do need to add one more adjustment to budget unit 6022. Revenue account 81-22 operating transfers in. Need to add $100,000 because that's the revenue coming in from ARPA.
For the capital asset.
Correct.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Move to approve 6022 with the changes as amended to both capital assets and the revenues, and 6023.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you so much. It's good
Thank
to see
you.
you. Next we have County Council.
It's the opposite of the cold that it used to be.
Oh, yeah.
It's hot as heck back there.
Feels hot and still.
Where's the thermostat at? Like, where's the reader?
The thermostat has menopause.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Lloyd Gintivano, County Council. I'll just go through each budget unit. We have 3 in our office. But before I do want to thank staff, the County Council's office for their hard work in making the transition as smooth as possible in our office. And it's going to be a running theme for each budget unit. I also appreciate the assistance that administration provided, the auditor controller. I was speaking to Sarah Shukart just all throughout the day, the course of the day. She provided some really good assistance today and even before in preparing for this budget. So I'll start with budget unit 1231, which is the County Council's general fund budget. The bulk of the budget, as you can see, comes from wages, salaries, and benefits from staff in the County Council's office. One change that we are planning to hopefully implement in this next fiscal year, 23-24, is the implementation of case management software for our office. And as you see in the cover memo or cover sheet, the purpose for that is to hopefully mitigate some of the volume of the large volume of paper that we have in our office, and that's to complement the retention policy that is already in place in our office. Our office is relatively low maintenance. We are a staff of 8 employees when we are fully staffed. And I mentioned that because our office space is, our office itself consists of 6 office spaces and 1 front area. So if we do the math there, we are also planning on making certain arrangements, possible renovations in order to create an office for a deputy position. And currently, there were 2 vacant deputy positions in our office. We've filled 1 position, and he is scheduled to start this July of this year. So after that gets filled up, the next step will be to fill up that other position, and that is tied into the arrangements that we're looking at as far as just in relation to our office layout. And unless the board has any questions, I can move on to the next budget unit.
Happy to hear that you found somebody.
Thank you. So the next budget unit is, I'll just do budget unit 9919 next, which is our ISF public liability budget. As you can tell from the figures, that there's only a slight change from the adopted 22-23 fiscal year when that budget was adopted. And I should have backtracked. ISF public liability is related to the administrative risk management functions in regards to the county's public liability claims, and that typically goes through the county's third-party administrator. As part of the county's insurance coverage. The amounts, in essence, that you see before you as being requested for the 23-24 fiscal year, part of that is based with the estimates that we received from PRISM, which stands for Public Risk Innovation Solutions and Management, which is the risk-sharing insurance pool that the county is a participant of. Purpose of PRISM is to provide cost-effective insurance and risk management solutions for counties, not just ours, as part of that pool. In determining the premiums, the amounts, which is the majority of the, which takes up the majority of the amounts outlined here. There's typically three factors in determining the amounts of the premium amounts for insurance. There's the cost of claims / litigation. Payroll factors are also a factor, and also the market, current market state of insurance. And from what I gather, despite the slight change that you see here from the 22-23 fiscal year, the insurance is still, relatively speaking, a hard market, which means there is currently still a greater demand for insurance, and insurance coverages are relatively speaking still harder to get. One thing that I do have planned, or our office has planned, is to just obtain more referrals for law firm contacts from our third-party administrator, so that referrals to litigation where a party files a claim first. If the claim is denied, if it leads to litigation, then it still gets managed at that early stage to the county's third-party administrator under PRISM. And the plan here is to just obtain and review the law firms who the cases typically involving damages where these lawsuits will be referred or outsourced to. And overall, we do appreciate each of the departments' cooperation and responsiveness in communicating with the county's third-party administrator, especially on the claims review stage of things, because that does streamline the claims process a lot. So we do appreciate the responsiveness of the departments and their cooperation in helping us just process these claims through, along with our third-party administrator. Unless there are any questions, I could move on that budget unit. I could move on to the next one. And the last one would be budget unit 9920, which is the county's budget in relation to workers' compensation. That is also part of the county's participation under PRISM. And much like the public liability, budget unit 9919, this budget unit 9920 is also, in part, the amounts that you see there are in part based on premium projections provided by PRISM. Still a hard market when it comes to workers' insurance coverage, much like in public liability, and much like before, our office does strive to get employees back to work as soon as possible, because doing so would reduce claims of workers' compensation, and also, at least in part, it would potentially boost employee morale by bringing the employee back to work. And much like with the claims processing through the public liability budget unit, we do also again appreciate the department's by and large cooperation with the county's third-party administrator and workers' compensation in having these workers' compensation claims processed and responded to, because again it helps streamline that process so that the employee who is subject to workers' comp can get back to work as soon as possible.
So I have a question for you, Lloyd, and I am very sorry that I didn't bring it up to you before. It was in my notes, and it was something that I spoke to Anita about before. The amount of hours that we have for public records requests, are we tracking that? I'm just wondering if that's something that we need to budget for, because that is, or it can be, a big time burden. And I'm just not sure that we're aware of how much time that takes your office and other offices.
They do take up a significant chunk of time from the request coming in, from the point where the request comes in all the way to the production, if there's going to be a production or disclosure of records. I do believe that there is, at least on ExecuTime, a link or an option that you can select whenever we report our time, and maybe
there's a time study code for the PRAs in ExecuTime.
That's what they're called. So our office has been diligently keeping track of that whenever a public records comes in, either to our office by way of the requester or 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 another department who needs help in reviewing the records for any redactions that may need to take place, the staff in our office logs in the time under that time study code, which then could be retrieved later on to determine. And we could look into that issue too, as far as the number of hours being spent. If it's significant enough, that would possibly warrant a separate budget unit, and that we can work with staff from admin and the auditor controller's office.
I can add to that as well. There are conversations. In fact, Mr. French, who will be up next, I believe, is leading a conversation in the technology committee group to figure out what email policies would help reduce the number, because some emails pop up during the search, but they have absolutely nothing to do with anything. They're just random information emails, not actual communication that would be the result of that search in the first place. And so what kind of email policy could be put into place that would help reduce the number of emails that county council would have to search through and read through? Because I've heard always tens of thousands. I don't know if that's just to say there's a lot or if it's truly tens of thousands, but yeah, there's also a plan to try and reduce those hours, because those hours very much do exist.
Yeah. Well, I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but I would like to see maybe an annual report on the amount of hours and the records requests. I mean, those are also public documents, but I feel like we should have an understanding on how that's impacting us and finding out if we need to budget accordingly.
Sounds like it's an easy number to find.
I talked about that last year, I think, too.
I think you did. Yeah.
Certainly.
If that in September, that would be great.
Yeah, if that could be part of the September budget, I think that'd be really helpful for all of us.
I'll get to work on that.
Okay. I don't know who was first. Supervisor Green?
Yeah, super quick question on 9919. I was super excited to see fire insurance for $205, and I wanted to make sure we paid the premium, but I assume that our real fire coverage is lumped under the other, the much larger number, the 2.7 million. So just want to make sure we have fire insurance and we're paying the premium, and I assume it's more than $205. So is that lumped in the larger amount? It's like this, is that the PRISM, the big money, the insurance other under 15-10? Is that PRISM and that covers fire?
Yes, I want to say yes. And of course, as with any insurance agreements, there's coverages, right? Coverage restrictions, coverage conditions, but that would be the overall, the larger insurance dash other amount would be the sort of the umbrella or the comprehensive one that may include fire, not just.
Okay, so that's just a little teeny rider. It's okay. Thank you.
Those kind of insurances are broken out among all budget units that operate within a building, and then it goes through exposure, a certain percentage, and just having FTEs, the remaining is spread out.
Supervisor Sabatier?
No, no. Playing.
What?
I was just playing.
Change your mind?
No.
Okay. All right. I will open up for public comment. Do we have anybody in the Zoom room?
Johanna, nobody's in the Zoom room.
Yeah, none of us are. Just you. All right, we'll bring it back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, I will move to approve budget items 1231, 9919, and 9920.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I request a 5-minute break.
Yeah, we can take a 5-minute break, but I would like to stop at 5 or as close to 5 as we can today. We had a long day yesterday, and we'll have another long day tomorrow, and I know we're all a little tired. So let's take a 5-minute break. We'll come back at 4, and we'll go for about another hour. Maybe we'll get through animal care and control, maybe, hopefully.
I'm just looking for Lucerne lighting district.
We're ready, back on, and we have IT now.
This one's going to take forever.
Well, good afternoon. I'm Shane French, IT Director. For the information technology budget this year, just want to go over quickly a few of our accomplishments and goals for the next year. We did have some success in modernizing our network utilizing the ARPA funds. I'll talk a little more about that. Made some progress on information systems policies through our Information Technology Governance Committee. We migrated to the new website and content management system. Implemented new document management and electronic business process systems. Expanded the use of electronic workflows. And we upgraded and kept current office productivity tools. And for 2023, 2024, we intend to assist departments with more paperless initiatives, significantly enhance endpoint protection to prevent ransomware and other attacks, and doing some infrastructure updates and replacement for critical county systems. With respect to ARPA, we received some pretty generous allocations for ARPA funds, and we were able to accomplish a number of things with those funds this year. We replaced and upgraded 2 fixed wireless systems for connectivity to Clear Lake and Kelseyville facilities, county facilities. As I mentioned, the Civic Plus new website and content management system was implemented. We added capacity and performance to our off-site backup systems to increase resiliency in the case of a loss of data in the county. We paid for advanced endpoint security for servers and some desktop and laptop endpoints. And that, again, addresses some of our concerns around ransomware and other information security concerns. We replaced end-of-life network equipment and upgraded to new, faster equipment at 23 county facilities. This is equipment that was end-of-life and end-of-support. And we updated licensing for Windows Server installations, allowing us to update and support OS for many of our servers. So basically continue to receive security updates and functionality updates. Modernization is basically what that's about. We implemented information security awareness training for all county employees. That's a project we've been looking at for a number of years, and we're able to accomplish this year with those ARPA funds. And then finally, we added capacity to our data center storage. As you can imagine, we're kind of always running up against the limit of what we can support, and departments are always needing to store more. So that was a good addition to the data center. And as far as next fiscal year, a couple things we've earmarked for ARPA. We want to implement a managed detection and response system. Basically what this is allowing a qualified third party to augment our information security team. And this is not just, it's information security professionals that are basically available to us at all time and are proactively threat hunting for us. So it's a pretty big deal. In fact, a lot of cybersecurity insurance is now asking whether you even have this. So I'm excited about that implementation. I think it's going to make our network a lot more secure. We're planning on doing a replacement of our virtual infrastructure. This is basically the data center equipment that runs the majority of our on-premise servers and systems. And then finally, we're looking at an additional expansion of data center storage because, as I mentioned, we're always kind of running up against the limit there. So there are some significant changes from last year. Our overall top-line budget number has increased significantly. And ARPA will help us with a number of these, but not all of them. First is an increased cost for internet services. That's a $6,000 increase for the year. This is in order to support additional cloud services adoption, such as Office 365, as well as off-site backups. We are, again, going to be implementing information security awareness training. That is a $12,750 increase over last year. Our Microsoft Office 365 licensing, now that we are basically fully implemented on that licensing, that is an increase of $34,406. You know, as I've mentioned before, we are kind of currently in a way where so much of what we used to purchase and just, it would be a one-time purchase and we would utilize that system for a number of years. Almost everything in my world is now going to a subscription base. So I've kind of fought for a number of years against just arbitrarily moving on to these cloud-based services and subscription-based services unless there was truly a defined benefit. But we are more and more finding that there just aren't other options available to us. So, I think the trend over the next several years, and hopefully for not too much longer, will be, I don't want to call it an accelerated increase in these costs, but essentially that's what it is because we're onboarding a lot of cloud services that maybe our peer counties onboarded a number of years ago and have been paying for years and years. We're just now seeing some of those costs hit our doorstep, I guess. The biggest one, I guess, is this managed detection and response services. That is a $95,000 cost. It is very expensive, but it is really a lot of service that you're getting. It truly is information security engineers with eyes, what we would call eyes on glass, basically individuals that are actually actively watching and hunting for threats in addition to software and information services that will allow them to prevent and, if necessary, respond to these threats. So that's a pretty big cost, but I think it's an important one. And then finally, IT is now going to be responsible for the overall Laserfish cloud licensing. That is a $72,250 cost. It's available to all departments, and it's something that IT manages centrally now. As far as fixed assets, we have a few requests in here. And they align with our goals for the year. First of all is I have in here 4 Dell PowerEdge servers. We do have some end-of-life data center equipment, servers for our virtual environment that are going end-of-life very quickly here by next fiscal year. We're looking to replace those. I'm requesting $100,000 for that. 1 NetApp disk shelf. So basically this is an expansion of our storage. Again, we're always expanding our storage. That has an estimated cost of $50,000. And then finally, I am asking for a vehicle. This is basically what we need is an all-wheel drive vehicle. We currently have an old Ford Escape. It seems to be in the shop more than we actually have it, out for service. So we're looking for a small all-wheel drive vehicle that'll get us to the top of Mount Canocti when we need to get up there. Yeah, I think that pretty much covers it for me.
Do we have any questions?
Yeah.
Supervisor Green?
Yeah, I too have seen the trend toward all subscription all the time and all cloud all the time. And in addition to any financial concerns with that, being captive to any number of software as a service providers, when our cloud is reliant on any number of clouds out there, you got to think about security, just global security. God forbid, there's going to be some cloud downages in future years, and so how do we set up redundancy within our own systems? How do we safeguard against any potential broader, whatever, DDoS attacks on individual vendors? It just seems like I get why the companies are putting us there. That's how they keep money coming in, and that's also how they fund security upgrades and feature upgrades and what have you. But man, it's I'm old school, I know. I go back to DOS and stuff like that. But I wanted that software in a box on my machine, isolated from all these cloud things. And am I a dinosaur, or are there financial and potential security risks that come with over-reliance on software, subscription software?
Well, sure there are, right? I mean, anytime data is outside of your network, it is essentially outside of your control, right? And you're enlisting a certain amount of trust with the vendors that provide these services. Ultimately, though, networks are so intertwined and interconnected anymore, that's kind of already the case anyway. I mean, there's already information security concerns, right? There's ransomware, and there's all these things that we're trying to protect against even on our on-premise systems, right? So like with respect to things like Microsoft Office, that's the big one. That's the big expense. That's the place everybody's going for their main line of business, day-to-day business Office suite applications. I mean, that system can do a whole lot of things. I think I heard some conversations earlier about, having a software and not even using 10% of it, right? That very much can be the case with the cloud systems as well, right? I mean, you can get quite a lot of benefit out of these systems, but will we actually leverage all of that benefit? It's hard to say in every case, right? But ultimately, the problem really is that we're kind of backed into a corner with a lot of this, because you have to have Microsoft Office. The state is sending you a spreadsheet and they're saying you have to use a certain version of Office for things, for example. We've actually seen this in the past. And so, I mean, it's not even like you can go and say, well, I'm just going to go to some open source software, for example. So it's kind of frustrating in that way, right? However, I think that the challenge for us is just to try to get as much value out of these solutions as we can, and that's kind of the plan that I have. Is if we're going to be forced into these things, let's leverage them as far as we possibly can to make sure that we're actually getting our money's worth out of these things.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'll just say the opposite. Yay to technology. We don't have that many resources. We've been talking all day about vacancies. If it wasn't for the use of technology to help extend our capabilities and our capacities, then we would be much further behind in what we're supposed to provide to our communities. So I think we have no choice. We have to double our efforts in a smart way. And I appreciate all the efforts that you're making to make sure that we're doing that in a safe environment. Just to make you smile, I did experience in Arizona, their IT department is in charge of expanding broadband in the community. So I'm not going to ask for that today, but I thought it was interesting. Just to make you happy about what you do have on your plate.
Okay, do we have anyone in the Zoom room? Do we have public in the Zoom room? Oh, okay, good. Any questions from the Zoom room? Okay, then we'll bring it back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, I move to approve 1904 budget unit.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we'll move on to auditor.
Not always.
I know.
Brazil, I don't know if they still do it, but why would we use Microsoft Office? It's a backdoor access. They work with the NSA. Linux, and they've been teaching all the kids to program Linux, so they have their own operating system. They have their own software. Using
Thank you.
It can be done in a software.
Yeah, but
you can't
it's
just grab
right.
Linux.
Well, that just got depressing.
Not yet.
That's for the 1920.
Not yet?
Hang on.
More depressing?
She'll refer to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
We wanted to be really prepared. Okay.
Our very first one, Johanna.
Right?
Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon, board and attendees. I'm Genevieve Harrington, Lake County's Auditor Controller, County Clerk. As you may know, the Auditor Controller County Clerk Department is a consolidated office of the County Clerk and Auditor Controller. Both functions are addressed separately in law. Functions of the Auditor Controller include, but are definitely not limited to, financial reporting, general ledger accounting for all county departments, budgeting, property tax administration and allocation,
administration and processing of the county payroll and accounts payable, the A87 cost plan and development and coordination, audit coordination, and court settlement distribution. Divisions include payroll, property tax, and the general ledger financial reporting. The auditor's controller was tasked with the responsibility of coordination, claiming, and financial disaster recovery as a result of the multiple emergencies that have occurred over the years, and those details will be presented separately in Budget Unit 1920. Functions of the county clerk include marriage licensing, fictitious business name statement filing, notary oaths, fish and wildlife administrative fees, Form 700 processing, conflict of interest code maintenance and administration, as well as a variety of additional county clerk filings and duties as required by the County Board of Supervisors and the State of California. This department is a general fund service department, also partially funded by a combination of user fees and services to others. I'll pop on into some accomplishments. So starting with the auditor controller, we completed the first phase of the contract automation project. So now all contracts and contract payments are available electronically. Probably said this before. It's just a very exciting thing for us. But all current and new contracts are captured and indexed, resulting in a comprehensive list of all county agreements. This provides for more accurate lease accounting and lends itself to improved accounts payable processes. Each agreement is given a unique identifier that I believe can expand to future countywide processes. Of course, we continue to meet our statutory deadlines, most especially thanks to Kathy, all year, but most especially towards the end of last year. We definitely hunkered down. So some accomplishments for the clerk. We finalized the upgrade of the clerk's doc software. So those ARPA funds are being used, invoices are being submitted. We actually went live on June 5th. That was very exciting. Bringing some much needed modernization to our most common public services. So marriage license and FBN applications can be filled out online ahead of time. The applications are saved in our database for up to 60 days, and they can be easily retrieved when at the customer's convenience. When they show up, we pull up the information, it auto-populates. It's beautiful. And it reduces the additional keying. It eliminates the manual entry by the clerk. FBNs, so fictitious business name statements, if you know what those are. A lot of times people want to look up local business information. They can do that online. They don't have to call us. The upgraded clerk doc software also comes with an automated cashiering system that greatly increases securities and efficiencies. No more carbon copy handwritten receipts as well. It spits out a deposit. It helps with the cash statement. It's fantastic. So, and finally, while this is not only an auditor clerk accomplishment, we want to thank the board, my predecessor, admin, IT, public services, for making our office expansion possible. We're filling the spaces, so we built it, they're coming. And so on that note of filling spaces, you'll notice there's an increase in our appropriation for salaries. We are requesting 2 new positions. Brace myself. I've been watching this all day, dreading this. So, the auditor's office has been utilizing the accountant auditor allocated to the 1920 budget unit for some time now, of course, properly charging out the time using time study codes. This increase in allocation allows the 1121 budget unit to reflect the amount of staff truly necessary to carry out our mandated responsibilities. Payroll, property tax, GASB statement functions, all absolutely needed additional support. In addition to that position, we are requesting a business software analyst. As has been discussed by my predecessor, IT, the board, admin for over 3 years, that need is there. And this position will absolutely lend itself to improved business process efficiencies. Advances are necessary, such as being able to take credit cards and other forms of electronic payment countywide. As stewards of the county dollar, it's imperative that we reduce as much duplication of efforts as possible while increasing accuracy and productivity. In order to integrate this technology into our current environment, we need a dedicated person who can learn us and help bridge us over to this decade. Business process efficiency. Century. I'm not trying to get up to today, just in the last 10 years or so. Business process efficiencies need to be evaluated regularly. This is an ongoing function and will also serve as an IT liaison. As this position learns our report writing software, they will also provide reports to administration and human resources. As we eventually pivot to a new software implementation, this position will be our internal project manager as the rest of the staff ensures the day-to-day responsibilities are met, such as, AP, payroll, all that has to keep going. The AS400, it's absolutely a trusted, faithful piece of technology and forward-thinking for its time. If you programmed it for a specific process in 1985, you may never have to touch it again, as long as you never need to add or modify. But we have. We've built a cloud to another AS400 in Florida. And so as things need to be added and changed, it can't take it anymore. So there's a patchwork of valiant efforts to integrate newer technologies with our legacy systems, but we're just not able to keep up. Our capabilities are so far behind, we need to take action pretty soon. My next step, if the board is supportive, is to start an RFP to obtain a consultant that will assess our finance system needs and help us with the future selection. And I just want to say it's an honor to take part in the plans that my predecessor and this board have put into place. I've been watching prior year budget hearings, and I know this is something that keeps coming up. And so I'd like to pick up where we left off and bring it forward. And so then I'll just move on to some goals for this upcoming fiscal year, create a plan for the next phase of contract automation, implement new check form printing software, which sunset a couple months ago, but we're working on that. That'll be ARPA funds as well. Evaluate necessary system reports, increase training and development for staff, hopefully move forward with a new ERP, finance system, continue to receive awards for our financial reporting, and definitely focus on staff retention. So that brings me to the end of 1121. So I'll ask for questions there before we move on to the...
I have a question. If we're talking about modernizing and reducing redundancy, is there any way that we could stop receiving the paper payroll receipt check? Because I would prefer an electronic copy, and I know that there's a lot of work that goes into that, and I think that could save a couple dollars.
If you maybe could go online and see it when you want to see it.
Yes.
Click into a portal.
Yes.
It's something that could happen with a new ERP.
Okay.
Yeah. And right now, the way it's set, everything runs on that same stock. So with what we have now, those are the changes that we really can't make with the technology we have today. But yes, it's definitely on our radar.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
And I did want to say about those two positions, with the auditor's office, it's not strictly like a general fund cost. With the auditor's office, it goes through the cost allocation plan. So where they time study, it's paid by all other departments, which would be roughly 50% general fund cost. And on the pay stubs, at home, I go and scan it in myself. I'd rather just have it a PDF already.
That's one step too many.
Check stock's not free, so to not have to use it is definitely ideal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Always cost.
Yep. And time. How many fingers touch that?
Every click, every sheet of paper, every ink.
What? $25 per check
You need to get out.
And that's an old calculation.
for each check that each staff person gets each month.
Each check period, vendor, anything, yes.
Oh my God.
That's why sending out like a $2 check, everybody's like, really?
Right.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Supervisor Green, or I don't know who was
No,
first.
go for it, Green.
Supervisor Green.
Supervisor Dino, why not? I like my paper receipt. I hope you keep doing them. And I
Yes.
hope if any move is made to move away from it, you'll bring it back, if only so I can go all Dino again. But just as I spoke with Shane previously, your department has some of the most sensitive data. I get that you have outdated software. I get that you're excited to move forward. But again, security, security, security.
Right.
So are you, I assume technology governance would be in there, IT would be in there. But if it's going to be all cloud all the time, does the state have any requirements for local redundancy? You're getting pulled in two different directions. You're saying don't be redundant. I'm saying be redundant on a local server that isolates our information.
Now, backup redundancy, yes, but just manually keying in the same information over and over, that's the redundancy we want to eliminate. And so as far as backing up, that would, I think, be county by county. I mean, I would assume we have ours that we're backed up. And I mean, I don't think we're going to give up any security. What we have now is not ideal, and it's not functioning in a way to allow us to meet our responsibilities. So I don't need to.
And for $25, you can print out your own PDF.
Oh, and just to be clear, yes, any cash payment will always have a paper receipt. It's just instead of you writing the date and the person's name and the product that will spit out a receipt that matches the amount of the payment you took. But yeah, always a paper receipt for transaction.
And I do want to say, this is very much, the new ERP is very much in front of the TGC, Technology Governance Committee. We're having special meetings just for this because it affects every single department.
Yeah.
On many levels.
Supervisor Spatier.
Efficiencies, efficiencies, efficiencies. No matter whether one of us likes it or not, we need to provide staff with the greatest tools for the greatest efficiencies, because that enhances the service that we can provide. I think it's as simple as that, and we need to keep aiming for that. I feel like I need to correct you. You do not have to ask us if you could do the RFP. As far as budgeting for it, we don't have the money yet, but yes, we need to move forward and start supporting to add more every single year.
Everybody's nodding.
Yes. The process, I just want to thank the new electeds that are involved in the technology committee group. I don't know that we would even entertain the conversation a year ago. And so I really appreciate the fact that everybody's on board. We want to move on this. We want to get this going. And it is about joining this century with everything and every access that our public should have. I just talked to a construction worker who doesn't want to come from South Lake to go all the way to Lakeport to pay for a bill or submit for his RFPs or whatnot. Let's make it as simple as possible, especially for our locals. We want to make it as simple as possible for them to be a part of what we're doing.
I agree completely.
And briefly, I just want to counter, it's not just about the departments, it's about the people we serve. So yeah, some of the younger generation, maybe a lot of the generation, they want the apps, they want the QR codes, they want that. We also have people that don't have working landlines. We have people that don't have email addresses. This is a poor rural county with people who have very large information gaps. So I want us to move forward and adopt technological tools in a reasonable manner. I want us to continue to serve customers who are not comfortable with certain platforms to the best of our ability.
Well, yes, and we will leave no one behind.
And we are actually prepared for that. We still have our clipboards out for those who truly want to handwrite the application. They absolutely can. If they still want to call us, the feedback we get is, hey, wait, I went onto your website. I can't search for this. They're expecting it, and we don't have it. And so we will. But if somebody calls us and asks for it over the phone, we'll help them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Next item. If there's no more questions.
All right. So Budget Unit 1920, Disaster Response and Recovery, was established for a centralized location to track and claim the costs associated with declared disasters. The responsibilities of the budget unit were absorbed by the Auditor-Controller Department in 2015. Here to speak on this budget unit is Dakota Hockett, our new-ish emergency event fiscal manager.
The 1920 budget unit is a special revenue fund, and it is funded day to day through state and federal administrative payments. We have reserves held for audit exceptions, insurance repayments, and advance repayments, in addition to the initial $2.15 million provided from the general fund to ensure there was money available in the event of a disaster. Thus far, the 1920 budget unit has been able to leave those funds as is, and the $2.15 million remains within the reserves in full. Disaster Response and Recovery has claimed reimbursement for 13 federally declared disasters and is in the beginning stages for claiming the 14th, the recent February storms. This budget unit has also administered the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Safety CARES Act funding, PG&E settlements, and the Public Safety Power Shutoff funds. The disaster assistance we are eligible for comes from both FEMA, authorized by the Robert T. Stafford Act, and the California Office of Emergency Services, CalOES, authorized by the California Disaster Assistance Act. We, therefore, technically receive reimbursement through through two different entities, the timing of which sometimes lines up well together and sometimes does not. For one event, we'll receive all the FEMA funds right away and only some of the Cal OES funds, or vice versa. Claiming is further complicated by the assistance type we are assigned. As many are aware, 9 of our 14 declared disasters have been fires. When a disaster is declared for a fire, the reimbursement claims can be authorized through either public assistance grant funding or fire management assistance grant funding, both of which have slightly different purviews. Due to the difference in grant assistance received, the eligible costs can vary from disaster to disaster, even though they may both be fires. Some accomplishments for the year include formally collating and augmenting the various policies and procedures the 1920 budget unit uses to create a unified document so that the basic claiming steps have been captured and are available for reference. I understand that policies and procedures may not seem like an exciting achievement, but as someone who started in this budget unit prior to their establishment, it makes a world of difference. For a more traditionally exciting accomplishment, the Disaster Response and Recovery Budget Unit has reimbursed various departments a total of $798,579 this fiscal year. We have also initiated the closeout process for the Valley, Sulphur, and LNU complex fires. Goals for the coming year include doing what we've been doing by working on the events and getting them ready for closeout, as well as preparing for potential audits. We are subject to audits for up to 3 years after the final closeout. I have provided a disaster status handout, or well, Johanna has provided, to show where each event is at in the claiming process as well. The majority of them are in some stage of closeout, meaning we are towards the end of the claiming process. Unfortunately, our emergency events keep coming, so even as we wrap up one event, another is at the midpoint and another is just beginning. The February storms applicant briefing is scheduled for June 22nd, and that's one of the first steps in claiming. As for the budget itself, the budget is driven by the anticipated disaster funding. Overall, outside of the administrative payments received, which are used to fund our position allocations and the office expenses, the majority of our state aid and federal disaster revenues leave the budget unit as reimbursement to other departments for expenses incurred during a disaster event. Finally, you may have noticed expenses budgeted for older events or events that are listed as in closeout. When we initiate closeout after our last small project is complete, FEMA and Cal OES review all costs submitted and settle any projects that have not been paid or need to be adjusted. Once we receive the payment in full, we then reimburse the departments that originally incurred the expense. So those lingering expense accounts are because we have not been fully reimbursed just yet. This wraps up the Disaster Response and Recovery budget presentation. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Questions?
Yes.
Supervisor Spatier?
So you mentioned that the reserve was created in 2015 after the Valley Fire?
The 2.15?
Yeah. Did I hear that incorrectly?
Well, I didn't mention any years. The Disaster Response and Recovery Budget Unit was absorbed by the Auditor's Office in September of 2015.
The budget unit started at that point as well.
Oh, okay.
2.15 is our initial general fund contribution for fronting any expenses while a disaster is in effect.
But the 2.15 was put in that September 2015?
It's been reimbursed, yeah. I'm not sure if it was September, but right around there, yes.
And so just to ask, because I think I heard you said it's never been touched? As in, because my thoughts were it's used as kind of a liquid that can be passed on to those departments that have really been impacted by the emergencies until we get reimbursed. Okay. I was going to say, if it's never been touched, then is there a reason why it's still there? So, okay. I just wanted to.
It's cash flow.
It's never been reduced is what you're trying,
yes,
is what I should have understood you as saying. Okay. And then in the emails that you and I exchanged, you said we have $95,000 left in our PG&E settlement? I could have sworn I only know of using half of it for the roads for the sulfur fire, and we had about $3 million to start with. I should just get with you and figure out where that money went. It's just, it didn't make sense to me.
We can do this after I actually know where the reserves are more than they do because of working with Kathy directly on it. The 1.5 is part of the audit exceptions reserve, just like the 4 million.
So it's still there?
It is still there.
Okay, it's just not titled PG&E.
Correct. It's retitled as that.
Okay, no, that makes perfect sense.
And general fund actually has over 4 million in the reserves there as cash flow.
Okay.
We've not been audited for a single event yet. Not.
That's why you need the audit.
And there are funds
Right.
we believe need to be returned.
Yeah, I've heard about some of those, so we'll have to see what happens.
Not using it.
And just going back to the increase in staffing, in 1920 you had 14, so increasing it to 15 now, it seems to be within that range, so I have no problems with that. I just felt I needed to say something since you were worried.
1920.
Yeah, that's what it says on my spreadsheet.
Just go with it.
Just go.
Let's go.
Okay. Anything from the public? Do you have anyone in Zoom, Johanna? No? Okay. We'll bring it back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, move to approve budget units 1121 and 1920.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great job on your first one.
Yep.
Next, we have probation.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hear me now? Yeah.
Thanks for spending the day with us.
I will try to entertain you at the very end. It's kind of some pressure.
She was being sarcastic.
I know. Well, thank you for having us here today, and I really want to thank the admin and particularly Mr. Carter and all of his patience and help with me and learning the budget, which was something I did not have experience before. And I also like to thank my analyst, Cindy Rodriguez, who is currently on her way to Greece right now, in helping prepare our budget. Probation is budget unit 2302, and the probation department is tasked with handling all matters where juveniles over the age of 12 have interactions with law enforcement, and for all adults referred to the department for some type of court report or some type of community supervision. This can include pretrial release, probation supervision, and those that are released from custody after serving a sentence, either in prison or in jail. We collaborate with other agencies to create and implement evidence-based practices to ensure safety in the community, assist with rehabilitation, and reduce recidivism. This year, the department was awarded a mobile probation services grant, and we are very excited about this. We are going to be able to have a van that can go to where about 30% of our population live in homeless communities and help them obtain the services they need to no longer commit crimes and get on track. And we're hoping to partner with a behavioral health van and link those services together. The grant was for about $220,000, and with that, we're going to spend approximately $160,000 to purchase the vehicle. And our goal is to have that done by summer and get it into play by summer of next year.
I'm just going to interrupt. I'm so glad we're doing this, and this is not the first mobile van that we're implementing, but this is how we're reaching the people where they are in our rural community. So I'm really excited about that. Thank you.
Another accomplishment of our last year was our Resilient Reentry event. We collaborated with Woodland Community College. We had over 100 injustice involved or formerly injustice involved individuals come out and learn about how to expunge their record, services that could help them with any kind of reentry. They had speakers to kind of motivate them, and we now have the second one being planned, and it's scheduled for October 6th at Woodland Community College again from 9 to 1. And then we have now 3 school resource officers that are deputy probation officers at Upper Lake School District, Clear Lake School District, and Kelseyville School Districts. That is funded either by the school district or in collaboration with the County Office of Education. We have a request for another one at Canoctai School District, but currently we don't have the staffing to fill that position, and I'm doing my best to get that in play. The Another big accomplishment with our community partners was the comprehensive prevention plan with the Child Welfare and Lake County Office of Education. We have created a comprehensive prevention plan to utilize federal dollars to look for ways to bring evidence-based practices in place in the county through all of our county partners to prevent child abuse. And that plan should be completed within the next month, and then implementation will start once the state has approved our plan. So we do have a significant vacancy rate in the position of deputy probation officer. Currently, we're at about 34.5% vacant. We do have 3 very good prospects that I believe will start within the next 2 months, but it still leaves us at a high vacancy rate in that position. Overall in the department, we're at 20% vacancy rates. You graciously gave us the signing bonus for that position, but in the last year, we've had several retirements. We had promotions, as you're well aware. We have a very young staff in our supervisors, so we are working hard to try to fill those positions, but as you've heard from the sheriff, law enforcement positions are very difficult to fill. We have one significant change to our budget this year of $885,410. This was funds that were found from several years of growth funds from our Youth Offender Block Grant, our Juvenile Reentry Grant, and the Juvenile Justice Crime Prevention Act. We learned of this about at the time I was appointed to the position, and we've come up with ways to spend it where we're unable to do that before the end of the fiscal year. So with that, we are asking to purchase 2 vehicles, cage vehicles, SUVs, to get out to the communities where our officers need to be. And once those are received, our plan is to return 2 of the pool cars to the garage that are smaller, that we don't use the smaller cars as much as we need the cage cars. So with that money, that was part of the purchase. We've been working with Buildings and Grounds and Lars and his staff, and they are amazing. And we are looking at putting some kind of battery backup or solar power in our building. There has been a question of whether the building, because of its age, can take a battery backup system or not, or a generator. And they're currently looking at proposals to put that into place. Additionally, the stucco and the paint on the outside of our building is peeling off, and so we're going to redo that on the outside. We have had for many years a problem with the sewage system that comes from our building because of roots from the trees, and so a plan is in place to put a repair into that. But we also need to redo the downstairs of our building because of that, because it has seeped into the building several times and there's carpet in that downstairs, and so we want to redo that part of the bottom. Sorry.
It's really bad.
It's really bad. Finally, we did ask for a position change. We've had an office assistant 3 in our office, and with the low numbers of our probation officers, we find the need to have another probation aide rather than the office assistant, because they can do more of the duties that a probation officer could do in preparing reports for the court. And so we have underfilled that position currently, or overfilled, I guess, the office assistant to a probation aide, and we're asking that to be a permanent change so that the duties more align with what we need in the office. I think that's it. Any questions?
Questions? Supervisor Sabatier?
Love what your department does for the SROs. I know that that's very important to me, that we make sure we have that level of contact with our youth, and also providing the potential safety element that comes along with it in our school district. So I really appreciate that. one of the things I wanted to ask is not directed at you, but because of your comments about the incentives, in September, can we get an overarching look of the cost of these incentives and how it's working? I've heard of complications where people leave early, and how do we get the money back if they didn't actually fulfill their part? I know there's been complications, but we never really see what the total cost is, and if the cost is so low, maybe we can look at ways to help those that are still struggling and see if there's an increase that can occur so that you don't have to be at 75 or 80%, because it's important, especially, I mean, all the work you're doing to try to do the outreach and to try to help out with those coming out, especially if they're not housed. Not having the staff just makes it that much more difficult to be able to meet the goals and expectations of your department. So I'd love to review that just to see where we are, if we do less or do more, depending on what it shows.
On the incentive, half is paid when they're hired and half is paid after a year. So if they do leave within that first year, at least it's not the full impact of it. We've only had one issue with that, and it was actually our choice that the person did not stay on. So
we have consensus for that, to bring that back in September? Yeah? Okay.
We will attempt, when I
Or
say it
some
that
kind
way,
of-
because it's not cut and dry, but we will bring what we can in September.
Okay, perfect. Supervisor Green.
Yeah, and I apologize. I should have asked you, and I may have asked you during my tour. Good to know I was trekking over a sewer-infested carpet. But let's resolve that. But Care Court, I don't know what involvement your department might have or what form it might take, but it's going to be ramping up in the next year. So I don't know if it's an FTE question or just advanced planning with the staff you already have. But have you considered much what department's involvement with Care Court will be, and have you supported that effort in this budget?
yes, I don't believe we'll need more FTEs. I think if we could get closer to 90% filled on the DPO position, we would be fine to staff Care Court. And we have reached out to behavioral health, and we're just waiting for the meetings to start for the planning.
Okay. Do we have any public input on this item? No hands up. Okay, back to the board for action.
I'm going to do one because it's simple. I move to approve Budget Unit 2302 for probation.
Second.
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you so much. Great job.
Have a good night.
Had so many wonderful presentations from new department heads today. It's been great. And here comes our great traveler.
He looks seasoned.
The weather was horrible.
Can't choose those days.
Oh, yeah. Good memories, though. So, hello, board. I'm Jonathan Armis, department head for animal care and control in the medical clinic. 2703 is the animal care and control. We respond to calls for assistance from the public regarding stray dogs, aggressive dogs, bites, welfare checks. We are also responsible to take in stray dogs and injured animals and provide care for them and try and reunite them with owners. Just a couple quick stats. We almost did about 1,800 calls for assistance last year, and we brought in about just under 1,300 animals into our shelter. Currently, we are actually, and I struggle saying this, but we are actually 100% staffed in the clinic, or in the animal care part. In the clinic, we are 0% staff. So we're kind of working on two extremes here. With that, we are a little bit behind my optimistic schedule of trying to do on-call, but I'm happy to announce that June 30th, we are starting our 24/7 on-call services with our officers. Some significant changes from the budget last year is we're seeing a salary increase. Part of that is due to the request I made with the class and comp committee that was approved by the board. And then I am also looking to add an extra help employee. We changed last year to having more three-quarter full-time employment, and we just need that one little extra help to get us through for the year. The clothing account, we found an issue with the policy that we had to adjust our uniform policy. So I put more funds into that account to follow those changes. Our supplies account has increased. Just the cost for a lot of our cleaning supplies and all of that has increased dramatically. And then a few things that I'm asking for extraordinary item requests are a new truck box. We're looking to replace another truck. In fact, our entire fleet is needing repair to be replaced, but all of our truck boxes are about 15, 20 years old. They're really worn out. The trucks and the boxes themselves are getting repaired more and more. And this box is full self-containing so that the air conditioning unit's part of it. We don't have to tie into the vehicle. We're looking to hopefully get some new cat condos. Currently our cat condos were old cat condos that we took parts out and then made metal frames and put wire on it, and they're just wore out and need to be replaced. And then some fire and security system upgrades. We actually had an issue with our security system, and when the company came out, we realized we only have like 3 smoke detectors for our whole department. So we do want to get that looked at. And then we were looking to try and get some camera systems, surveillance systems. We were having a lot of issues with deceased dogs being dumped on our doorstep and all sorts of stuff. So we would like to keep an eye on those things. And that's all I have for 2703, if anyone has any questions before I go to the medical clinic.
Do you have a question?
Yeah, quick question. You were talking about getting a new box. Is that something that would be on the capital asset, or does it not belong on the capital asset list? Because I don't see anything for animal control on capital asset.
It would be on capital asset, and that would be an extraordinary request, so that would be September.
Oh, okay.
And that is, from admin's perspective, a shoe-in as long as we have 50 grand, which we will.
No, you need to have the tools in order to do the job, especially you're at 100%, so
yeah,
let's make sure they all have the tools.
Yeah. Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, Supervisor Green?
Yeah, I was just curious. I don't need the full breakdown, but security cameras there for sure. I've had inquiries about security cameras at other buildings. I don't know if we have a universal policy or if individual departments have different requirements for how much video storage has to be there and all that. But I certainly support security cameras at that facility, but I also want to be asking about and supporting security cameras in other facilities. So I don't know if you would know if there's a master policy you had to dive through to get into that.
I don't. I may be out of line here. I don't think so, but I did talk to Shane. I have talked to Lloyd, and then I talked to Lars. So where I ended up was told to put it on this for my budget, and then if it is approved, that we would start looking at a lot of those issues. We believe that there are some laws governing about how much storage and everything, so I don't know about an overall policy, though.
So without knowing that, what did you ask for the budget on that?
A lot. We actually did get a quote from our security company, and I want to say they were upwards of like 60 grand. But that included cameras for the entire system, license plate readers, fire system upgrade to a commercial system, which we may not require. So I estimated anywhere on the low end of 20 to high end of 65.
Okay.
And one
Go ahead.
final question. You said you have 0 for the vet clinic. Are we contracting with Dr. Sally, or is she no longer working for us?
I'm really appreciative of Dr. Sally. She was actually supposed to stop at the end of May. She has continued to stay on. For the vet, if I can go into the medical clinic.
Sorry.
No, you're good. They assist us with medical care on animals, surgeries, and we do public services. We do vaccination clinics. We do the community cat program. Dr. Sally is still contracted with us. We do not have an RVT, so we actually allocated, we're trying to allocate a couple extra help to assist her for that loss of the RVT. We do have a big carryover fund just because of the vacant positions and some grant monies that we got from the previous fiscal year. The salaries would still look to increase. We increased greatly our professional services for contract vets. I actually have reached out before I left with all of the local vets to get an idea if they can help us and in what ways could they, whether it's more community CATs or surgeries for our facility and also any medical care. We do have some maintenance that needs to be done on a lot of our equipment. They're aging, they're supposed to get regular maintenance, and we just haven't had in previous years the funding. We have it now, so we're looking to do that. And an increase in supplies. Some of the grant monies allows us to get new instruments and all that kind of stuff. And so we're still looking for a contract vet. We didn't get any hits on our RFP, and we really have had no applicants. We've had some applicants for the veterinarian position, but they've been unqualified. I don't think they've had licenses in California or weren't. We've had some people reach out who were soon-to-be graduates, but that's more difficult. You typically have some type of mentorship. So you have another veterinarian watching over during surgeries and helping you.
Any questions? Yes. Any questions? Oh, yes.
It's not a question, but I wanted to make sure the board is aware, since it has been brought up, that in September we are planning for an animal control truck box, 45,000, pet cages, ultralight model, 15,000, and a fire alarm and security system for 65. That's all in the works for September.
Okay, great. Do we have anything from the public? Okay, bring it back.
Just a final comment, if I may. I know that we're lucky that Dr. Sally is still here, but I do not know how many more months we have. Mm-hmm. I'd really like to continue this conversation on figuring out what needs to be done, because obviously something needs to change in order for us to access somebody who's going to take interest and have the qualifications. You know exactly what's going on in the city of Clear Lake. It's what's happening in your area as well. The amount of animals, I mean, right now, just on your thing, it says you have capacity for 45 dogs. I know you have more than 50 dogs. So you're dealing with an overabundant supply of animals to deal with, and we're lucky that we have somebody who can help us in those circumstances. I'd like to make sure that we are doing everything from our board's perspective. I know you are, but I'd love to continue the conversation further than just here.
Yeah, happily.
And with that, I move to approve 2703 and 2711.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No? Okay, motion passes. We're going to stop for today. Really good timing. We got to just about 5 o'clock. And tomorrow we will continue with social services and get through the rest of the budget units. And we're glad you had a safe, wonderful, memorable trip.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Got rained on, a lot of lightning, thunderstorms, a lot of bears. It was awesome.
Good, great. All right, so we are adjourned for today.